So you think of the response having to get rooms ready, having to get doctors and surgeons and all kinds of officials ready to take in that number of patients to work on them and potentially save lives here. It's going to be a very chaotic scene, not only at the scene here, but at these hospitals. We're not sure exactly what hospitals folks are being rushed to. I think HCMC is one of the places that was mentioned, but yeah, it's a lot of work for those brave men and women in the medical field to help with some of these injuries that are come out of this.
Certainly, certainly, and a lot of work for the brave men and women of the police department who are there trying to protect this community and trying to protect these young people and keep them safe. Trying to just go through the information here that is coming into our newsroom. This is all coming in really rapidly. We have crews headed to the area. We have crews headed to hospitals. We have crews really throughout the community working on gathering more information for you, while at the same time giving the space for the emergency crews there to do the work that they need, the life-saving work that is necessary here on the scene. We have not yet heard anything official at this point from Minneapolis Police. We have heard from Mayor Jacob Frey of Minneapolis, from Governor Tim Walz, but still no official word from Minneapolis Police or from the State Patrol or the BCA, who have also led the response to this situation happening right now in South Minneapolis, 54th Street in the Tangletown neighborhood. I know we've had a map up just to give you a little perspective as to where that is.
And again, this is the first week of school for a lot of kids around the state. First week of school here for these kids at this Catholic school, and for it to begin this way is just an absolute shock to the system. So again, this is an active shooting at Annunciation Church. It's connected to a school, multiple ambulances, as you can see, multiple first responders on scene. Still gathering more details. There's a lot that we don't know right now. We're hearing things on the scanner, obviously. We have crews on the scene that are hearing things. We're still working to get things absolutely confirmed before we bring them to you. But we can confirm that there is an active shooter situation there at Annunciation Church.
Yes, and we have not gotten an update as to whether that active shooter situation is ongoing at this point. I mean, we have been able to get fairly close to where the church and school is, but we don't have any information yet as to whether that shooter has been apprehended or has had any interaction with police at this point. So that is information that we are still waiting to learn. We know that parents are gathering nearby, waiting for information. We're going to continue to monitor any information that we can get for you on this.
We're just getting this in. This is from MPD on Facebook. I'm going to just read it verbatim here. There's an active police situation at the Annunciation Church on 509 West 54th Street. There is no active threat to the community at this time. Again, repeat, from MPD on Facebook, there is no active threat to the community at this time. The shooter is contained. Good news here, the shooter is contained. The public right now being advised to stay away from the area to allow emergency personnel to help with the victims. West 54th Street between Lyndale and Nicollet Avenue. So the families of the children at the school can go to the Reunification zone at the Annunciation School. That's 525 West 54th Street.
And credit to them for getting this Reunification zone up and running so quickly.
Yes.
As I said earlier, if you're a parent in this situation, every second that you wait for information, every second you wait to talk to your child feels like days. So for these parents who have been for the last hour or so awaiting information, wanting to hug their kids, there is now a place where you can go. You can go to the Reunification zone at Annunciation School to be reunited with your kids. Now, that statement from MPD notably did not confirm any information about a specific number of victims. Our initial reporting that we were being told is that there were multiple victims on the scene, concerned that some were children. But again, we have not had confirmation from Minneapolis Police on that. I expect now that they're saying the shooter is contained, that more information will be forthcoming, because of course the first responsibility in something like this is to contain the shooter, protect the people on the scene, protect the people in the neighborhood.
Yeah, to neutralize that threat. So good news there that the shooter is contained. The public, though, still advised to stay away from the area. A lot of people may want to go and check it out, see what's going on. Maybe they are looking for a loved one or a family member. There's a reunification zone for that. That's at 525 West 54th Street. For the most part, they're advising people to stay away from that area. Obviously, a very active investigation, probably going to be an active investigation for a while here, for multiple hours, multiple days even, as they try to get to the bottom of what happened here.
Yeah, we have heard from Mayor Fry, we've heard from Governor Walz, now getting information from Minneapolis Police. And also, you know, people in the neighborhood are getting in touch with us to tell us what they have heard, what they have seen. Our reporters there are gathering information right now. Of course, the thoughts have to be with the victims here. We don't know how many there are. We know this is initial reports, a multi-victim situation, a multi-casualty situation. And so, of course, our thoughts and our prayers are with those people impacted by this, and with all of those school children, teachers, families who are impacted by this, whether they are injured or not. This happening at your school the first week of school is traumatic. There's just no other way around it. It is traumatic for all involved.
So in the aftermath of this, getting a lot of response from lawmakers here. Lisa Dameth, the Minnesota Speaker of the House, state representative here, just put out a statement saying, please join me in praying for the children, families, and staff at Annunciation Catholic School, and for all of the law enforcement and medical personnel responding to this morning's horrific event. Again, that's from Lisa Dameth, the Speaker of the Minnesota House. So we've heard from Governor Walz and Mayor Fry as well, and I'm sure we'll hear from more of our lawmakers as we go throughout the morning here.
Our AJ Legault is at HCMC, shared a picture of sheriff's deputies guarding the entrance to HCMC, certainly wanting to give privacy to families who need to be there. We are told that HCMC was being told to prepare for a mass casualty event.
Right. So as we kind of reset here, we've been on air for the last 40 minutes or so. We got this news just before 9 o'clock here of this active shooter at Annunciation Church. This is 509 West 54th Street. We are told the shooter right now is contained. However, there are multiple victims from what we're hearing from our reporters out there on the scene. So looks like we have our reporter on scene. Who do we have on scene here?
I think they said Jessica Hart. Yes, Jessica Hart is there on scene. Jessica, I know that you have been trying to get information out there this morning. Can you give us a sense of where you are and what you're seeing right now?
Yeah, Lauren, I'm at the intersection of 54th Street and Garfield Avenue, just right off of Lyndale Avenue. And where I'm at right now, it's a pretty quiet scene. There's a lot of people just standing right next to me, just waiting in silence. Now, there's about at least, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ambulances. Right over here, there are dozens of police squad cars. And then right over here, you can see out front of the school here, there are several Minneapolis police officers standing guard. They are not letting anyone get close to them. From where we're at right now, we can see Minneapolis police, we can see Park Police. We haven't seen anyone walk out of these front doors here just yet. A lot of people over here are waiting to get word of a loved one that they know inside. We did just see a woman and a small child walk out through the side. They're walking down the steps. They talked with some officers before they left the school, but so far we have not seen anyone enter or leave this front main entrance here. Just a lot of people just kind of standing over here in silence, wondering what is happening, what is going on. But this is a very large police presence. Again, dozens of Minneapolis squad cars are here. Even when I try to get over here, at least 7 of them zoomed past me trying to get to the scene here, and at least 7 ambulances down here near the intersection of 54th and Garfield Avenue. So Lauren, as soon as I learn any new information, I'll make sure to bring that to you guys immediately. Back to you.
Jessica, we appreciate that, and we appreciate your need to, you know, follow up at the scene, talk to people on the scene, and also give people the space, the police and the victims space to reunite here with their kids and with their families. When I say victims, it's not that we know the number of shooters, but Jessica, anyone who was involved, anyone who's in the area is a victim here. When you witness an act of violence like this, an active shooter at your school, at your church, during the school year, that victimizes an entire community.
Yeah, that's something nobody should ever have to witness. That's something that no child should ever have to witness. And the fallout from this for a lot of those kids, it's gonna be rough to recover from that, especially as you go in with all this optimism to start the school year. And for this to happen is just awful. Our Lou Raguse here, according to him, multiple sources telling him that the shooter is dead. Still working on confirmation of that, but Lou Raguse reporting multiple sources telling him that the shooter is dead. We're working on getting more confirmation on that, but we do know the shooter, the threat is contained. That's what we are getting from Minneapolis Police, working on to seeing what state the shooter is in right now. We know there's no further threat to the neighborhood. Police still asking people to stay away from the area. Yeah,
and Lou Raguse, again, has had sources throughout the morning providing him with information online. Others also reporting that the shooter is dead. So we are, again, waiting on that confirmation from MPD. We do not know what led to this. We don't know if police at any point interacted with the shooter. These are all questions that we are going to have throughout the day as information is more forthcoming. Trying to keep an eye on this live picture from the scene. You can see the perimeter there. It's actually not a huge perimeter. I mean, we're able to be fairly close to where this is happening.
You also see dogs, canines being called to the scene. You wonder if that's if there are any devices around or any other situations, but dogs, we see the canines being walked out to the scene there. So waiting to see what that's about. But obviously a very active scene ongoing here. Also hearing from Senator Tina Smith. She put out a statement kind of echoing what we've been saying here, the last part of it. My staff and I are monitoring the situation at Annunciation Catholic School. I'm grateful for the quick response of law enforcement as we continue to gather information. And this is what we've been saying here all morning. It's the first week of school. These kids should not be fearing for their life. I think a lot of people can agree with that this morning.
Yeah, and it happens again and again and again. And every single time it is awful, and now it has happened here in Minneapolis in our community. The scene, Annunciation Church and School, which is in South Minneapolis, West 54th Street. You can see the scene right there in the Tangletown neighborhood of South Minneapolis. You can see our Jessica Hart there, trying to gather information. She was able to see earlier, she said, that some children were leaving the school. We know that parents are being told to head to the reunification area at the school the reunification zone, I should say, to go reunite with their kids. So many hugs there, so many tears, I can only imagine, because for these parents, it has been over an hour now that they have been aware that something horrible has been happening at their child's school. And I just can imagine every single one of them is eager to just get hands on their kids, just hug them, get eyes on them.
Hug them and love them and hold them onto them tight.
Yep, try and help them through this. We are just going through, as we're talking to you, we are also looking for the latest information here. We have heard from a lot of public officials, House Speaker Lisa Damuth, Senator Tina Smith, Governor Tim Walz, Mayor Jacob Frey, all expressing their horror at what has happened here. But it is unclear. While everyone says this is a horrific event, this is a horrific scene, beyond the fact that there was at one point an active shooter who is now contained, and that there are victims, we don't have a lot of specifics.
No specifics yet on that. Hopefully we learn some more information soon. I just want to read again this statement from MPD on Facebook. This is as of a few minutes ago, saying that there's an active police situation at the Annunciation Church, 509 West 54th. No active threat to the community at this time, and the shooter right now is contained. They are still advising the public to stay away from the area, but they do have a reunification zone for the families of the children at the school. Again, 525 West 54th Street. 525 West 54th Street is where that reunification zone is. I'm sure so many parents are scrambling over there trying to get answers for what's going on.
Yeah, just a horrific morning in Minneapolis as we continue to follow this breaking news. You can see a shot of the school there with ambulances outside, police cars lining the road, people being kept beyond that police tape. The perimeter here is not huge. I mean, this is a densely populated neighborhood. A lot of people live right there. They are being asked to stay away from the area. I'm sure so many of them have questions, want to see what's going on, but right now they are being asked to stay away from that area. Jason, it looks like perhaps you have a little more information here.
Yeah, so this is from Richfield PD. This is from their Facebook page. Officers responding to an active shooter call. So Richfield PD saying this: officers are reporting 20 victims. A man dressed in all black and armed with a rifle was reported at the scene. EMS has requested a mass casualty response, and fire crews are bringing in additional resources. Initial information indicated that the suspected shooter is no longer a threat. However, out of an abundance of caution, we have increased Richfield's patrol staffing to provide additional resources in Richfield and assistance to Minneapolis. So Richfield PD seemingly confirming from what they're hearing from officers, 20 victims involved in this shooting.
And new information here that this was a man dressed in all black and armed with a rifle who was reported at the scene. We were seeing some talk of that was not confirmed. Again, this scene is in Minneapolis, not Richfield. So MPD or State Patrol or BCA are going to be the lead units here, but Richfield not far from where this is. It's clear that they helped out Minneapolis. So presuming that their information is accurate, as it is coming directly from other law enforcement. Again, officers reporting 20 victims. That is a staggering number when you think about it. An active shooter situation, 20 victims. Some of them, Lou Raguse was told, are children. As this happened at a church and a school, Annunciation Catholic Church and School. Typically, there is an 8:15 a.m. Mass at the church, and we have learned and been told by people connected with that school community that there was an all-school Mass scheduled for this morning, which at a Catholic school is a time of celebration, a time of prayerfulness, and of asking for a great school year again, ahead, and the students and staff will be protected as they learn, and then something like this happens there. After
an entire summer of these kids being away and not seeing their friends, you come back, you have all this optimism to start the school year, and it just absolutely is shattered by such a senseless incident.
We have some new statements now from Secretary Kristi Noem with the Department of Homeland Security at the federal level. DHS is monitoring the horrific shooting at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis. We're in communication with our interagency partners, and we'll share more information as soon as it becomes available. I'm praying for the victims of this heinous attack and their families.
Also hearing from Representative Betty McCollum. She represents Minnesota's 4th District in the U.S. House of Representatives, and she says, my heart goes out to our neighbors in Minneapolis impacted by the horrific violence at Annunciation Catholic School this morning. I'm grateful for the swift response by first responders. All Minnesotans join in as one in supporting the children, teachers, and their families.
And President Trump just posting on Truth Social, I have been fully briefed on the tragic shooting in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The FBI quickly responded and they are on the scene. The White House will continue to monitor this terrible situation. Please join me in praying for everyone involved. So these statements all with the same point here. This is a horrible situation. These kids should not be dealing with this as they start the school year.
Absolutely
and there's
not.
a massive law enforcement response. Of course, everyone praying for the people involved and an all hands on deck response to this situation.
Again, Richfield Police, this is as of a few minutes ago, Richfield Police. This happened in Minneapolis, but Richfield Police obviously assisting Minneapolis because the response here is just going to be huge. Reporting right now, 20 victims, a man dressed in all black and armed with a rifle reported on the scene. And if you know anything about these rifles typically used in these mass shootings, the damage they do when those bullets pierce your skin, I mean, the things that doctors talk about that they see in these hospital rooms, just absolutely horrible. So you know it's a long day ahead for these medical officials, for these doctors, for these surgeons working on these patients at these hospitals.
Yeah, we saw earlier a photo posted by our AJ Legault of sheriff's deputies outside HCMC, of course, a trauma center in downtown Minneapolis, being told this morning to prepare for a mass casualty event. We now have a tweet from Peggy Flanagan, Lieutenant Governor, my heart goes out to all those affected by the terrifying act of violence at Annunciation Catholic School this morning. I'm grateful to the law enforcement who responded. Please join me in praying for the victims and families of the Annunciation community. Our Jessica Hart is at the scene right now. She has been there now for about a half hour this morning. Jessica, I know earlier you spoke about, or you shared that there were children leaving the building. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, Lauren, since then we've seen a lot more kids leave the building. Many of them have been escorted by their parents. And as they kind of leave the scene, they've just exited quietly. All of the parents that I've seen have either been holding their child's hand or have had their hand on their kid's shoulder. Now, a lot of them are exiting, not really through the front. We did see some people come through the front, but this side of the building as well. All of them kind of touching base with police officers as they leave the school. Now, several of the families walked by us. They did not want to say anything at the moment, which is totally understandable. Many of the kids, when you just see their faces, just look scared. It's very solemn, and to see kids who are supposed to be having a good time at school, I've been told that this is their second day of school, leaving school just with a look of fear has just been really heartbreaking for a lot of people to see who have been standing over here. There's about a dozen or so people standing where I'm at, and they're actually just neighbors in this area who heard that something was going on, and they just wanted to rush down here to see if there was anything they could do to help, or what, if anything, they could do to help. But police officers are still standing guard around the school here. We haven't seen any kids leave the school within the last 5 minutes or so, but more officers continue to arrive on the scene just to secure it. We've also seen some canines walking around as well, and just as I mentioned, we hadn't seen any kids leave. We have a few more now leaving the side of the building. It looks like there's about 3 students there with their parents, just kind of holding on to them, keeping them close. It seems like they're letting people kind of go out together in groups. It feels like, since we didn't see anyone leave the school for about 5 minutes, and as they kind of exit the school, they're kind of going their separate ways, just depending on where the parents have parked. But you can see that there's a mother and her 2 boys walking, it appears to be, and she has both of her arms wrapped in theirs as she escorts them out of school today. Now, it's just a very solemn scene over here. Everyone's been very quiet, and the people in this neighborhood, they just tell me they're struggling to process that this has happened in their neighborhood here. And there's just dozens of police cars here. Earlier I said there were 7 ambulances. They still are all here. There's fire trucks in the area here. So just a very quiet and somber scene here as parents continue to escort their children out of school. Now, police haven't been able to give us any sort of update on the situation. We have seen a couple of canines walk around the school, so as soon as we learn some new details, we'll get back to you, Lauren.
Jessica, I wanted to ask you more about the type of emergency personnel you're seeing on the scene. Have you seen SWAT teams? Have you seen bomb squad, anything like that? Or is it the typical squad cars?
Yeah, Lauren, I haven't seen any SWAT or bomb teams on site. It's the typical police squad cars you see. So Minneapolis Police, Minneapolis Park Police as well. The ambulances look like they're from North Memorial. We have, it looks like, some from Hennepin County as well. The sheriff's office is also here, Minneapolis Fire, but we haven't seen any sort of SWAT or tactical vehicles yet. From where we're at, and we're at the intersection of 54th and Garfield Avenue, and so this entire street of 54th from Lindale up several blocks is just covered with emergency personnel. So if those vehicles are here, they're just not in the area that we're at right now, Lauren.
Great. Jessica Hart reporting from the scene. We will check back with you. We appreciate this new information that you're sharing with us. Also, we are going to be getting more new information. Hennepin Healthcare just posting that they will be giving an update on patients at 10:15 a.m. So we will, of course, when that happens, bring that to you. Yeah,
as Jessica mentioned, their second day of school for these kids, and they're having to deal with this. Just horrible. No words for it. Our Michelle Beck is at the scene right now. If we could pull her up. Michelle, where are you and what are you seeing out there? What can you tell us?
Well, Jason and Lauren, I'm standing right here at the cross streets of Grand and West Diamond Lake. As you can see, Annunciation Church is right there. So we're standing right in front of this yellow crime scene tape. It's hard to even get to where we are right now because so many law enforcement vehicles are blocking this off. You're taking a look at Minneapolis Police. I saw ATF. I saw FBI. We got State Patrol here, as well as officers or deputies from the Sheriff's Office. So as you can tell, we are right in the heart of all this. And right now surrounding me, I got about a dozen people just standing by watching. Hey, actually, as we're looking right here, we see another family that's approaching this area, leaving the scene right now. There's been a lot of families like this. I've counted a handful who have the children in their green uniforms holding the hands of their parents. And Jason and Lauren, this is such a tragic scene. I've tried talking with some of those parents. As you can imagine, they do not want to talk about this right now. They just want to get their kids back to safety. And so that is the mood right here. And as I was saying, there's about a dozen people standing near me right now. All of their eyes are on what you're looking at right now. This is the scene, once again, just in my perspective, I'm counting at least a dozen officers here from, again, so many agencies. Now, I even spoke with some folks who live right in this area, and they were saying around 8:15 this morning, they heard about 20 gunshots. They wondered if this was normal just because there's construction nearby. They wondered if this was something as harmless as construction, but then they saw 1 and 2 and 3 cop cars go by, and that's when they knew that something here was wrong. And in the hours since 8:15 has come and gone, they have seen kids and cops and adults taken down the block. I'm going to come back into the camera to show you. They were taken down this block right here. That's where neighbors were saying they saw kids and adults and cops going together. And, you know, as I mentioned before, right, getting their kids to safety, having the kids with them hand in hand, that's what matters most here right now. Also standing by me is a gentleman who runs a daycare nearby. He says he was getting calls from concerned parents who are wondering if they were okay. Lucky for them, they are okay. He came to check just how close all this was, but as I mentioned, it's hard to even get to where we are right now. Blocks and blocks stretching out from where we are. That's all closed off right now. And the bell tower that is now striking, it is 10 a.m. Really a somber scene right now, given this juxtaposition of the church bells ringing, but also just the mood, the eerie stillness that's being felt right where I am now. Jason, Lauren.
All right, Michelle, thank you very much. And you saw the kid that was being walked with presumably his parents, and just the look on his face of just shock and horror and fear. You can see all of that written on his face. You should not be that age and have to witness something just so horrible.
No, it's horrible. These kids, what they experienced, their parents, what they've experienced. As we're talking and this news is spreading through the community, I mean, I'm the parent of a school-age child. My friends are texting each other, just talking about how it is the absolute worst nightmare to send your kid off to school in the morning thinking that they're going to be safe, think that they're going to be learning and with teachers and friends who care about them, and then something like this happens. As we're reporting, a man dressed in black with a rifle comes walking into a school community.
On the second day of school.
On the second day of school, a church community, and causes 20 injuries. That's what we're hearing from Richfield police. 20 people injured or killed. We don't know. They say 20 victims in this mass shooting incident at Annunciation Church and School in South Minneapolis. Just a horrific day in Minneapolis, and we are seeing the comments coming in from all the elected officials in the area, but they all say the same thing because there just aren't words. Yeah. There aren't words for this.
There are never words for this. As many times as we've seen this here in America, you're left speechless every single time. We should know more information soon here. There's a press conference, like you mentioned, scheduled for 10:15 at HCMC. We're also getting word here from the city of Minneapolis. There's a news conference planned for 10:30 at the media staging area. So in the next half hour or so, we should be getting a lot more information
Yes.
from officials and figure out exactly what happened here.
In the meantime, people from this community are trying to do whatever they can to help. Our AJ Legault is at HCMC right now where victims were taken. And he spoke with a pastor, a local pastor, not from Annunciation, but another Catholic priest who came really just to pray with families and to be there and support them. He said that he grew up in the Annunciation parish. And so this was something that hit him very close. Let's hear some of that sound.
Well, I'm pastor as well at St. Olaf downtown, and when I got the news of the mass shooting at Annunciation, I thought I'd come down to HCMC to comfort the parents or whoever's here, just to be a presence from the Archdiocese with them.
What was your thought when you heard about what happened?
It was horrific. And I grew up in that parish, so it has meaning to me now, but it shouldn't be happening. And what happened on 8th and Hennepin this morning, Lake Street yesterday, something's got to happen here in the city to stop this.
Saying, I think, what so many people are thinking after such a violent 24 hours in our city.
Yeah, we've been talking about that all morning here on Sunrise. We had our Michelle Beck and Audrey Russo on that team coverage this morning, talking about the multiple shootings that we've had here. We had a mass shooting last night.
Yesterday afternoon, broad daylight.
In the middle of broad daylight, a person going up to a group of people and shooting, 6 people injured, 1 person killed. And then later that night around 10 p.m., another shooting happened, another person being killed. And then a few hours later, 2 o'clock in the morning, in the middle of the morning, another person shot and killed. 1 other person rushed to the hospital. So in the past 12 hours or so, it has been violent here in Minneapolis, and this just adds on to that. And echoing what he says, I mean, you wonder when things are going to let up here. It's just horrible.
And we've been talking about the trauma around a school community. It's important to note that that mass shooting yesterday afternoon, in which 6 people were shot, 1 killed, happened across the street from a different school, Cristo Rey School, a Jesuit school in Minneapolis, where high school students were attending class yesterday. And we heard the audio, 30 gunshots, just one after another in that area that certainly children would have been able to hear. Now we have children at another school in South Minneapolis, again, facing gun violence in a place where they should be safe, in a place where they should be learning.
Not just a school, but a church. You know, you feel like you'd be extra safe in either one of those places. But it seems nowadays nowhere seems to be off limits when it comes to these mass shootings. And it's just especially horrible when it happens in the school. Those kids are so innocent. They're just there to learn. They're just there to start their school year. And they didn't expect to, nobody expects to come into this, but especially these kids that are just so innocent and don't know any what's going on. You know, it's just makes your stomach sick. It really does.
It does, because you know the trauma that they will experience, and we don't know the condition of the people who are victims in this tragedy, but we will be getting an update on that in about 10 minutes from now, so stay with us. We will bring that to you live as soon as we can.
Yeah, HCMC at 10:15 and then Minneapolis Police at 10:30. So gonna have back-to-back updates here, hopefully.
And just to bring everyone up to speed with what we do know at this point, there was an active shooter this morning at Annunciation Church and School. Those calls coming in just after 8 a.m. At the time, we didn't have a lot of information. We have now learned that there is no active threat to the community. MPD saying that the threat has been neutralized. Lou Raguse has sources telling him that the shooter is dead. Richfield police sharing in a Facebook post that there are 20 victims. That's the information they have from law enforcement. Also, information that this was a shooter who was dressed all in black and walked in with a rifle, with a gun, and opened fire.
Yeah, 20 victims here. Obviously, it triggered a mass casualty response. We know Richfield getting involved here, assisting MPD with just this horrific tragedy. And right now, they're urging parents trying to be reunified with their kids to go to the Reunification Center. That's at 54th, and I'm trying to get the exact address here. Want to make sure I give parents the right information.
525 West 54th Street. That's the reunification zone at Annunciation School. We heard our Jessica Hart on the scene, who was talking about kids being led away and with their parents with MPD. I cannot imagine the relief that these parents feel as they reunify with their kids, because during that time when they don't know what's happening, when they don't know who is safe, are there victims? Is the shooter still active, or has that shooter been stopped? So those moments when they get to hug their kids just absolutely have to be so meaningful and so relieving, but also so devastating, because they know that their kids are going to be experiencing this.
Yeah, it's trauma that is going to stick with them for a long time. We have our Jessica Hart out there on the scene, and she's been watching parents come up and get their kids out of the school. Jessica, what are you seeing right now? What can you tell us?
Yeah, Jason and Lauren, more kids are being escorted out here by their parents. Now what they're doing is that they're bringing these parents in groups. So they're bringing them in groups kind of around the side of the school here, just in groups of maybe about half a dozen or so. And then a few minutes later, they walk out with their kids. Now, many of them have been holding their child's hand or put their hands on their shoulders. And the kids have walked by us a few times, and just the look on their faces, they look scared. They look fearful. The neighbors in this area tell me this was the second day of school for these kids. They were supposed to be having fun, starting a new school year, but instead they're leaving, just some of them just honestly looking like just blank stares, like they're still processing or trying to figure out what exactly happened and what they went through here. And you can see the emotion too on the parents' faces. Relief that they have their child, but you can also see their eyes watering and the tears starting to form, that this is something that their child has now had to go through, and they need to figure out what exactly comes next. So they're still escorting kids out of the school here. We've seen really young kids, we've seen teenagers walk out here, all as Minneapolis police stand guard around the entire perimeter here. We've also seen some HSI agents walk on the scene about 7 minutes ago. So law enforcement are still coming here to help out with this scene. The ambulances that we saw earlier this morning, none of them have left. We haven't seen anyone get inside either of them. There's about 7 of them here near the intersection of Garfield Avenue and 54th Street, but still a very large police presence. We haven't seen it kind of dwindle. It looks like we might have a school instructor or pastor just kind of walking the perimeter of the school, checking in with people here. So it's still a very active scene from where we're at. We have not seen any officers leave the scene. We've been seeing more and more families just kind of quietly exit the scene and take their kids back home here. So just a very kind of solemn scene. There's still a lot of people just kind of watching around here on the outskirts. Many of them are neighbors, and they just wanted to come here to see if there's anything they could do. They heard about this, and they either have known someone inside, but they don't know if the people that they know are inside are okay. Lauren, Jason?
And that's the thing, like the unknown, going there and not knowing if your loved one, if your child, if they're doing well in the aftermath of this.
Not only were they hurt, but also how close were they? What did they witness? What did they hear? What did they see? What happened to their friends? We do have some new information here, and we want to just be very careful to let you know what we know, what is confirmed, and what is not. This comes from a source, Lou Raguse, telling us that a source tells him 3 people are dead, including the shooter. Now, again, all of this information so preliminary because these things are chaotic when they're happening. So even police are trying to get a handle on what they're seeing and what they can confirm. But a source telling Lou Raguse 3 people are dead, including the shooter, and that the shooting occurred during the morning mass, which we have been reporting is at 8:15 every morning, was likely this morning, we're told from people who are part of that school community, an all-school mass. And of course, it's 10:11 now. We're being told that at 10:15, we should get more information on the victims from HCMC.
Yeah, 3 dead, like you mentioned, not sure of ages. We don't know if they're kids, adults. Still working on that information, that preliminary information from a high-level source, according to Lou. 3 people dead as of right now. 20 people, 20 victims here is what we're told, according to Richfield PD. So hopefully more clarity coming here in the next few minutes, but just awful stuff, absolutely horrible. Second day of school, and this is happening to these kids.
Second day of school in a church community, in a school community. You know, most of the specific details we have right now are coming from Richfield Police rather than from Minneapolis Police. Richfield Police assisting MPD. And so when they say 20 victims, keep in mind, victim does not mean deceased. That could be a person who has been injured in this mass shooting that occurred. MPD source telling Lou that 3 are dead, including the shooter. And MPD did confirm earlier that the shooter was no longer a threat. Lou's sources told him earlier that that shooter was dead. It will be very interesting to hear from HCMC the type of injuries that they're seeing coming in. We know that there have been ambulances coming there. They were told to prepare for a mass casualty event. Oh, we are now hearing that the HCMC presser delayed to 11 o'clock. So we will have to wait a little bit more for some of those specifics.
As of right now, City of Minneapolis still on track to hold a press conference here at 10:30, but that HCMC conference has been delayed. So we're still gathering more information. Information is still trickling in bit by bit, little by little. It's a very active scene. We have our reporters fanned out across the area right now trying to gather more details. We can tell you that there's no longer an active threat to the community. So if you're living in that neighborhood, you're wondering what's going on, you're looking out your window, no active threat to the community. We are told that shooter is contained. Again, still waiting on details in terms of the total number of victims, the total number of casualties. We're told by Lou Raguse, by a high-level source, that 3 people are dead right now. Not sure of the ages, not sure adult, child, and whatnot. Still working on that information, but we can tell you that the shooter is contained.
Okay, and you're looking at live pictures from the scene right now. You see canines out there. You see officers guarding the perimeter. We know from a different angle, Jessica Hart is seeing children being reunited with their parents here outside of Annunciation Church and School. Our Lou Raguse has been talking with his sources all morning. He joins us now on the phone. Lou, what have you been able to learn about the response to this active shooting threat?
Looks like we're having issues with Lou's connection. Obviously a lot going on right now. Just going to try to get reconnected with him to get more information, but Lou is well-placed sources out there. Lou, can you hear us?
Okay, we're going to work on getting Lou on the phone because he has been doing reporting on this all morning, has sources in Minneapolis Police who are giving him information in real time. And again, with information coming in a situation like this, it can always change. These things are fluid. Police officers, law enforcement, hospital authorities, public officials are giving us the information as they know it in that moment, but it changes for them too. They get new information and then they share it. And so we are going to try and just be very clear about what we know, how we know it, and bear with us in this because we're just trying to keep everyone as informed as we can. Obviously a tragic day in Minneapolis, the beginning of the school year, a church and school where they were celebrating a back-to-school mass, an all-school mass at 8:15 this morning. And we are told that there was a gunman who came into that school community or that church community, I'm not sure which exact building, they are connected, and opened fire. An active shooter situation which has now been contained. Lou Raguse's sources telling him that shooter is dead, but sadly also telling him that at least 3 people are dead in this shooting.
Yeah, the shooter armed with a rifle, dressed in all black. And as we mentioned here, when it comes to those rifles, those high-powered weapons, the damage they do, it's just horrible. And, it'll be interesting to hear from HCMC to see the extent of the injuries, but those weapons can really tear through people and really cause a lot of damage. And imagine all that. I mean, I hate to even bring it up, but when it comes to little kids, like a weapon like that, doing that kind of damage, just unimaginable.
Yes, there has been incredible reporting about that and what those type of weapons do to a child's body. We have seen it again and again in this country at school shootings. This time, it appears to be happening right in our community here in Minneapolis, in the Tangletown neighborhood of Minneapolis, at Annunciation Church and School. And these things do ripple throughout an entire community because every single parent watching this is thinking of their own kids at their own school
Yes.
and sending them off. A lot of schools don't start till next week. A lot of schools began this week. My son had his first day of school today. And so these school communities, these parents, all can put themselves in these shoes of how awful this is. All right, we are going to try now and go again to Lou Raguse, who has been reporting on this all morning. Lou, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Lou, what can you tell us about this situation? What are you learning?
Well, first of all, I'll start with the worst news, which is indeed the fatalities. And as of right now, 2 innocent people have been confirmed to me to have been killed in the shooting. The third death is the shooter. The third fatality is the shooter, who is confirmed to me to be dead. And one of the 2 victims, I'm told, is a child. I'm going to kind of hold back right now on the age type information because although this is coming from high-level sources, there's often what I refer to as fog of war reporting, where even the people at the top are getting information so fast that sometimes little mistakes can be made. So I don't want to say an age that ends up being incorrect here, but sadly, I'm being told that one of the fatalities so far is confirmed to be a child. Right now, we're at the scene. It's blocked off in all directions. And right now, Minneapolis police officers are kind of going door to door in the neighborhood. We're off of Garfield and 53rd Street right now. And I'm not going to, say where exactly they're going through houses, but there's just the sense that I get is that it's just to make sure there's no more threat. And so police are kind of going door to door. People are standing outside. It's, just as horrible as you can imagine. People are in shock. It's actually eerily quiet around the neighborhoods with all the people just in disbelief right now.
Lou, this information, it is the absolute worst news that a child killed on their second day of school. I'm wondering, you mentioned that the gunman is one of those who is deceased. Do we have any indication as to whether the gunman took his own life or whether there was a confrontation with police?
No, we don't. And just to give you an idea of how this information comes in, like to me, from decent sources throughout the morning, I was hearing, the possibility that there may have been more than one shooter, and I do not have that confirmed. I was hearing that the shots may have came from outside before hearing that they came from inside. So that just tells you how many different directions the information comes from when something like this happens. And so at this time, I'm telling you all that I'm comfortable reporting publicly right now.
Yeah, and we very much appreciate that, Lou. We have to be careful about sharing information that we know to be accurate.
There were reports of potential IEDs or...
that was another thing that I heard, although I don't specifically see bomb squads and robot drones at this moment, so I don't have a visual on that, but that is other information that I heard from decent source at one point this morning.
And Lou, Richfield Police sent a Facebook message this morning that indicated 20 victims, and that's what they were being told by law enforcement.
That was the initial information, and that goes to initially. That's not confirmed to be true. Like I also heard a number that was closer to 11 people that were potentially hurt. So the numbers have not been confirmed yet. We're hoping at 10:30 here that we might get a little more official information on stuff like that. But that just tells you that even the police at the very beginning are told the initial information, like what's being called in on 911, for example, and then even they are sorting through all the facts at this time.
Okay. A lot of moving parts here.
Yeah.
Lou, thank you very much. We're going to allow you to get back to work. If you have any other
information. One last thing. One last thing. The family reunification is still going on as we speak. And so we're seeing parents and children reuniting here. And on top of that, there's a lot of concerned people from the community that have basically come out here to see exactly what is going on. But the area is blocked off for about 2 blocks in each direction. And obviously, if you don't have a loved one here that you need to pick up, it's probably a good idea to stay away because it's very congested, a lot of traffic. Took me a long time to even get close here driving in from home this morning.
Certainly, Lou, that is good advice. Stay away unless you are there to pick up a loved one. And I know you can relate to what those parents are going through with that reunification and how emotional that is. Lou, thank you for the reporting, and thank you for being clear about what we are able to confirm and what we can't. Your point is well taken, that even for police officers, information in a situation like this is incredibly fluid, and what may be true at one point, new information comes in, It is no longer true a short while later. Not sure what we were looking at on that live picture there. We saw a number of people seeming to enter that building just now. That's the front of the school. And looked like people in fatigues entering the building. So that is, whether that's part of the investigation or some other response, it is unclear. We do have reporters on the scene who will keep us updated as soon as they have any additional information.
So the Associated Press right now reporting a Minneapolis hospital, not specifying which one, says it's treating 5 children injured from a shooting at a Catholic school. That's coming from the Associated Press. 5 children being treated at a hospital right now. And then, of course, Lou reporting the unthinkable, the news that we did not want to hear, that a child, according to his sources, according to his law enforcement sources, among the dead here, 3 dead, including a child and the shooter as well. We are expecting a press conference here from the city of Minneapolis. It's set to start here at around 10:30. Expecting to get some more information on victims here, the shooter, exactly what happened here. There's so many questions right now, and we wish we could give you more details, but we're just kind of learning everything as we go along here from our sources out there in the field, from our reporters out there in the field, and we're hoping to get some more information to you very, very soon. But what we can tell you, 3 dead, including the shooter, according to our sources. That shooter obviously neutralized and no longer a threat to the community.
All right, and we do have a new statement from Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty about this shooting at Annunciation Church. Moriarty says, "We are aware of the horrific mass casualty situation at Annunciation Catholic Church. Our hearts break as we write this. Families seeking to reunify with loved ones who are at Annunciation should go to 55th and Lyndale. Staff from our victim services team will be on that site, and as information becomes available to our office, we will update the public."
Yeah, a number of police here, as we can see, a number of law enforcement making their way around the school, into the school, obviously securing the scene, and a long investigation here still to come in the aftermath of this. Just horrible.
And we see them there. You know, we talk about the impacts on the school community, on parents, on families, which of course is the greatest, the families and loved ones of the victims, but also these police officers, first responders, paramedics, came here to a scene in which children were shot. And that has to be an awful thing.
You think about that
they are dealing with as well.
You think about that, you think about the doctors and the nurses and the surgeons that are going to have to deal with these gunshot injuries, because as we mentioned, the shooter was carrying around a rifle. It wasn't a handgun, not a regular weapon. It's a rifle. This is going to cause a lot of damage. And you're talking about, I don't know the ages of these children, but you're talking about kids that with these gunshot wounds.
It is a K-8 school. Audrey Russo sent a photo, and I don't know if we're going to share, because we want to be very careful about what we share. But as I look at this, these are little children. This is a K-8 school, holding their parents' hands, one holding the hand of a police officer, walking out of that school to be reunited. You know, kids who barely come up to the officer's elbow. So we are talking about some very small children here who are dealing with this.
That should never have to experience this on their second day of school. Not ever.
Never, ever.
But especially on their second day of school, as the year is starting off with just so much hope and for this to happen. Man, oh man.
It makes a person incredibly sad, incredibly angry.
And fearful.
Yeah, and you know, there are neighbors in this community who have witnessed things here, who have been trying to get information, also wanting to see how they can help. We did speak with one. Let's see if we can bring you that sound.
So we live about 2 blocks from here. I was on a call. All the windows of our home were open. I know what gunfire sounds like, and And I could tell, I was shocked. I said, there's no way that that could be gunfire. There was so much of it.
Yeah, the sounds, you probably never forget the sound of especially of a rifle like that going off. And then when you find out that it's at the school, that's when the panic starts to set in.
Of course,
on top of that.
yeah, absolute panic. And for these neighbors who are there in that community, you know, I mean, a church, a school, it's very much a part of the neighborhood to which it belongs.
Yeah.
As we say, these things do not happen in a vacuum. When you have someone assault a school community, in fact, other school communities are dealing with this too. We know that another Catholic school in Edina went on lockdown for a while, just out of an abundance of caution. I got an email from my son's school district.
Yeah, Our Lady of
saying,
Grace.
Yeah,
in
Edina.
In Edina.
It's in Edina. And then I got an email from my son's school district there in school today saying that for a period of time, out of an abundance of caution, they had extra security. So these sort of things ripple throughout an entire community. We do want to go to our Gordon Severson, who is live now reporting on this. Gordon, can you tell us where you are and what you've been able to determine?
Yeah, we're here at the corner of Grand Avenue and West Diamond Lake Road, and this is where police are going to be giving us an update in just a couple minutes here. We're expecting it at 10:30. You can see behind me here, there's just dozens of squad cars, a very strong police presence here. Behind us, on the other side that you can't see, dozens more police cars. And, you know, walking over here, I parked on kind of the other side of the school when I got to the scene and came over here to meet up with our photographer who's shooting this right now. And I saw just dozens of families, you know, meeting up with their kids. A lot of parents, you know, obviously panicking, seeing a lot of people that have obviously been crying all morning, a lot of emotions walking over here. And I'm sure of a relief from a lot of these parents finally getting to meet up with their kids. And so we're hoping to get some information, some more updated information from police in just a few minutes. I did see a squad pull up here that, you know, might be them, but it's any minute now, so we're going to keep, you know, here at the scene and get you whatever updates we can in just a few minutes.
All right, Gordon, thank you very much. Yeah, stand by. That press conference here is set to start. It's scheduled for 10:30. You know, these things don't always start on time. Yes. Obviously, it's active situation, so they're still gathering information and details, but it should be beginning here within the next few minutes. And then we have another press conference from HCMC planned for 11 o'clock. We should know more about the victims then as well.
Many of those victims taken to HCMC. And you're right. I mean, it's a fluid situation as we're trying to bring you information. It's a fluid situation for Minneapolis Police. They are constantly getting new information. They want to make sure the information that they provide to the community is accurate, because that is so important at this point. You want people in the community to know what has happened, to feel safe. And at this point, what they can tell you is that this situation is under control. The shooter is among the people dead. I asked Lou Raguse, do we know if the shooter took his own life or if there was a confrontation with police officers? At this point, we don't know. That is always, of course, something that you do want to get answers to in a situation like this. Also, the number of casualties. When I say casualty, I don't simply mean those who are deceased. We know that there are people being treated for their injuries as well. So these are questions that we still have. And I'm sure they're also trying to work inside the school. We've seen a number of law enforcement come and go from inside that school, of laying out a timeline, what happened, where, and when. Yes.
The initial reports were 20 casualties potentially, but that number is going to fluctuate. You know, things get lost, as Lou mentioned, in the fog of war. You hear the initial reports, and then those numbers are adjusted once investigators receive new information. So probably doesn't make any sense to even give a number here until we hear it officially from police, which in that press conference, which is set to start here in just a couple of minutes. But we have heard from our Lou Raguse, confirmed by police sources, that at least 3 people are dead, including the shooter, and unfortunately a child included among the dead.
Just awful. Again, he, I think wisely, was being careful as to not give an age or grade level of that child until everyone is accounted for, until parents are reunited with their children. We certainly do not want to cause anyone undue stress or panic, as I know this morning that for about 2.5 hours now, this school community has been going through absolute trauma after a mass shooting at their church and school. Let's see what we can see there now. The crime scene team just pulling up. These are the forensic folks from law enforcement who will go in, who will gather evidence, who will do all of that sort of scientific work to build a case and build a timeline and really help law enforcement understand what happened here.
Yes, also going to be interesting to see what the motive was. The shooter is down, so we're not going to hear from him or her, but as the investigation continues, why would someone carry out such a heinous attack on a church, on a school, on the second day of school? I mean, those are all questions that have to be answered here in the coming days, that we hope will be answered here in the coming days.
Certainly. I mean, there is no good reason. There is absolutely not a reason that would make sense to any rational person, but it is important to try and get to the bottom of how this happened, why this happened, were there signs? And so these are all things that law enforcement is right now beginning the work of answering. These are long-term investigations with a lot of different sources of information. First priority in a situation like this, securing the scene, making sure people are safe. The victims, getting kids reunited with parents, that we're told is still an ongoing process right now. They're taking people in groups. But then the long process of piecing together the details of the crime begins.
So we should be getting more information here from Minneapolis Police in the next few minutes. There was a press conference scheduled for 10:30. You obviously forgive them for their tardiness here. They're obviously gathering more information, trying to speak to folks and trying to make sure they have all their information together before they announce anything to the public. But we are standing by for that press conference here at 10:30 or anytime soon. It should be here in the next few minutes.
At any point. Actually, Lou said that they've just changed the location of that news conference, so we may be waiting a little while longer.
Maybe a little bit longer, yeah. And for anybody watching this morning, I'm sure parents of the kids at that school are already aware of what's going on, but the Reunification Center, 55th and Lyndale, they have resources waiting there for people, victim service teams on site to help people through what is an absolute tragedy for this community.
Yeah, you heard that neighbor speak just a short while ago, talking about hearing a large number of gunshots, something he recognized and was shocked and said, wait, that couldn't be gunshots. Mm-hmm. This, it's a quiet community, Tangletown. It's densely populated, but a quiet, really tight-knit community. And then later to learn that, those shots are coming from a church and school. I'm being told that, well, I'm not sure what our video there is. We may have been trying to see the Reunification Center, but right now we are looking at crime scene photos or crime scene team on site. And here is the Reunification Center.
You can see the anguish on people's faces, just awful.
I have said it before. You see that woman clutching her chest. When you know your child or your grandchild or your loved one has been a part of something like this, every moment you wait to reunite with them feels like a lifetime. Every single one of these people is not going to feel that their kids are safe until they can hug them, put hands on them, and just let them know how much they love them.
Yeah, as a parent, and I'm not a parent,
Mm-hmm.
Lauren, obviously you are, but you wake up and you send your kid to school, and back in the day when we were kids, you never doubted that you were going to come home safe.
Yeah.
But the way things have evolved over the last couple of decades here, nowadays, you send your kid off to school, and you do have that thought in the back of your mind of, what if this happens? What if that happens? Oh, that can't happen here. It's never going to happen here, until it does happen here, until it does come to your backyard. And now these parents are going to have to deal with the aftermath of that. These kids are going to have to deal with the aftermath of that.
It is such a good point, and it's something communities throughout our entire country have dealt with for years now. Now a school community in South Minneapolis dealing with this. And I think parents can relate to this. Your little kids go to school and you get the email saying that they're going to be doing the active shooter drill that day. And your heart just sinks a little because you think it's so horrible that they have to do that, and you just pray that they'll never ever have to use those skills.
Yeah.
And at this community, today they did.
Yeah, man, it's heart-wrenching. It's absolutely heart-wrenching. Mm-hmm. This you just have no words. And for as often as this happens in America nowadays, every time it's just a shock to the system. It's just gutting, because you know that, like you mentioned, kids are going to have to deal with the aftermath of it, and the community is going to have to heal from this. And some of these kids may have injuries that are life-changing. Some of these adults at the school, instructors and whatnot, may have these injuries that are life-changing.
Yeah, and you know, teachers, in this case it may have been in the church, so perhaps pastors or clergy, they're put in this situation of having to protect these young children. You know, I think as a parent you are so grateful to the teachers for all that they do for your kids, and then you know that in a situation like this, they could be responsible for these kids' lives. And so we have put so much pressure on teachers and clergy and other people who are involved in their lives to not only teach and comfort, but protect in situations like this. You know, we were talking about church communities and how tight-knit they are, and how that is so much a place of peace and hope for people. And earlier today at HCMC, we were able to speak to a pastor who grew up in this neighborhood, but is actually a pastor, a Catholic priest at a different church, who came to the hospital to be with families. Let's hear a little bit of that.
Well, I'm pastor as well at St. Olaf downtown, and when I got the news of the mass shooting at Annunciation, I thought I'd come down to HCMC to comfort the parents or whoever's here, just to be a presence from the Archdiocese with them.
What was your thought when you heard about what happened?
It was horrific. And I grew up in that parish, so it has meaning to me now, but it shouldn't be happening. And what happened on 8th and Hennepin this morning, Lake Street yesterday, something's got to happen here in the city to stop this.
That was Bishop Kevin Kenny there, and he did mention the other shootings that happened, and that's something we were talking about all morning long, if you watched Sunrise this morning, of the 3 shootings that happened over the course of 16 hours or so in Minneapolis. You had one in broad daylight yesterday around 1 o'clock, a person shooting at a group of people, 6 people injured, 1 person killed there. And then later on that night, around 10 o'clock, another person killed in Minneapolis. And then just a few hours later, about 4 hours later, 2 o'clock in the morning, yet another person shot and killed. So it has been a violent 24 hours here in Minneapolis, and this only adds to the pain that the community has seen over the last couple of days.
Right, and then the most recent shooting, this mass shooting at shortly after 8 o'clock this morning at a church and school in the Tangletown neighborhood of Minneapolis. We have been sharing this throughout the morning. We shared it on Sunrise as well. But that mass shooting yesterday afternoon happened across the street from a high school, Cristo Rey High School in Minneapolis. Yet another group of kids, this time teenagers, it's a high school, who were in the middle of their school day and heard gunshots. I mean, the audio of that was shared, dash cams from the community picked it up, 30 gunshots. So kids at that high school heard the shooting yesterday, and now younger kids, this is a K-8 school, Annunciation school, faced with gunfire this morning in their safe place, in their school and church community. We do have public officials reacting to this throughout the morning. Many of the people who represent this area, Senator Amy Klobuchar, I believe, recently tweeted out a statement saying, "I am heartbroken by the horrific violence at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis this morning. My prayers are with the students, teachers, and families, and I am grateful for the first responders who are on the scene."
Yeah, I've heard a number of statements. We've heard from the governor, Governor Walz, we've heard from Mayor Frey, President Trump also chiming in on social media as well. Trying to pull that up here. Also hearing from the director of the FBI, Kash Patel. We are aware of reports of a shooting at a Catholic school in Minnesota. FBI agents are on scene, and we ask everyone to keep potential victims, civilians, or law enforcement in harm's way in your prayers. The FBI will provide updates as more information becomes available. Again, that's from FBI Director Kash Patel.
And this was President Trump on Truth Social. "I have been fully briefed on the tragic shooting in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The FBI quickly responded and they are on the scene. The White House will continue to monitor this terrible situation. Please join me in praying for everyone involved."
You know, the eyes of the nation probably on Minnesota right now, and you never wake up expecting for this to happen in your backyard. You see the news and you see it happen in other cities and other states, and you never know the impact of it until it hits close to home like this. And you could just, the heaviness, the weight that it puts on you and puts on the community is just, it's gut-wrenching.
Yeah, I mean, you feel it right now.
Yeah.
I feel it. Every single person watching feels that. When you know that kids have been targeted in their place of learning, it is a truly horrific thing. This has happened around the country in every type of city, town, neighborhood, and school. Parochial schools like this one, public schools, colleges, elementary schools, big towns, small towns, the city of Minneapolis. So there really is nowhere that is immune from this type of violence.
It's everywhere. Can happen anywhere. Let's get back out to our Jessica Hart. She is live on the scene right now. Jessica, I understand you're seeing canines in the area. What's going on?
Yeah, Jason, we saw about 3 canines walking up and down Garfield Avenue here, just kind of searching for any evidence. We actually saw one of the officers and his canine go into the back of a business. They're just kind of combing the area, searching the area. Now, we did have the crime scene team kind of arrive on scene here about 20 minutes ago. And about 10 minutes before they arrived, we actually saw a huge law enforcement presence walk down West 54th Street. I saw ATF, FBI. You were asking about bomb squad earlier. I also saw people in bomb squad vests, Homeland Security, state troopers. I was told those officers were not leaving the scene. They were just relocating somewhere else. The state trooper couldn't tell me exactly where, but there were dozens of law enforcement officers walking down this street in unison. Now, they have still kept a perimeter around the school here. It hasn't really lightened up. We've seen what appears to be some school officials just standing out front here. Now, the 2 ambulances that were parked where the crime scene team is, they've since left, but there are still at least 5 ambulances on site here as families are still reuniting with one another. We haven't seen people walk out from, I've been told they've been kind of staying in the gym, walking out from back behind the gym in about 10 minutes or so, but I did speak with one woman who lives nearby. She was actually with her grandson just out in the yard, and she heard 3 rounds of shots. When she heard that 3rd round of shots, she said she took her grandson inside to her daughter's house. Her daughter didn't necessarily believe it at first, but then they heard the sirens and they knew that something terrible had happened. Now, she had actually come to school here. She got married nearby at the church. Her kids went to school here. So to see this happen in her neighborhood, she told me, it's just unimaginable that she saw this. Another woman I also talked with who didn't want to go on camera actually helped escort some of the kids out of the school to safety, and she said she will never forget the look on one of the little girls' faces who was just worried about her siblings. She said she couldn't stop talking about her siblings, and just the fear in her eyes is something that she feels will forever stay with her. Now, there were some people kind of over in this area who were just waiting to get word to see if their loved one that they knew inside was okay, and they found out that this person was. We just actually saw someone walk outside of the school here and just kind of looks like collapsing on the ground. It looks like fire EMS is kind of going over to see if she's okay, but I think she is just kind of reeling from what had happened inside. She's just kind of laying on the ground there. So that just kind of shows you how emotional and difficult this scene is. She just made it only a few steps out of the school before she kind of collapsed into what appeared to be a coworker or a friend's arms. Now, there have been more people kind of walking in and out the front entrance of the school. Looks like school personnel. We've seen police kind of coming in and out here, but there's still that really heavy presence around the perimeter of the school, and just more and more people seem to kind of be coming down, seeing what's going on. They heard what was happening and they just wanted to come be here. Some people, as I mentioned earlier, know people who went to school here or just wanted to see if there was anything they could do to help people in this situation. But again, we are here at the intersection of Garfield Avenue and West 54th Street. We did see some police officers search the neighborhood with canines. They went into the back of a business. And we've also seen just dozens of officers kind of walking down the street here together in unison. So it's still a very somber scene. When you see the kids come out, it's been a while since they've come out from this area. It's just the look of fear and just blank stares across their face, just at the horror that they have just been through. So Lauren, as soon as we learn anything, we'll let you and Jason know immediately. Back to you.
Oh my goodness. Jessica, thank you for that reporting. You paint just such a vivid and horrible picture of the emotion people are experiencing there. A woman collapsing as she walks out of the school. One must imagine from the stress, from the trauma.
Yeah, easy to become overwhelmed by grief of the current situation, knowing what occurred in that building, knowing that people died in that building. I can understand completely that reaction. Just really, really terrible stuff. Again, we are waiting for a press conference here that's supposed to start any minute now from Minneapolis Police. We're told that Chief Brian O'Hara is on the scene right now. So we're going to expect to hear from him and other officials very, very soon here.
At the same time, we are also waiting to hear from doctors at HCMC who have been treating victims, more on the conditions of the people who were taken to the trauma center there. And, you know, condolences continue to pour in, as well as statements from public officials. This from Katie Cashman, a Minneapolis city councilor, who says this morning at Annunciation Church and Catholic school, someone shot and wounded multiple children and staff while they attended morning mass. At this moment, the shooter is contained. Our office is closely monitoring the situation. We have been given a variety of numbers from a variety of sources about the number injured this morning. We're going to be careful with those at this point because this is a situation that is so fluid that even the officers on scene, even law enforcement, is trying to get a handle of what exactly they're dealing with. Lou Raguse tells us from high-level sources that 3 people are dead, including the shooter, and most tragically, including at least 1 child.
Yeah, unimaginable tragedy out there. We're still waiting for the number of total victims. We should hear from HCMC, that press conference scheduled for 11 o'clock. I don't know if they're going to push that back at this point because we still haven't heard from MPD. Obviously, this is still a very fluid situation. Information still coming in to investigators, so apologize for the timing of all this, but in terms of the times of the press conferences and whatnot. But we will get that information to you as soon as it becomes available. As soon as they're up and standing up at the mic, we will be sure to bring that to you. But again, 3 people, according to Lou Raguse and his law enforcement sources, have passed away, including the shooter, and most tragically, that child.
Yes, and we do know others were injured. At this point, we just don't know how many. You are looking now at a live picture from the scene, as well as a map to put into perspective where we are there. You can see Annunciation Church. This is in the Tangletown neighborhood of Minneapolis on 54th Street, west of 35W. And then you can see the Reunification Center on there around 54th and Lyndale. That's where parents are going to reunite with their children. Something Jessica Hart has been witnessing for a long time now as kids are reuniting with their parents. And our Audrey Rousseau sent out just a photo, which to me was so incredibly poignant and heartbreaking.
Striking, very striking.
Striking, yes, that's a great word for it. These are little children. This is a K-8 school. There was a child walking hand in hand with a Minneapolis police officer that barely came up to his elbow. These are little kids, and some were also holding hands with their parents, you know, who are undoubtedly are so relieved that they are safe, but also incredibly traumatized by the fact that they have been wondering now for hours about their kids, and knowing that their kid is going to have a long road ahead. A child who's witnessed and experienced something like this is going to be affected by it.
That's not trauma that goes away very easily. That takes a long time, especially if you're seeing your classmates wounded in front of you. You're having the fear of having to hide in a desk or barricade a door. That's not something that that's not something anybody should be experiencing, much less a child. So, I mean, you think of the aftermath of this and what it's going to do to these kids' psyches. You know, Jessica was saying that she saw these kids walking out and just blank expressions on their faces. You could see the fear on their faces, and that's not going away anytime soon. These kids go to school thinking that it's a place of safety, it's a place of fun, it's a place of learning, and they're not going to see it that way for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, and a church community also is so important to people, people who have been longtime parishioners of Annunciation Church. These are people who are going to be impacted by it. There is an 8:15 Mass every Wednesday morning at Annunciation Church, and this morning we're told by multiple people there was an all-school Mass happening at that time, a back to school mass. I said earlier, I went to Catholic school. That back to school mass is something that is, a universal experience for the school. You come together, you sing, you pray for a great year ahead, and you're thankful to be back together. And today, according to law enforcement, according to Richfield police, a person all in black with a rifle walked in and opened fire.
Yeah, and with this happening, religion and all that is going to be something you have to lean on. You have to lean on that faith in the aftermath of that, because what else can you rely on? A lot of people go to church for that comfort, and it's that same church building, it's that same church community that you have to rely on to help you get through this tragedy.
That's why I thought it was so interesting and so impactful that Catholic priest, who is from the area, grew up near Annunciation Church, and is now, I believe he said, a priest at St. Olaf Church in Minneapolis, walked over to HCMC to be there with the parents, to just offer comfort and prayer with them as they waited for word on their loved ones.
Yeah, and we're going to need a lot of that from our community to help lift up these families, help lift up these parents, help lift up these kids, because they're going to be going through a lot here in the aftermath of this. So the community is going to be necessary and crucial to help us through this tragedy.
Gordon Severson is also at the scene, saying he's seeing multiple current city council members at the scene, trying to get updates from police at the scene. They're also waiting near the press conference. We are awaiting a news conference from Minneapolis Police. We're told Chief O'Hara is on the scene. They're going to answer the questions that they can. This is early in their investigation. First step is make sure the area is secure, make sure victims are accounted for, make sure these children are reunited with their families. Second step is piecing together this investigation. Who is this gunman who we are told is dead? What led to this shooting? Did the gunman act alone? There are so many questions that they do need to piece together. Now, earlier we had some reports, unconfirmed, that there may have been some sort of explosive devices. Lou Raguse said his sources had not confirmed that from him. A photojournalist at the scene, David Peterlin's, telling us he has seen St. Paul PD rolling in with a bomb squad unit. So if that may be a precautionary thing at this point. We don't want to cause any alarm, likely precautionary, but this is the sort of thing that our crews on the scene are seeing.
You would figure if there was an active device there, the area would be evacuated and whatnot. So that may completely be precautionary.
Yeah, because there are blocks, about 2 blocks, Lou said, in terms of a perimeter. But as you can see, our cameras are relatively close to the front doors of the school. We do have Lou Raguse back on the phone, who has been talking to sources all morning. Lou, what can you tell us? What have you learned?
Well, right now I'm making my way over to the area where the presser is, the press conference where Chief O'Hara is expected to give us some confirmed details. And I'll just explain kind of what the scene is like around here. So Jessica has been doing a lot of reporting. Okay.
Lou, it sounds like the news conference is about to get started. You see Chief O'Hara and Mayor Fry there. We're going to listen in.
There are no words that can capture the horror and the evil of this unspeakable act. Children are dead. There are families that have a deceased child. You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation. We are a Minneapolis family. But to everybody out there, do not think of these as just somebody else's kids. Those families are suffering immense pain right now. Think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance. These are the sort of basic assurances that every family should have, every step of the day, regardless of where they are in our country. I'm so deeply saddened, and I'm so sorry to the families that I know are suffering right now. My ask is to everyone, stand by them, love them. These families have forever been changed, and we've all been changed with them. We need to do everything possible to support them through this time. We have a family resource center that has been set up. I'm grateful for all of the law enforcement agencies from a number of different jurisdictions, all the different departmental support that we've received. They're going to be working tirelessly. There's also a family resource center that is being set up as we speak to make sure that we're there for everybody. Again, to the families that are suffering, to those that have experienced loss, I'm so deeply sorry. We're going to be with you every step of the way. We love you. This kind of act of evil should never happen, and it happens far too often. The chief will provide additional details.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N, O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. Earlier today, just before 8:30 a.m., our city experienced an unthinkable tragedy. Minneapolis police officers responded to a report of a shooting at a mass that was happening at the Annunciation Roman Catholic Church on the block behind me. This worship service was marking the first week of school for children that are attending the Annunciation Catholic School. During the Mass, a gunman approached on the outside, on the side of the building, and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the Mass. Shooting through the windows, he struck children and worshipers that were inside the building. The shooter was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible. Police officers from the Minneapolis Police Department immediately responded, entered the church, and attempted to provide first aid and rescue some of the children that were hiding throughout the building, while other first responders came and EMS responded to rush victims to nearby hospitals. 2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews. Their parents have been notified. 17 other people were injured, 14 of them being children. 2 of those children are in critical condition. The coward who fired these shots ultimately took his own life in the rear of the church. Our hearts are broken for the families who have lost their children, for these young lives that are now fighting to recover, and for our entire community that has been so deeply traumatized by this senseless attack. We will stand together to protect our children, our schools, and our houses of worship. This deliberate act of violence is just a sign of cruelty that is beyond comprehension. Our hearts are broken for everyone that's been affected by this tragedy. As we begin the difficult path of healing, I want the community to know this, that even in the face of such evil, the Minneapolis Police Department and all of our law enforcement partners stand with our community. We stand with these families and with this parish. We will continue to be here for you. With that, the investigation is obviously in its preliminary stages, and I will attempt to take some questions to provide further information.
Chief, what can you tell us about the suspect in this case? How old was he? Any kind of motivation? Any notes or any other information you might have left behind?
So we were looking, the question was, what can be said about the shooter? We believe it is one suspect, a sole shooter. We believe he is deceased. He is in his early 20s, does not have an extensive known criminal history, and we are looking through information left behind to try and determine some type of motive.
Chief, do we know if he was a former student? Do you have about
how many children? There were, I don't have an exact, the question was how many children at the school. There were dozens of children inside the mass at the time. I don't have an exact count. The children have been relocated into the school, which is where their families are reunifying with them.
do we know if the shooter,
other than the weapons, what
was a shooter a student, former student? Was he a former employee? Do we know that?
The question was, do we know if the shooter was a former school employee or a former student? We don't have that information.
Did he leave anything behind other than the weapon? Either like a note?
There's a vehicle. The question was anything left behind? There's a vehicle that we believe that the suspect used that is being searched, and we will be conducting other searches related to this.
And what was that vehicle and where was it parked?
Inside the parking lot here.
There was some neighbors who said that the door to the church had been barricaded.
Yep.
Is that correct?
So the question was, neighbors had said that the door to the church had been barricaded. The shooter approached on one side of the church building, and on that side, at least two doors, it appears there had been like a 2x4 placed. So not all of the doors around the building, but on the side where the shooter did fire.
And on the outside?
On the outside, yes.
Is there a reason why officers are going?
Were there any explosives that were found?
The question was there any explosives? There were reports of that. There were no explosives or improvised devices that we found. I do believe there was one, I guess you would call it a smoke bomb, like not an explosive, but a sort of a firework that would release smoke.
And which side of the building? North, south?
The side that is closest to us, here, on this side. Yeah.
Is there a reason why agents are also at these nearby homes?
I don't have specific information on that I can release.
Was he dead from a gunshot wound, this suspect?
The question was, is he dead from a gunshot wound? The answer is yes. We believe he took his own life in the parking lot.
Was this outside or both inside that he was shooting?
The question was he shooting outside and inside? He was absolutely shooting outside of the building on the side of the church, inside through the windows. It appears he may have gone inside, but I don't believe we've located any casings inside the building. So I'm not certain if he fired also while inside. It appears, if not all, most of the shooting happened outside the building.
Chief, is this shooting related to any other shootings that happened in the last 24
So,
hours?
yeah, Taylor's asking, is this related to any of the other shootings? This does not appear to be related to any other shooting in the city.
Do you know approximately how many rounds were fired?
The question was how many rounds? I would say it's in the dozens. We don't have an exact count. There's a sidewalk on the outside as well as a grassy area, so obviously we are going through and taking our time to process the scene.
Was he firing just one weapon, like the rifle? Or
The question was he firing one weapon? We believe he had fired all three. He had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol.
Chief, was this individual licensed to conceal and carry? Did he have any background prior?
Were the weapons, was he lawfully carrying the weapons? I don't have that information, and I don't have any information on any significant criminal history either.
Was he dressed at all in any tactical type of gear or anything?
It appeared he had some black clothing on, his cargo type pants. I guess you could interpret that as, however you like.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for helping us to get the information out today. We have a lot
No more
work
questions?
that needs to be done. We will return back later today to provide more details as they become available, and we'll let you know how you can know about that in the moments to come. Thank you. How can the public help?
That's it.
Okay, we are just listening to a news conference from Mayor Jacob Fry, Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara, and oh my goodness, the information shared was, I think, worse than what we even anticipated here. The headline, Chief O'Hara confirming that there were 17 people injured, 14 of them children, 2 of them in critical condition, and sadly, 2 children were killed in this shooting.
An 8-year-old and a 10-year-old killed while they were sitting in the pews. They were there for a mass. This mass was marking the first week of school. All these kids gathered around, worshiping, and then this gunman approaches from the side of the building, apparently barricades a couple of the doors outside of the building, and then starts shooting this rifle through the windows.
Yeah, shooting through the windows, dozens of shots fired. They don't know exactly how many yet. We're told that the suspect was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. He was wearing all black. And then that suspect took his own life in the rear of the church. He died of what police believe was a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Brian O'Hara, the police chief, says the calls came in just before 8:30 a.m. about a shooting at a mass. When MPD first responders came in, they came and tried to assist children, some of whom were hiding in the building, as you would imagine. We don't know exactly how many kids were inside the church at the time of this shooting. Dozens. He said it was the school community gathered together, as you said, Jason, to celebrate the beginning of the school year with a mass. And now, simply hours later, this happened just before 8:30 a.m., 2 of those children, an 8 and a 10-year-old, are dead. 14 others are injured, 2 critical, and then there were an additional 3 people injured as well.
Yeah, not too much about the suspect. We don't know too much about the suspect, and we do know he's in his early 20s, no extensive criminal history, left behind a vehicle, and Chief O'Hara said other searches are coming. We don't know if there's any notes or a manifesto or anything like that, but the chief does say more searches are coming. Also, no devices found. The chief did say that there was a smoke bomb or a firework that emitted smoke of some sort, probably something that the shooter was going to use to disorient folks in the building. But the chief also said most of the shooting happened inside of the building. It seems as if he fired most of the shots through the window. At some point may have gone inside, but no evidence that there was a lot of shots fired from inside of the building. Most of what he did was from outside of the building.
Yeah, and MPD still at this point trying to piece this together. This is very early on. As you said, they're conducting multiple searches. There was a car that the shooter used that is left at the scene that police officers are going through right now. At this point, they don't know if the guns he had, again, a rifle, a pistol, and a shotgun, were obtained legally, if he was legally allowed to carry those. But he was an adult with, they said, minimal criminal history, so likely was legally able to carry weapons. Again, you could hear the emotion, I think, in Chief O'Hara's voice. You could see the anger that Mayor Fry experienced as he talked about this shooting, this attack on children in Minneapolis, on a Minneapolis neighborhood, on Minneapolis families. And I think that's how everyone feels here. The mayor called it an act of evil against kids who were literally praying at that point.
You know, you hear in the aftermath of this thoughts and prayers to such and such community. And the mayor flat out said he doesn't want to talk about thoughts and prayers. Those kids were literally in that church praying when all this went down. And he mentioned that these families are forever changed and, quote, we are changed with them.
Asked, of course, for support for the school community, for the families of the wounded and the families of the deceased. There are families out there of an 8 and 10-year-old child right now who have gotten the worst possible news. They sent their kids to school this morning, and now they know that their 8 and 10-year-old are dead by a gunman inside the church.
That they're not coming home. It just, no words. No words. Man. So you just heard there in that press conference, again, just to recap here, this all happened just before 8:30, Minneapolis police getting that call, that gunman standing outside of the church, shooting through the windows, barricading a couple of the doors outside of the church. 17 injured here, 14 of them being children. And as you mentioned, Lauren, 2 children killed, 8 and 10 years old.
Yeah, we are awaiting a news conference from HCMC, who received some of these victims. We also have a statement from Children's Minnesota saying that they have 6 children there that they are treating. And now we are going to go to that news conference, I believe, at the hospital right now.
Here, Christine Hill with Public Relations here at Hennepin Healthcare. I have Dr. Tom Wyatt. He is the chair of emergency medicine here at Hennepin County Medical Center. Dr. Wyatt, he's going to give you an update.
Sure. Hi, everybody. My name is Tom Wyatt. I'm an emergency physician. I'm chair of emergency medicine here at Hennepin Healthcare. I'm here to provide you with a brief update of the care that was delivered here at Hennepin Healthcare related to this tragic event that occurred this morning. We first received a page that we were going to have a mass casualty incident at 8:46 a.m. this morning. That gave us time to mobilize all of our resources and prepare our teams. We are a level 1 trauma center, and we prepare and we train for this. Having said that these incidents are never easy. We've had 2 in the last 24 hours that have occurred, these mass casualty incidents. The one today, we received a total of 11 patients from this incident. 2 of them were adult patients, 9 pediatric patients. 4 of them required the operating room. And up to this point in time, there have been no fatalities related to any of those patients that were brought to our organization. I want to take a moment to tell you how proud I am to work for this organization and the teams that were involved, the resources, again, that were mobilized, our surgical colleagues, our medical medicine colleagues, our amazing nursing staff, our psychologists that help process these events for us, environmental services, all those involved. Hennepin EMS brought in all the critical patients from that scene to our organization, and we were very lucky to have 2 emergency medicine, emergency medical services directors that were on scene and able to provide us with really important information that, again, helped us to prepare for this event. So I don't have any individual or specific information about the patients at this time for you, so that's all I can share. Thank you for being here. Any questions?
So they were in critical condition?
7 were brought in as critical patients, and at this time, I don't know the updates on what the conditions are of many of them. 4 of them required the operating room, as I said.
There was a baby?
There were, again, 9 of the 11 patients were the pediatric ages. I can't remember the exact name, the exact ages. I believe it's 6 all the way up to 14. That's the range.
Can you tell us a little bit about what types of teams you had working this morning, how many people it takes to treat this?
Yeah, you know, whenever that type of a page goes out, again, it really puts into motion a lot of a big response from all of the teams. And so we are, because we're a level 1 trauma center, we have to, mobilize certain types of resources like, operating rooms and the surgical services. We have to have emergency providers and nurses. We have to, mobilize things like the laboratory and the blood bank. So there's a lot of planning, and again, a lot of exercises we do throughout the year to prepare for these events. And unfortunately, we respond to many of them throughout the year.
Can you talk about the injuries at all, or any type of what you're seeing here with some of these patients?
I can't get into specifics, but we are dealing with gunshot wound injuries from apparently a high-velocity weapon. And, gunshot wounds can be very problematic because they can involve multiple body systems. And again, they require a lot of resources to manage. But again, we see a lot of gunshot wounds here at Hennepin Healthcare, and we're among the best in the nation every year at managing penetrating trauma. So we are used to seeing them.
Can you tell us where the status of the 11, are any of them still in surgery?
I don't know the status of that. I can't share that with you at this time.
Was anyone shot more than once?
I can't share that information with you at this time.
Can you confirm the families of some of the victims have made their way here?
Yeah, we've had quite a bit of effort to stand up a Reunification center across the street here at our clinical specialty care building. And so to my knowledge, I believe all or almost all of the families and loved ones have been reunited with patients and know their status.
Do you know if anyone is being treated at any other locations?
My understanding was we had a lot of the non-critical patients that went to Children's Hospital, and I believe one went to Masonic Children's Hospital as well. I don't know the status of any of those patients.
Can you speak to the toll it takes on physicians here who have to handle these types of cases of mass casualty cases within hours?
Yeah, it does take a toll. Thank you for asking that. Asking that question. I think. Again, we have psychologists that we have dedicated to our emergency department to help with our providers and our nurses and other workers that manage these types of events. Again, we've had 2 mass casualty events happen in the last 24 hours. I mean, that does take a toll. But we also have to recognize that we are here as a critical resource for our community, and we have to take time to process, the care that we deliver in these situations, and we have to be able to move forward because we are obviously needed.
And none of those patients have been discharged?
Not to my knowledge.
You said there were 11 total, and 9 of them were pediatrics ages 6 to 14, but 7 were in critical condition. Are all of those that are pediatric, those 6 to 14, are all of those the critical condition, or are the ones that are older also in critical condition?
I don't want to misspeak here. I believe that all of the pediatric patients were the ones that were in the critical condition. Yes.
Did I get my numbers right in saying that the numbers?
You did.
Are?
You did.
Can you give us your specific title one more time, doctor?
It's Thomas Wyatt. Yeah, Chair of Emergency Medicine at Hennepin Healthcare.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Check out our newsroom too, because I will be posting the exact information on the patients, their conditions, just those general conditions and the numbers. The Hennepin Healthcare Newsroom. Thanks for coming.
Do you anticipate any other updates?
I'm hoping to give another update later. Just again, general conditions. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
And you just heard there from officials over at HCMC, Dr. Thomas Wyatt, talking about the medical response to all of this. They say they received the page at 8:46 a.m. They say their 11-1 trauma center, they were prepared for it, but it doesn't make it any easier, especially considering the fact that we just had a mass shooting yesterday, less than 24 hours ago, around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, where 6 people were shot. And so they were dealing with that already, and now this call comes in and just adds to the patient load and just adds to what they're dealing with over there. 11 patients right now at HCMC.
Yeah, and he had some details about those 11 patients. 2 of them are adults. 9 are pediatric patients, ages 6 to 14 years old. 7 of those patients, all pediatric, were in critical condition when they were brought in. He does not know what condition they're in now, but they were dealing with gunshot wounds, he said, from a high-velocity weapon. So the injuries that they were dealing with when children and 2 adults were brought to HCMC were gunshot wounds from a high-velocity weapon. We also know 6 others were brought to Children's Minnesota. Those children, he believed, were in non-critical condition.
Okay, so 17 total injured. Out of that 17, 14 being children. So that's the latest from HCMC. Let's get back out to our Lou Raguse. We have him on the phone to react to all this information that we're getting in. And, he's actually live out there. Lou, just your reaction to all this. What are you hearing out there in the field?
Well, I just listened to the same information you did, and I think you guys hit the nail on the head right off the bat when you said that this is as bad or as potentially worse than we were expecting based on the preliminary information. The 17 people shot is close to the 20 that we were initially hearing. Both of the victims who are deceased were children. I earlier had been told that one was a 4th grader, and that aligns with the 10-year-old along with the 8-year-old who are both deceased. I can speak a little bit to they mentioned high velocity weapon, because that mass shooting yesterday that we reported on involved high velocity gun rounds that were fired from an AR style. The ammunition is called .223, which is a common ammunition to fire from a weapon like that. What makes it much worse in a mass shooting situation like this is the damage that those rounds can do to the human body when shot. When I was interviewing this former FBI agent yesterday, I asked him to just compare to me if you were to be hit by a stray bullet from a weapon like that versus, say, a 9mm handgun, which is low velocity. He talked about how from a handgun, those are highly survivable wounds if it doesn't hit a major organ right away because of how much the round will slow down, even from hitting clothing and stuff like this. But a high velocity weapon, even shooting through a window like that, it causes so much damage to a person if they are hit by it. And it's much harder for the medical workers the surgeons to deal with once those patients are at the hospital. So I felt like it was encouraging news that none of the critical patients who've arrived at HCMC have died, and so far they have all survived, and that's in the early stages of the surgeries and everything that they're going through. That is encouraging news. Out here, I am similar to the spot that Jessica Hart was reporting from earlier. Behind me, you can see the school itself. I'll step off a little bit here so you can see the school itself is closest to us, and the church where the shooting took place is a little bit further back. You can see the steeple back there of the church to give you a little bit of a frame of reference of where this took place. And of course, as you heard from Chief O'Hara, everyone was gathered for that mass, so everyone was in one place. I heard one question at the news conference regarding motive of the shooter, and while, you know, as we think of the word motive, like what would drive somebody to do something like this, that may take time, I guess, to figure out. But one thing is clear is that the intention seemed to be to kill children, because this was a gathering of children all in one place. And as Chief O'Hara said, there were steps taken to block exits that people could have escaped from when the gunshots began, and obviously was an ambush style cowardly act, as Chief O'Hara put it, as the gunman was firing from a window, through the window, at the children inside. So outside here, you know, people are learning the bad news, as we all have officially, that 2 children have been killed, many others wounded, and outside it's really kind of eerily quiet, I would say, as people are shocked. People are showing up to see if there's anything that they can do. Yep, you got it. They're just extending the area, the crime scene, if you will, just to keep people from getting too close to the school itself as the investigation continues. Any questions you guys have, feel free to shoot them my way.
Lou, thank you for your reporting out there. Yeah, I think you bring up such a great point about the high velocity weapon and the type of damage that can do to a body. We just learned from HCMC, the 9 pediatric victims who were brought there between the ages of 6 and 14. So we think about the size of a 6-year-old and the damage a high velocity bullet from one of these rifles can do to that child. It is a credit to the emergency physicians at HCMC that they have been brought in. They were brought in critical, but at this point, everyone who was brought there is still alive. They are treating these children, 11 patients overall. And as Lou talked about, the chief calling this act cowardly, a man who pulled up to a church and fired through the windows at children inside praying.
I don't know if we still have Lou. I just wanted to kind of ask about the investigation process. We know the FBI there is on scene. Would they take over the investigation from here? How does that process work? If you can kind of take us behind the scenes of that.
That's a great question. It's best described as it'll be a multifaceted investigation. The federal authorities are the FBI and the ATF, and they are involved because it involves somebody illegally using a weapon, obviously. And so that part of the investigation will be figuring out where this gunman got that weapon, whether the gunman obtained it legally or not. Of course, he used it illegally, so that part is certain. They will handle mostly that part of the investigation, while it should remain a Minneapolis police investigation when it comes to the murder, the mass murder and attempted murders that occurred here at the church. And so multifaceted between Minneapolis Police, the FBI and the ATF, and there's even the BCA crime lab van, the mobile crime lab is back there to help with evidence collection. And so, like I said in my first phone call with you guys, it's really an all hands on deck. I saw even a Minnetonka police officer, there's Richfield police officers, you name it, offering an all hands approach. The investigation itself, though, will most likely at this point remain with Minneapolis Police with the help of ATF, the FBI, and the BCA.
And Lou, in his news conference, Chief O'Hara did say that there is a car on scene that they believe belonged to the gunman here, that they are searching. Have you been able to get eyes on that or seen the search of that car?
That's a great question, and no, I have not. The part where the shooting took place right now is the most well blocked off area for obvious reasons. If Gordon Severson is able to do a live hit with you, his crew over there with Mitchell Yale is the crew that's closest to that spot, so they would be ones to ask if they have eyes on that. One thing to note is that in a situation like this, they can get into a vehicle like that immediately to search because of exigent circumstances, emergent circumstances, and then they likely will get after they tow it away, a warrant to do a more comprehensive search of the vehicle. But the first thing they need to do is figure out if there are explosives or anything like that. And so I'm certain that's what the initial search of that vehicle consisted of. And then there'll be, more to be done after that, including whether there's any notes or anything left behind, additional weapons and so forth in the vehicle.
Lou, thank you for that insight, and thanks for your reporting out there. We're going to let you go now, continue to do some reporting at that area. This is a situation that's developing, although we certainly have gotten a lot of new information in about the last half hour. So Lou, thank you. One thing I do want to share, we received an email from a viewer who was a witness, they say, and I'm sharing this because I think it highlights the bravery of some of the people involved here. And this person, his name is Sean Olson, said he came up on the school and saw that the first few police officers were just getting there. Before I knew it, I was just west of the entrance to the church doors. He saw the kids piled up on each other, crouching with their heads down, and teachers huddled over the top of them, putting their lives at risk, and clearly scared. Meanwhile, he saw cops running in with their guns drawn and going straight into the church. And I just wanted to share that because I think that witness account highlights the bravery of teachers who are tasked not only with teaching kids, but in this situation, putting their own lives at risk to protect them. And also with officers not knowing what the situation is at this point and running in.
Yeah, officers, obviously are the first responders. That's why we call them first responders, the first to respond to the scene. They don't know what they're running into, but they run into it anyway because that is what they do. And as far as the teachers, I mean, you send your kid to school and you expect them to come back to you, and your teacher is that line of defense, in a way of that. They're protecting their students. They're there to be there for their students, and it just shows how much they care for those students, how much they care for their well-being. To pile on top of them, to be that literal human shield for them, just shows the selflessness of our educators.
Absolutely, it does. And I think, we've been focusing on the children who were hurt. Of course, we know that 2 children now were killed, an 8 and a 10-year-old. There were 17 injuries overall. Most of them were children, 14 of them. But that means that there are also adults who were injured. And we do not know who they are. Were they teachers? Were they teachers who were also in that church praying with children to start their school year, potentially putting themselves in harm's way?
So just to recap here, it's 11:30 here on this Wednesday, and we are continuing to follow this breaking news, this mass shooting, this senseless shooting that happened just before 8:30 this morning, happened during Mass over at Ascension Catholic Church. This Mass was marking the first week of school. The shooter approaches the school from the side of the school, barricades a couple of the doors, and starts firing shots into the windows there during this Mass, this second day of school Mass. He brought a shotgun, a rifle, and a pistol with him. He used the rifle to shoot through the glass. An 8-year-old and a 10-year-old killed in the process here. They're all sitting in the pews, and their lives end in just an instant.
At the same time, 17 people injured, including 14 children. We know from HCMC that 7 of them were critical when they were brought in there. Pediatric patients between the ages of 6 and 14, all with gunshot wounds from a high-velocity weapon, that rifle that you mentioned. And you heard the chief and the mayor both talking about the community and the need to sort of wrap them in love and support after such a traumatic thing. Just a short while ago, Chris Rapsky talked on the phone with former state senator, I should say, Jeff Hayden. His kids went to school at this K-8 school years ago, but he still can describe a little bit the community there and how they're a family. Let's listen in.
My daughter went there from the 1st to the 8th grade in the 2000s. She's 24 now, almost 24. My son went there for middle school. So we have a lot of friends and family, or what we consider family, that they have lifelong bonds. We have some friends right now that don't live too far from there that are in front of the school. And what my daughter told me was that they have mass every Wednesday, and then this is the welcome mass that they have on Wednesday. So the school or the cathedral, the church would have been full of the community as well as all of the children. All of the children would go to mass, and this would be their welcome mass, but they did it every week. So, the only thing we know is what you guys have, others have been reporting someone came in and started shooting. But the point of that, I guess, is that, it could have easily, in a different time been my own children or my friends' children, because all of the kids from kindergarten to 8th grade would be in that mass. This thing touches you, man, in ways, and every time it happens, that same stuff just all floods you, like the same feeling floods you. So I'm not sure what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, but I just think that the amount of gun violence that's happening in this country and the availability, sounds like this person had a rifle. I don't know if it's an AR or what. I've worked on this stuff, since at least I got back in the community because of gun violence. I worked on it after my sister died. I've worked on it legislatively and professionally, and it doesn't seem to be slowing down.
You hear former state senator Jeff Hayden talking about when his kids went there to Annunciation and the significance of that back-to-school welcome mass that they were experiencing this morning when a gunman started firing in through the windows at children in the pews.
It's supposed to be a moment of joy, a time of reunion after not seeing your friends for the entire summer. Everybody's in there to fellowship and to worship together and to sing together. And this is the very last thing you would ever expect on the second day of school. And as he mentioned, there's this feeling of helplessness. Where do you go from here? What do you do? This is something that keeps happening over and over in this country, and there's just this feeling of helplessness for so many people, especially parents that are sending their kids to school not knowing if they're going to make it back home.
Absolutely. It happens in communities across the country, all sorts of different types of school, big towns, small towns, now in the Tangletown neighborhood of Minneapolis at a Catholic elementary or a Catholic K-8 school there. We are continuing to follow this breaking news with reporters on the scene. We will be checking back with them in a short while. We do want to update you on the conditions of the people who were shot. We know that at least 7 of them were critical when brought in, 9 pediatric patients, 6 between the ages of 6 and 14, 2 adults. That was 11 patients, adds up to 11 patients brought to HCMC, another 6 at Children's Minnesota. Those were told non-critical injuries.
And you heard from the Dr. Wyatt that spoke there a few minutes ago. He was saying that this is the second mass shooting in the last 24 hours. It's enough to deal with one. We had a shooting yesterday where 6 people were shot in broad daylight, brought to the hospital. 1 person died. And now they're having to deal with this on top of that. It strains the resources. And, he kind of spoke to the emotion of it. I mean, as a doctor, you're seeing kids come in with these just horrific injuries, and you have to treat them, and you have to work to save their lives, and it's not easy. It's not easy at all.
And we are certainly thankful for their efforts. As he said, 11 patients brought in with gunshot wounds from a high-velocity weapon. All of those patients brought to HCMC are still alive.
Yes.
And so we are thankful to those doctors and nurses and staff there, as I'm sure these families are.
Still alive. Unfortunately, some of the wounds they have, those may never heal,
Mental,
which is great.
emotional,
Emotional,
trauma.
physical. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of that, our Jessica Hart has been at the school throughout this morning and has witnessed some of these reunifications. So emotional, so trying for these parents who have spent hours just waiting to be reunited with their kids. Jessica, what are you seeing now?
Lauren, we got pushed back about a block from where we were earlier this morning. So we were down there by 54th and Garfield. Police asked all of us to move back as they kind of expanded the perimeter of this scene. You can see they're still kind of blocking off all of the entrances to the school, but it's not as many first responder vehicles as we saw earlier this morning. About 3 FBI agents just walked right by us. I asked if they were kind of headed home for the day, and they simply said no. So from that reaction, I could tell that they're going to be here for a while. I also talked with a woman who lives just a few houses down. She was not home during the time of the shooting, but she tells me that her children were, and they heard everything. She says they don't go to school here. They go to Wyndham, and they start school next week. And what's really scaring her right now is just the motive. She wants to know, why would someone do this? Did they go to school here? Did they live nearby? I know those were questions that were asked at the press conference that we're still waiting and working to get an answer on. Now, right now, the scene over here is really quieted down quite a bit here. We haven't seen really any families walking this way in quite some time as police have expanded the perimeter here. Now they're not letting anyone get in or out of this area, so they are letting vehicles leave. We are right next to a grocery store, Kowalski, so they're letting cars get out, but no one is allowed to come in. Police also keep walking up and down the streets here, just kind of patrolling the area. It doesn't look like they're searching for any evidence as they were this morning. We saw kind of canines walking around here. And something else too is that all the officers and law enforcement, they're walking in groups. We just saw kind of a couple of groups walk down the street. I haven't seen anyone really walking around this scene by themselves. Now we've seen Minneapolis Police, Park Police, Minneapolis Fire, ATF, FBI, Homeland. We did see someone with bomb squad earlier today as well, even though the police chief, Brian O'Hara, confirmed there were no explosives found on this scene here. It's still a very active scene, but it has quieted down quite a bit since that press conference wrapped up, but people are still patrolling the area. It looks like school officials have been coming in and out of the school building as well, but still 2 people at the front entrance. There's another police officer at a secondary entrance. So it's been very quiet over here. We haven't seen too much action. So as soon as we see something new or learn something a little bit different, we'll keep you updated. And actually, as I just kind of said that, I'll have to step out of the way here shortly. There's a Red Cross vehicle actually making its way down here to probably set up to help people who are in need. So I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, Jessica, thank you for your reporting there on the scene throughout the morning. Appreciate it. You know, we do have reporters all around that area. That includes our Gordon Severson, who was at that news conference with Mayor Fry and Chief O'Hara. He's on the side of the building, I believe, Gordon, closest to where this gunman opened fire through windows. And I'm curious what you can tell us about the investigation happening there, and if you have been able to see this vehicle that police are searching that the gunman supposedly left behind.
Yeah, I haven't been able to see anything at the church. We actually just did an interview just a second ago, just down the street here, that I wanted to share with you all. We spoke with a woman who is a nanny for a few kids, and she was actually driving to work this morning and just happened to be kind of at the wrong place at the wrong time, drove through this scene just after it had happened, and she kind of got roped into the scene and was kind of told that she has to kind of stay in this area, and her car is still there by the school. She actually, called her mom, and her mom is here with her, and just kind of dealing with this whole situation. And she was, obviously very, emotional, working with kids herself. She didn't quite know exactly what was going on when she got caught up in this scene and was told she couldn't leave for her own safety. And, during the interview, her mom shared just one of those heartbreaking moments with us, saying that she got the call just a couple, hour or so ago from her daughter saying, Mom, I want you to know I'm safe, but something terrible happened happened, and I'm stuck here and I'm afraid. And she said that's the call that you just never want to receive as a parent, and she stayed on the line with her daughter, talking her through it. She talked, this nanny, this young woman talked about seeing these parents running into the school, bringing their kids out, and just the emotional nature of that. And she said it just really took a toll on her, seeing so many parents going in one after the other, and those families reuniting after all of this that happened. And so she's, just a couple feet from us right now in the shade, just kind of processing everything. And I'm sure there's just hundreds of people that, didn't have kids that go to the school, go to this church, but are in the neighborhood or caught up in this. It's just amazing to think of how many people were affected by this, that, indirectly in other ways, and a lot of emotions here, a lot of people just trying to process what's going on. I'm sure a lot of parents watching this right now, getting their kids ready for school, trying to process all of this right now. And so it's just, really heavy being here at the scene, and just, just a few hundred feet away from us, knowing what happened and still figuring everything out and getting the details from police. I know all of us that are parents here at the station are also trying to figure this out as well.
Yeah. Gordon, thank you for sharing that. You talk about phone calls no one wants to get. Let's keep at the forefront the phone call or the in-person visit that two families got today, the family of an 8 and a 10-year-old who were killed in this shooting while sitting in the pews there. And Gordon, we will let you go, continuing to report on this from the scene, but you can't imagine. It is absolutely incomprehensible, the grief and the shock that they must be feeling right now, that they sent their kids off for the beginning of the school year. These are parents who chose Annunciation School, and likely because they appreciated the tight-knit community, the church community, and their kids are sitting in the pews worshiping for the back-to-school mass, and a gunman comes and shoots through the window.
They probably thought it was a safe place. It's a church building. It's a place that provides that comfort that maybe a public school wouldn't provide, and that's obviously not the case here this morning. And you wonder, other parents tomorrow morning, when you wake your kids up and it's time for them to go to school, this is going to be in the back of your mind, no doubt, because these parents this morning had no idea they were going to wake up this morning and send their kids off to school, this 8-year-old and this 10-year-old, and they weren't going to come back home later this afternoon.
Absolutely. Now, to mention that there are families of other children now sitting at the hospital as they undergo surgeries and treatment for gunshot wounds. Just to bring everyone up to speed here, the gunman in this situation is dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Police believe at this point he was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. At this point, they have no real indication of a motive or any connection to this school or the school community. They are doing searches trying to learn more about that. They do know he was in his early 20s and he does not have an extensive criminal history. So this investigation is still in its very early phases. So as the community wraps around these families, as the hospitals and the medical professionals work on healing these children's bodies, and the three adults who were wounded, healing their bodies, the police investigation is just now beginning to piece together the tragedy that happened this morning at Annunciation Church and School.
We heard from Mayor Fry during that press conference. We heard from Chief O'Hara. He gave all the details. We heard from Mayor Fry to begin the press conference, and I think emotional is safe to say. I think he was angry. We'll let you hear that and hear what he had to say about the situation.
There are no words that can capture the horror and the evil of this unspeakable act. Children are dead. There are families that have a deceased child. You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation. We are a Minneapolis family. But to everybody out there, do not think of these as just somebody else's kids. Those families are suffering immense pain right now. Think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance.
I've rarely seen him that emotional. I've been here for about 3 years and seen many press conferences and many statements from him, but you could see just how much this tragedy today was just getting to him. And he talked about how these kids were literally praying. We talk about thoughts and prayers. These kids were literally praying when this happened.
Yeah, absolutely, making that point. And it's not just emotion, it's anger. I mean, the fact that this happened in his community to Minneapolis families. And I think that's the feeling so many of us have. You see these situations and people want to know the motive, want to know the why, when in fact there is no rational good reason for this. It's evil. It is an act that should never happen. And Chief O'Hara touched on that as well, talking about this as a cowardly act, as an act of evil. Let's hear what he had to say.
This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible. Police officers from the Minneapolis Police Department immediately responded, entered the church, and attempted to provide first aid and rescue some of the children that were hiding throughout the building, while other first responders came and EMS responded to rush victims to nearby hospitals. 2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews. Their parents have been notified. 17 other people were injured, 14 of them being children. 2 of those children are in critical condition. The coward who fired these shots ultimately took his own life in the rear of the church. Our hearts are broken for the families who have lost their children, for these young lives that are now fighting to recover, and for our entire community that has been so deeply traumatized by this senseless attack.
You could hear the emotion in Chief O'Hara's voice, hear his voice catching even moments there. His eyes certainly looked as though there had been emotion. I certainly relate. I felt the same way this morning.
We all did.
But this is a man who has been a police officer for his entire career. He has seen a lot of terrible things, I have no doubt. And this has shaken him to his core.
I mean, this is about as terrible as it gets. Kids worshiping in a church for a back-to-school mass, being shot in the pews while they sat. It doesn't get any worse than that. And he mentioned that this person being a coward. He made a point to use that word several times. I mean, this person came up and barricaded several doors, didn't even go inside, shot just indiscriminately from outside of the church through windows. That's pure evil. There's no other way to put it.
There is no other way. There is no other word to use. Yeah, and that is the word that Mayor Fry used. It is the word Chief O'Hara used. It is the word and the feeling I imagine so many of these families and people who were victimized by this person are using at this time.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So a long investigation to follow here. This is going to be an active crime scene for a while. They actually moved our crews back here a couple of blocks to expand the perimeter a little bit. But this is going to be a very long day, a long week for investigators, for medical personnel. We have 2 different hospitals, HCMC and Children's, that are treating patients right now. 17 victims here, 17 people injured, 14 of them children, 2 of them right now in critical condition. A lot of work for those medical personnel. They're going to be working very hard to at least try to mend them to the best of their ability.
And this reverberating throughout the country. We have had statements this morning from President Trump, from the director of the FBI, as well as local officials, the governor and the local senators, Amy Klobuchar, Tina Smith, all weighing in on this, expressing their horror, their shock, and their condolences to the families here. I know our Ian Russell has also been out reporting this morning. Ian, it looks to me like you are at HCMC right now. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Lauren, you're right. We've been here for the past few hours now. I got down here about 9:15 or so, about 9:30 in that ballpark, and there was still a lot of law enforcement, some Hennepin County sheriffs, some MPD officers who were down here kind of staging as these ambulances were brought in from that church on the south side of town here with these patients coming in. Since then, as you can see behind me, the road has opened back up as things have quieted down a little bit out here. We heard from HCMC officials not too long ago who gave us an update on the number of patients that they've seen coming in from that shooting. They told me that there were 11 people total that were here. 9 of them are pediatric between the ages of 6 and 14, just a difficult number to hear. And they clarified to us that 7 of those pediatrics, they believe 7 of them came in critical condition. We also heard from Children's Minnesota not too long ago that they have 6 kids in their care, but obviously just a terrible, heartbreaking situation when you talk about anyone being shot, but especially kids who are coming in as they fight for their lives. So we just listened back to that press conference to make sure we weren't missing anything. We also saw that 4 of them, 4 of these patients required an operating room. They told us that there is a reunification center that was opened up across the street here for families to be able to come in, at least get some information about their kids, their family members, as they are being treated here. But as I mentioned, just an awful, terrible day for Minneapolis, for the whole city and for the whole state, as folks out here continue working through what happened earlier this morning, and families continue processing that grief and that tragedy from this morning.
Certainly thinking of those families, Ian, certainly thinking of those doctors that are working hard in there. I mean, this is the second mass shooting in the last 24 hours that they've had to deal with, and I know it's not easy, so we are thinking of them as they're working this morning. Thank you, Ian. We'll get back to you here in a few minutes. Let's recap for everybody that's just joining us now. This mass shooting over at Ascension Church, this is in Minneapolis. This happened just before 8:30. Let's give you all the details here to catch you up. This happened during a mass that was marking the first week of school. Kids were sitting in there and worshiping, fellowshipping. A gunman approaches the side of the building. This is according to Police Chief Brian O'Hara, and barricades several of the doors, stays outside of the building, and starts shooting through the windows of that church as the kids sat inside the pews in the church. We are told that an 8 and a 10-year-old were killed where they sat in those pews. 17 total people injured, including 14 children, 2 of them right now in critical condition. We're told the shooter went to the back of the church and took their own life. We're told that suspect, we don't have a lot of information on that suspect right now, but we're told that they're in their early 20s, no extensive criminal history. Police also say a vehicle was left behind. Right now they're doing their investigations on that, checking to make sure that there's no issues in terms of bombs or explosive devices. So that investigation is underway. Chief O'Hara said other searches are coming in terms of maybe searching an apartment or searching wherever that person lived. No devices found. There was a report earlier that maybe some explosive devices were on scene. No devices found. The police chief did say a smoke bomb or a firework of some sort was found, but other than that, no explosives found. We did also hear from HCMC. They received their page at 8:46, as you just heard Ian talking about here. 11 patients there at HCMC. No fatalities in terms of the victims there at HCMC. 7 of them critical, though. 9 pediatric patients in total, 7 of them critical. Those are all children, and 4 of them requiring the operating room. That is what we were told by HCMC. A lot going on here. So we want to welcome you in. Thank you for joining us here for the KARE 11 News at noon. I'm Jason Hackett. We've been recapping this breaking news here in terms of what's going on with this mass shooting. So we have reporters all over the area right now. We have some at HCMC. We have some on the scene outside of that church gathering information and trying to figure out the latest here. You see that live picture from that scene. We've actually moved our crews back a couple of blocks in order to allow police to do their work. They've expanded that perimeter a little bit. Again, this was a mass, a welcome back mass at Ascension Catholic Church. Kids coming back. This was the first week of school. They were just getting the school year started, getting to see their friends again after a long summer, trying to kick off the school year on a good note with fellowship and just everybody engaging with each other. This gunman comes up on the outside of the school, starts shooting inside of the windows, killing 2 kids, including an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old. A number of people in the hospital right now. We heard an update from HCMC not too long ago, talking about what they're dealing with. 11 patients there at HCMC, another 6 at Children's. Just an absolute horrible way to start the week here and to start the school year. You know, mass shootings are not uncommon, unfortunately, here in this country. You never expect it to come to your backyard until it actually does. And when it does, it's absolutely devastating and heart-wrenching. And the mayor said it earlier, families are forever changed and the entire community is changed with them. Let's bring in our Cece Gaines now. Lauren, she's been here all morning, and thank goodness for her. She's been helping us with the coverage. Let's bring in Cece now. There's almost no words for what's going on right now in our community.
And watching the press conference about an hour ago, I mean, Mayor Jacob Frey, he literally said there's no words. This is horrible. I mean, this is something not to be expected when we're going back to school. And the details that were released by Chief Brian O'Hara, yeah, he mentioned the details and they're just worse than what we initially thought.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot happening here this afternoon, and the investigation still in its early stages, still ongoing. We know that we've mentioned the shooter is dead. That has been confirmed by police. Children are relocating to their families. I know we have reporters covering that, but that is the goal right now, to get children back to their families, safe with their families. 2 children dead, 17 injured. We do know that the shooter recovered, they recovered a rifle from the shooter, a shotgun, a pistol. Authorities saying a deliberate act of violence. Believed to have fired all 3, too.
Yeah. Yeah, you were talking about the reunification, and we saw images there of children walking with their parents, walking with police officers as well. I mean, you can imagine they're clutching those little hands so tight right now, and you can see the look on the kids' faces. I mean, once you see something like that, once you see such unimaginable carnage unfold in front of you, these kids are sitting in pews in church, and then all of a sudden, bullets start flying through the windows. I can't imagine what this is going to do to their psyches, what this is going to do.
Physical and emotional.
Yeah, these are scars
Trauma
that
right now.
aren't going to ever go away. And the mayor said it best, we all have to gather together and wrap our arms around these families and around these kids, because it's going to be a long healing and recovery process for sure.
Absolutely. I know too, we have some video of families reuniting that we can see here. Look at that.
Yeah.
Tears. Thankful. Scared.
All you can do is just hold on to your kids. You expect as a parent, and neither one of us are parents, but you know, as a parent, you send your kids off to school, you expect them to come back home. You never expect something like this to happen. You know it can because of our current reality here in this country, but you never ever expect it to make its way to your backyard until it does. And you know these parents are going to be holding their kids extra tight this evening. And you think about tomorrow, there's going to be kids all over the metro, all across town, that are going to have that question in the back of their mind. Is this going to be the last time I send my kid off to school?
Yep.
And that is not a thing that a parent should ever have to think of.
No, a sad and a tough start to the first week here. We do want to welcome you into the KARE 11 News at noon. Cece Gaines alongside Jason Hackett here. We're continuing to follow breaking news out of South Minneapolis. Police are on scene. We have the scene footage up right now of a mass shooting at a Catholic church and school. You know, 2 children are dead, 17 others are hurt this afternoon. Annunciation Church, West 54th Street on the city's far south side, just west of 35W. We do know that, so you can kind of get an idea of where this is, near the Tanglewood neighborhood. In the last hour, Minneapolis police and city leaders gave us an update about what happened. So we're going to break everything down for you right now.
So our crews have been on scene across the city for hours learning more here. Our team coverage reaches from the church to the area where families are reuniting. Let's first start with our Gordon Severson, who just heard from police. Gordon.
I just need USB-C. Oh, no, sorry, my bad. Lou, they're calling for you.
Okay. You guys got me?
Actually, let's start with our Lou Raguse here. We know obviously things are very fluid out there in the field. Our reporters are running around trying to get information. Lou Raguse is out there live, and Lou, we heard from police. We heard an update from them on everything that happened out there. We're going to try to get back to Lou.
We'll get back to him for sure. So until then, I know that Lou's covering the police work, but our Jessica Hart has more on the Annunciation Church shooting, more details about that. The press conference just happened about an hour ago. If we could go to Jessica to see an update from the scene.
Yeah, Cece and Jason, we now know that 2 children are dead, 17 people were hurt, 14 of those individuals are children. So we're right here, right across from the school here, and the scene has quieted down quite a bit. We have Minneapolis Police is still here, Park Police is still here. The American Red Cross arrived about 20 minutes or so ago, but many of the EMS vehicles that we saw earlier in this area have cleared out. There was about 7 ambulances when we arrived this morning at Garfield and 54th Street here at Annunciation Church and School. We are still seeing police officers kind of walking around the area. We still have some of them guarding the front entrance of this school. They're really only allowing a few people in, officers, and it looks like school personnel as well. Now we have seen ATF, FBI, bomb squad. We've seen so many different people here from so many different law enforcement agencies just kind of walking around the scene. I saw some FBI agents. It looked like they were leaving, but they told me no, they are not going anywhere for quite some time. Now, police are preparing to be here for several hours here. They have actually had their community servants officers out and about. So those are uniformed officers, but they're not armed, and they've been kind of expanding the perimeter here, setting up an area for officers to get some food and water. And I overheard them say they might be here till 10 or 11 possibly at night as people continue to investigate the scene here. Now, we were able to catch up with some neighbors earlier this morning about what they heard. Take a listen to what one man heard this morning.
So we live about 2 blocks from here. I was on a call. All the windows of our home were open. I know what gunfire sounds like, and I could tell. I was shocked. I said, "There's no way that could be gunfire." There was so much of it.
I actually spoke with a grandmother who was outside playing with her grandson, and they were just on the swing when she heard 3 rounds of shots, and she immediately took him and went inside their daughter's house. And then just minutes later, she said she heard several sirens coming down the street, and she actually sent her kids to school here. So for a lot of people in this neighborhood, this is very personal and close. Even if they don't know anyone inside the school, there's a lot of people in this area who have connections to people who do. So as soon as we learn new information about what is happening here, we'll make sure to get back to you. Back to you.
All right, Jessica, we appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, at 8 o'clock in the morning or 8:30 in the morning when this happened, the last thing you expect to hear is gunshots ringing out through your neighborhood. I can't even imagine the panic that went through some of those folks.
Yeah, locking down everything. And like Jessica's saying, police, FBI, not going anywhere. They're going to be there for hours more trying to investigate more, clear the situation up.
Let's get to our Lou Raguse. He's been on the scene, speaking to law enforcement sources, gathering information. And Lou, as bad as we thought that it was this morning, it got even worse as the details started to come in from police.
Actually, guys, what I'm going to talk about here is I just finished an interview with a little boy who was inside the school. Extremely emotional to hear the words from the boy himself, especially as a parent myself. But we're sending that back to the station now so you can play it in full. I'm going to kind of paraphrase right now what he told me. His name is Wes. He's 10 years old, and he's a 5th grader. And he said that the shots rang out beside him through the stained glass window. He was sitting very close to the window. And he said that his friend jumped on top of him to protect him, and that he saved him, and that his friend is one of the kids who's injured in the hospital right now. And he talked to us with his grandpa. His grandpa told us that no matter what you think, obviously nobody likes a mass shooting like this. No matter what you think about it, though, and no matter what the debate is, the grandpa told us that when it happens to people you love, it changes everything. And he told us the obvious, which is there was nothing that 10-year-old boy ever could have done to deserve what he just went through, let alone the kids that were wounded and injured. Little Wes told us that he's praying for his friend. I believe he said the friend's name is Isaac. He's praying for him in the hospital, and he said he's praying for all of the others who are in the hospital as well. It wasn't clear, and we didn't ask if he knew the extent that there were children that died as well. And he also added that this is something that they train for. Unfortunately, we all know that elementary age kids need to train for active shooter drills. And he said that they had not trained for one in the church before. But he said that the people in charge helped him feel safe. They went, after hiding underneath the pews, they all made it to the gym. And when he was able to leave the gym, his mom was there waiting for him, and obviously happy to see him. So this is an interview that we just finished within the last 10 minutes here, and our photographer editor David Peterlins is working on sending that back to the station. It'll be worth watching in its entirety when you get it back.
Absolutely heartbreaking.
Lou, wow. To have the sense of mind to sacrifice yourself and oh my God, I
and
can't.
Imagine the stories too that families are hearing when they reunite with their children who were in the school and the church. I mean, this morning we saw parents and guardians waiting for their children to be released by authorities. There you see them. New video into our newsroom of authorities hugging scared parents waiting for their children to be released by officers. We caught this just outside the church. Parents and students were then moved to a reunification zone. That's the right now. Parents were directed to meet with families just down the road at Annunciation School. You can see that in that video there. I know our Audrey Russo is there now. Audrey, what have you seen in this reunification process?
Well, right now I actually am set up from a slightly different vantage point. We are right behind the church. It is still blocked off, and I think it's important to note that as we hear some of these emotional sound bites and these emotional stories, it is important to note there is still very much an active investigation going on here at the church. In the last couple of moments, we heard them launch a drone, and we're actually hearing it buzzing overhead right now. What you're looking at is the area where you can see the church, but there's also a parking lot. Earlier from police, we heard that the suspect's vehicle, what they believe to be the suspect's vehicle, was parked in the parking lot and that they were searching that right now. Now, we haven't seen that vehicle come out through this particular street. We're at the intersection of Harriet and West 55th. But what we have seen just in the last half hour, multiple cruisers coming through this intersection, almost to the point where I'm wondering how many more they can fit in this small church parking lot. We've also seen folks wearing FBI vests going from door to door. The neighborhoods and the houses in this neighborhood that kind of abut the parking lot of the church, talking to them, asking questions. We've also seen some canines around this area. So whether or not that relates to the suspects or what police believe to be the suspect's vehicle in this parking lot, that's unclear at this time. But what we do know is that they are still actively trying to seek some information from neighbors who lived very, very close to the scene. I have also seen some folks leave wearing Annunciation lanyards. None of them have wanted to stop and talk and go on camera. Very understandable given what they just went through. But again, this is what we're seeing out here. Still very much an active investigation as police are trying to gather more information. Again, this is the back of the church abutting the parking lot. Back to you.
Thank you so much for that reporting, Audrey. Still a lot that we're gathering. Another crucial part of this story is the response from area hospitals. I mean, I know we heard from Hennepin Healthcare not too long ago, and one of the doctors mentioned that they're trained for things like this, but you don't expect it to happen, but they were prepared. We do have Ian Russell outside HCMC, and I know you have an update just from the last hour.
Yeah, you know, as you mentioned, they train for this, but it's difficult to actually be a part of these situations, to actually see this realized and sort of put that training to use. You mentioned that update. We actually just got that within the last 10 minutes. HCMC, Hennepin Healthcare, just came out, wanted to clarify some of the numbers they reported to us during that 11 a.m. press conference. They've told us now that it's actually 10 patients they have. Earlier they said it was 11, now it's 10 patients. As for the numbers, 1 adult and 6 kids are in critical condition. 1 adult and 2 kids are currently have non-life-threatening injuries. That's the update there. 10 patients total, 1 adult, 6 kids in critical condition, 1 adult and 2 kids in non-life-threatening condition. Just difficult. I think hearing Lou talk a second ago about some of the kids and what they've seen, and even hearing from some of the doctors a second ago about how difficult this is to process. It's not an easy situation to comprehend or to be a part of. As you mentioned, we heard from some of those doctors earlier. Here's what they had to say.
I want to take a moment to tell you how proud I am to work for this organization and the teams that were involved, the resources, again, that were mobilized, our surgical colleagues, our medicine colleagues, our amazing nursing staff, our psychologists that help process these events for us, environmental services, all those involved.
It was Dr. Thomas Wyatt you just heard from, who was providing that press conference update about around an hour ago or so. Now, he told us that first page for a mass casualty event came at 8:46 a.m. We were here at about 9:15, 9:30 or so, and when I was leaving my home this morning, I spoke with a neighbor of mine who works here at Hennepin Healthcare, and she told me, hey, you know, I've gotten this alert, and this is something that we've heard and something that we're preparing for right now over at the hospital. HCMC officials tell us that they are going to be providing updates kind of throughout the day here as some of these patients are worked on and operated on and released, ideally in the next few hours here. So we'll keep you updated on when those updates come out, both on air and online at KARE11.com, guys.
All right, Ian, thank you very much, and we certainly appreciate the hard work of those doctors and those nurses and those surgeons, because it's been a busy 24 hours for them. We had the mass shooting yesterday, 6 people shot there, 1 person killed, and a lot of those patients, most of those patients, all those patients are at HCMC, and now on top of that you have 11 or 10 more patients here coming in for treatment for, as we mentioned here, with this being a rifle, these wounds from this weapon can cause so much damage and are not easy to treat. So
yeah, I mean, we have people at HCMC, Children's. The numbers just keep changing, coming in differently. So we're going to keep you updated about that. I do know that this situation happened early this morning, and we're just continuing to learn new information. I know we have our Michelle Beck outside of the area where the situation happened with new details from police. I know we've been hearing from them all throughout the morning.
Yes, hey Cece, you know, I'm in the area where actually the police chief and the mayor was standing. They gave us those facts and figures. I'm going to explain some of those in just a second. We actually see a number of law enforcement officials coming out here as we speak. But I was just going to say that even though we know that the shooter has died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, the scene as it appears behind me, it doesn't appear to have let up one bit. You can see the 2 heavily armored SWAT vehicles in the center, as well as, of course, that yellow crime scene tape, and still lots of law enforcement officials from numerous agencies out here covering the entire, encircling the entire church here. I want to go over some reactions that I have observed while being here, and as the police chief was telling us those facts and figures for the first time. I mean, first, people having their hands on their chest. And not only was there media, members of the press here to observe and to listen to the police chief, there were also neighbors and people who are very a part of and integral to this community. They were here as well, hands on their chest, and really an eerie, somber moment right at 11 o'clock as the police chief was sharing details about the 2 young kids who died in this attack. The church bells started ringing exactly at 11 a.m. And also, guys, when the chief said the shooter had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol on him, I heard someone say the word Jesus aloud, even from the distance where I was standing feet away. So let's talk about some of those facts and figures as the chief said it right here where I'm standing at the corner of Grand Avenue and Diamond Lake. He said dozens of kids were inside mass at the time. He again said 2 young children, ages 8 and age 10. They were killed as they were sitting in the pews. 17 other people, let me say that again, 17 other people were injured, 14 of them being children, and now 2 of those children are in critical condition, according to the police chief. I also want to go over what we know about the shooter. According to the chief, we know that his age, he apparently was in his early 20s. His connection to the school is unclear. How many rounds he fired? It was in the dozens, the chief says. He fired 3 weapons he had on him. Again, that was the rifle, the shotgun, and the pistol. And guys, I asked the chief what side of the church he fired from, and he said the one closest to where we are right now. I don't know if we have any sound available ready to go from the police chief, but let's go ahead and take a listen if it's ready.
This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible.
Yeah, the words that really resonate with me, incomprehensible, cowardice, right, guys? And that's the sense that I'm getting right here in the heart of this neighborhood. Again, as I was mentioning, so many neighbors here at this corner to observe just to get a sense of what's going on. I saw some of those families that were coming out of the reunification zone hand in hand with their parents, those kids in their green uniforms. A really tough sight to see here this morning. Back to you.
Yeah, the words there, deliberate, cowardice. I mean, it truly takes a certain level of evil for somebody to go up to a room, to a church full of people, a school full of people, and to open fire. And you heard that there from the chief. You heard those sentiments from the mayor as well. It's absolutely senseless.
It is. And up until now, we didn't know much about the shooter. I mean, Chief Brian O'Hara did say that the shooter, from what they know, worked alone, early 20s, but they're looking deeper into the gunman's criminal history. I mean, not known. But now our investigative reporter, AJ Legault, is in the newsroom with new information just in about the alleged shooter. Hey, AJ.
Hey, Cece. Yeah, multiple law enforcement sources have confirmed to KARE 11 that the shooter is a 23-year-old named Robin Westman. Robin formerly went by Robert. That's what we're being told. Grew up in Richfield, and we've also learned that his mother had some connection to the school or church and worked there. That may be the connection between the shooter and that location. That's what law enforcement sources are telling us. Again, we have confirmed that the shooter in this case is named Robin Westman, and it was a 23-year-old.
Yeah, important new information there. AJ, thank you for that update. And a lot of people are asking, you heard reporters asking during the press conference if there was any connection there.
What was the connection?
Well, now that we know that there's a connection, we'll see where the investigation progresses from here.
Absolutely. And, you know, reaction is pouring in about this. I know we've had national attention to this, President Trump, local. I know our Chris Harapsky is tracking all of that right now at the live desk.
Yeah, thank you, Jason, Cece, and good reporting from AJ. There's a lot going around online on social media right now, and for him to get that confirmation from law enforcement services is good journalism. We're going to keep digging on that. We have reaction coming in from elected officials around the country right now. Let's start with President Trump, who posted on Truth Social. He said he was fully briefed on the shooting. The FBI responded. They're on the scene. He asked everyone to join him in praying for everyone involved. We're going to move on to Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, also saying he was briefed early on what law enforcement knew there. The BCA, the State Patrol, they're on scene helping with the investigation right now. He says, quote, "I'm praying for our kids and teachers whose first week of school was marred by this horrific act of violence," end quote. Senator Amy Klobuchar, Democrat out of Minnesota, posting this morning, quote, "I'm heartbroken by the horrific violence at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis this morning. My prayers are with the students, teachers, and families, and I am grateful for the first responders who are on scene." We also saw a post from the current Speaker of the Minnesota House, Lisa Damuth, and to put that into context, she's fresh off we're all fresh off the violent tragedy that killed Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman, her husband, injured State Senator John Hoffman and his wife. Damuth asking for prayers for all there, including children, families, staff, first responders. Another former lawmaker I spoke with, State Senator Jeff Hayden, represented Minneapolis a few years ago. You often see him representing us on election coverage. His children went to the K-8 school at Annunciation Church in the early 2000s, and he described to me what the community is like there, and he described them as family. It's that tight-knit of a school there. Here's his reaction to the violence there this morning.
My daughter went there from the 1st to the 8th grade in the 2000s. She's 24 now, almost 24. My son went there for middle school. So we have a lot of friends and family, or what we consider family, that they have lifelong bonds. We have some friends right now that don't live too far from there that are in front of the school. And what my daughter told me was that they have mass every Wednesday, and then this is the welcome mass that they have on Wednesday. So the school or the cathedral, the church would have been full of the community as well as all of the children. All of the children would go to mass, and this would be their welcome mass, but they did it every week. So, the only thing we know is what you guys have, others have been reporting someone came in and started shooting. But the point of that, I guess, is that, it could have easily, in a different time been my own children or my friends' children, because all of the kids from kindergarten to 8th grade would be in that mass. This thing touches you, man, in ways, and every time it happens, that same stuff just all floods you, like the same feeling floods you. So I'm not sure what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, but I just think that the amount of gun violence that's happening in this country and the availability, sounds like this person had a rifle. I don't know if it's an AR or what. I've worked on this stuff, since I got back in the community because of gun violence. I worked on it after my sister died. I've worked on it legislatively and professionally, and it doesn't seem to be slowing down.
Yeah, former State Senator Jeff Hayden, they're talking about how his best friend was killed in gun violence in the 90s here in Minneapolis. His sister, innocent bystander in Atlanta, killed the gun violence, and sort of these feelings are coming back up now with this tragedy today. Jason, Cece, let's go back to you.
All right, Chris, appreciate that perspective. Thank you very much. And you did mention the shooting of Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman, and just how the last 3 months have been just an emotional gut punch for Minnesotans, and this just adds on to it. It's just been really tough for a lot of folks.
It has been tough.
There's going to be a lot of healing that needs to be done for people out here.
Absolutely. I do think that we should go back to investigative reporter A.J. Legault, because he did give us new information about the shooter, the age, a possible connection. I know you have even more information right now.
Yeah, we're continuing to dig in and learn as much as we can about this shooter, and I'm looking right now at court records that were filed in Dakota County in 2019, where the suspected shooter, formerly known as Robert Westman, had his name changed as a minor. His parents both signed off changing Robert Westman's name to Robin Westman. As we told you a few minutes ago, we know the individual is 23 years old, and their parent worked at the school or the church where this shooting happened, and that's what that's the new information we can pass on right now to you, Cece.
All right, thank you so much for that. Again, questions being answered about a connection.
Continue to peel back the layers, and I'm sure we're going to find out more and more things. I mean, we just talked to AJ a few minutes ago. He found out something new a few minutes later. This is going to continue to unfold, and it's going to hopefully help paint the picture for, there's no reason to do this, there's no justification for doing this, but we can at least try to understand this a little bit better.
The what and the why, for sure. I mean, if you're just tuning in, our breaking news coverage continues out of South Minneapolis, where the community is reeling from a shooting that did happen, a mass shooting that happened earlier this morning. It happened at Annunciation Church on West 54th Street. 2 children are dead, more than 12 are injured. That's what we're learning this afternoon. I know that we've been going back and forth with Jessica Hart. She has the latest from the scene. I know the last time we chatted, crews were expanding the perimeter out there.
Yes, Cece, crews have expanded the perimeter at least a couple of blocks here. We were able to kind of find a corner that they had sectioned off, so we were able to get a little bit closer back to the scene here. But as you can see, it's quieted down quite a bit here. I mean, there are still several police cars out front of the school, all of them with their lights on and flashing. There's also still police officers posted outside of the front here of the school. We still see officers walking around with canines as well here as they just kind of patrol the perimeter. We've also seen some community service officers out and about walking around just trying to answer questions. Now those are uniformed officers, but they're not armed, but they're just kind of helping secure the scene here. Now, CC mentioned earlier what we know so far, 2 children are dead. The Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara says that those 2 kids are just only 8 and 10 years old. They were just sitting in the pews during mass when a gunman approached from the outside of the building just before 8:30 this morning and started firing through the windows. Now, police this morning told us that 17 people were hurt. 14 of them were kids, and we knew from a press conference earlier this morning that at least 2 of those kids are in critical condition. Now the scene remains to still be very active. We've overheard some officers say they could be here until 10, maybe 11 o'clock tonight. So there's no indication that this scene is going to wrap up anytime soon. The American Red Cross also arrived on scene just to provide any services to people kind of lingering in the area. But a lot of the people who were out here this morning just kind of watching everything unfold have since left. Many of them live nearby. Some of them even heard the gunshots, and they just wanted to see what was going on, if there was anything they could do to help. There's actually one woman who was just kind of out walking her dog, and she asked the officers if it would be okay if she went and laid down some flowers. And so she went over to the Annunciation Church and school sign, and she laid down a bouquet of flowers just on her walk. She didn't say anything, she didn't want to talk, but she just wanted to show her respect here, or pay her respects rather, for the 2 kids who have lost their life. Now we should also mention too that the gunman, police believe, the gunman is also dead. Police believe he did take his own life here. So there's no current threat to the community, and there hasn't been for quite some time, but we still see law enforcement agencies from the ATF, FBI, Homeland are still out here alongside local police departments, just kind of patrolling the scene here. So again, 2 kids are dead here at the Annunciation Church and Catholic School. Several more kids are injured here. The scene has quieted down quite a bit since this morning here at 54th and Garfield Avenue. As soon as we learn new information, we'll make sure to bring it to you. Back to you.
Beautiful to see those flowers laid there. I'm sure we're going to see more of an outpouring of support from around the community. We're already hearing word of vigils that are taking place, and I think we're going to need those around here to help folks with the healing, because this is just such an unexpected tragedy for so many folks.
It is, and I know Jessica mentioned the press conference that happened almost a couple of hours ago. I mean, we have clips that we're about to show you from that, from the mayor, from the police chief, but you could just sense the emotion from both of them when you were watching the press conference.
Oh, for sure.
The anger, the sadness.
Watching Mayor Fry, I've seen many press conferences from the 3 years I've been here from him, and I don't think I've ever seen him that angry, that upset. You can see he was visibly shaken, as we all are this afternoon.
Yeah, so let's take a listen to what they had to say.
This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible. Our hearts are broken for the families who have lost their children, for these young lives that are now fighting to recover, and for our entire community that has been so deeply traumatized by this senseless attack.
There from Police Chief Brian O'Hara. I also heard we mentioned from Mayor Fry, and I thought this was so striking. Mayor Fry was talking about how he doesn't want to talk about thoughts and prayers, because thoughts and prayers are something that always comes up in the aftermath of this, and people, you know, they have their own sides and, you know, which side they stand on when it comes to thoughts and prayers. But he says the kids were in the church literally praying when all of this happened, and just kind of puts in perspective just the innocence that's been shattered here today.
It doesn't get worse than that, of course. I know too, a lot of focus has been on the hospital response. I know our Ian Russell is at HCMC with an update about numbers of people that they're treating right now.
Yeah, Cece, Jason, they actually just updated us within the past half hour or so. They came out a little before noon just to give us an update from the numbers they told us during their 11 a.m. press conference. Those new numbers, because initially they said it was 11 victims they were treating here at HCMC. Now they say it's 10 total victims. That includes 1 adult and 6 children that are in critical condition, and 1 adult and 2 children who are being treated for non-life-threatening injuries. Again, that's 10 people total here, 1 adult and 6 children in critical condition, 1 adult and 2 children being treated for non-life-threatening injuries. Since we've been here, since about 9:15, 9:30 this morning, there was a heavy law enforcement presence where they had this road blocked off as ambulances and more law enforcement was responding down this way. Since then, that has since opened up. We've heard from quite a number of folks just out and about who have heard about this shooting through the news and various other outlets, and just telling me it's a tragedy. It's awful. It's horrific to think about something like this happening and thinking about kids being injured in situations like this. We heard from some of these doctors who were helping to treat some of these kids earlier this morning. Here's Dr. Tom Wyatt.
I want to take a moment to tell you how proud I am to work for this organization and the teams that were involved, the resources, again, that were mobilized, our surgical colleagues, our medicine colleagues, our amazing nursing staff, our psychologists that help process these events for us, environmental services, all those involved.
You talk about that quick response from both law enforcement and the hospital staff were able to respond to this incident. Dr. Wyatt there told us that the initial page for a mass casualty event came in about 8:46 this morning, and they were able to respond within minutes to be able to quickly adapt and be ready for these ambulances with patients that were coming inside. They told us as well that they have a reunification center set up across the street from the main building that's back behind me here, and they say that most of the patients and their families have been able to be reconnected with each other. So some good news there that they were able to connect once again. Back to you.
Yes, of course, these health professionals are so well trained for situations like this, but it's not something that you want to execute. But again, they did well with that execution. I do know, Jason, you mentioned vigils. I know our very own Carla Holt, she messaged us about a vigil that's happening tonight. It's from the Lutheran Church of Christ the Redeemer. They posted saying the shooting this morning at the Annunciation community it gathered for the first mass of the school year. It left us heartbroken, horrified, like most of us. Please join us tonight at 7 p.m. in our sanctuary to be in community as we pray for our siblings in Christ.
And gathering spaces like that are so necessary after tragedies like this, places where people can cry together, hug each other, love on each other. The unity within the community is going to be so important moving forward here. So we'll inform you of all the vigils going on so you can get those emotions out, because a lot of us are feeling a lot of things right now, no doubt about that. So parents were directed to meet with families just down the road at Annunciation School. You can we have video of that, and we've seen pictures all morning of kids walking hand in hand with parents, with police officers walking hand in hand with some of the students out there. Our Audrey Russo's out there live right now. And Audrey, we've seen all morning just the looks on some of these kids' faces as they're walking down the street after they're meeting back up with their parents. It's just awful to see.
Yeah, a lot of anguish, a lot of fear, a lot of emotion. Right now, I want to tell you a little bit about where I am and what I'm seeing, because again, as we are hearing these stories, we do need to remember this is still an active investigation going on here at the church. We can see officers trying to piece together exactly how this all went down. I'll have photojournalist Jennifer Teray zoom in on this vehicle that you can see right there on your screen. These are folks wearing vests that say Homeland Security and Bomb Squad. We've seen a drone go back up in the air. It's gone up and down a couple of times just within the last 30 minutes when I last spoke to you. We're at the back of the church area, the neighborhood that abuts the parking lot. We heard from police earlier today that the vehicle that's believed to belong to the suspect is in the parking lot of the church, and they are having to search it right now. It's unclear, we're far back, so it's a little bit unclear which vehicle it is because we are just simply too far away to see it. But that's what we're seeing right here. They've actually had a couple more officers come and watch the perimeter here just to make sure that everybody's staying safe. We've also seen folks with FBI vests going from door to door in this neighborhood talking to the neighbors who live here. Now, as all of this is going down, of course, everybody is hearing the news that's coming out of Minneapolis and wanting to know how they can help. I actually did speak with a chaplain who said he heard the news, rushed to the scene, rushed to the Reunification Center to try to offer whatever support he could. Listen to this emotional sound. This is what he had to say in what he witnessed.
And then down in the basement, they're reuniting the children with the parents. And there's so many tears and so much fear. No one should have to go through this. And this has got to stop.
And again, back out here live, this is still very much an active situation. We are seeing cops go from car to car on either side of the street. We're seeing officers, local and federal, just swarming around the area trying to piece together exactly what happened here. Again, this is the back of the Annunciation Church, abutting the parking lot. Earlier today in the press conference, we did hear that the suspect's vehicle was possibly left there. So we're going to stay here. We're going to continue to report what we're seeing. We have not seen any vehicle be towed away yet, but we have seen a lot of cruisers and a lot of cars go in behind this crime scene tape behind me to help assist in the investigation. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Audrey. I know that when we were speaking with Jessica, she mentioned that crews are going to be out there probably until late into tonight, but I'm glad we're at the point in this where families can reunite. I think that's super important to point out here.
Let's get back to our Lou Raguse, who is on the scene this morning. And I mean, we're going to hear so many stories coming out of this. That story that you told Lou a few minutes ago was just absolutely gut-wrenching.
Yeah, and I'll reshare that for anybody who's just joining us. Just give you some of the background reporting that's going on right now. You know, we're starting to receive some names, but we're really confirming, making sure that we have the right confirmation before we start reporting some of these names of both the deceased and those who are wounded in the shooting today. Some additional information about this shooter. AJ and I each independently confirmed the identity through sources. And I just confirmed where this shooter was living, which was on Lyndale Avenue, but it was 3 or 4 miles south of here in Richfield, actually. And so there'll be a lot more information on that coming out within the next few hours. Now back to that heartbreaking interview from a brave little boy who came up to us with his grandpa and his parents to tell us about what it was like to be inside the building during that shooting. And we've sent back the video, and our editors there are getting it prepared to show on TV. So as soon as you have that, please interrupt me and let me know. But for now, I'll just kind of paraphrase some of what he said. His name was Weston, and he said that he was sitting very close to the stained glass window in the pew at their mass that they were all in the church for this morning, when all of a sudden a shot went off. He wasn't sure what it was. He thought even that he felt gunshot powder on his neck. He felt a hot sensation on his neck. But then his friend jumped over him to protect him as they went to hide underneath the pews. His friend was wounded and is currently at the hospital. And then he said that they hid under the pew as the shots were going off. Eventually they were able to run to the gymnasium, where the teachers and administrators and everyone helped them feel safe until they were able to be released, and his mom was waiting for him outside for him when he was able to leave. And so he said that he and his family are praying for his friend, along with all the other victims that are in the hospital right now. And his grandfather shared a couple remarks about how having one of these incidents happen to somebody that you know changes your outlook on everything. And those were his words to us, which we also have on camera, so we'll turn those around and share those with you throughout the day as well.
All right, yeah, we'll try to get that sound to everybody as soon as possible, but no 9 or 10-year-old should ever have to go through that. That is just absolutely gut-wrenching. Lou, thank you very much.
Yeah, we've heard so many heartbreaking stories. We've gotten continuous updates about from health leaders about that situation. We've heard from Audrey multiple times about the reunification process. Michelle Beck has been standing by too. If folks, well, we don't have Michelle right now, but just in case you are joining, we have received new information really all throughout the afternoon about this situation. If you're just tuning in, mass shooting at Annunciation Catholic Church. We know that 2 people are dead. 17 others are injured. The 2 dead children.
Yeah, 8-year-old and 10-year-old that won't be going home to their parents tonight.
Now, the gunman, I know we were speaking with investigative reporter AJ Legault, 23-year-old, has a connection to the school. His mother, I believe, he mentioned.
Yeah, his mother. Yeah. And lived not too far away from the scene. So
Yes.
obviously a lot more is going to come out once we start talking to neighbors, once investigators start talking to neighbors and people that knew him, going to paint a better picture of who this person was.
Yeah, we do too. I do have questions. I mean, we're going to keep learning about the shooter, but I do know that police mentioned rifle, shotgun, pistol. Had all three of those while this act was being committed. Still trying to learn if he was lawfully carrying. That is a big question. Let's get it back out to Michelle. I think we do have her up. Do you have any new details from the scene? I know you've been chatting with investigators and different folks like that.
I mean, just in the last 2 minutes, Cece, I was talking with one of the chaplains, one of the 3 chaplains from the city of Hopkins. He was here just as he was leaving the scene. I stopped him and I asked him, sir, what happened in there? What did you do in there? And he said he just sat with the families and just listened. I asked him, I had the chance to ask him just one more question about hope. How do you give people hope? What is a word of hope that you can give them in these troubling times? And he just said, if you know Christ, that is, you have the way forward, essentially is what he was telling me before he had to run off. I want to get to some video right now of the scene earlier in the day, just because where we are right now, this is the media staging area where the police chief was able to give us the nuts and bolts of what happened. Most importantly, dozens of kids were inside morning mass at the time of this shooting. 2 young children, they were ages 8 and 10. They were killed when they sat in the pews. 17 other people were hurt, 14 of them being children, and 2 of those children, the police chief says, are in critical condition. So how did all this unfold? Well, the chief says during the morning mass, the gunman approached on the outside, on the side of the church closest to where we are right now, that's at Grand and Diamond Lake, and he began firing a rifle through the church windows, towards the children sitting in the pews. Through the windows, the shooter was apparently armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. He used all 3. Why don't you get closer, Adam? Come with me. As we just get closer to the scene, we saw law enforcement officials. We see them right now coming past this yellow crime scene. In the last 30 minutes or so, we've seen a lot of movement in and out of this crime scene, definitely way more than what we have seen before. You know, it's too early to say that anything has lifted. However, things are constantly changing. Generally, we do notice very, very early on in the investigation, we are waiting for extra word from the police chief or anybody else, any authority later today. But for now, these are the latest of what we have. But do take a listen to earlier in the day, about an hour ago, I believe this sound is ready for us, the chief talking about what happened to the shooter.
A lot of new details coming in from Michelle. Thank you so much for that. So I know too, we're getting new updates from AJ, correct? Or AJ or Lou?
We're going to Lou next.
Oh, Lou, okay.
And Lou, do you have that? Oh, yeah, we're going to get to Lou here in a second. We do have some updates.
While we wait, we do
Children's.
have an update. That's what we were reading. So Children's Minnesota did give us an update not too long ago, just a couple minutes ago. So today, 7 children. That's an update from what we had. We initially had 6.
Yes.
So 7 children between ages of 9 and 6 were admitted to hospital for care because of the incident. 1 patient, they're telling us, has been discharged. So
good news there.
That is good news there. They say our thoughts and prayers are with the victims, their families, and loved ones in our communities who are impacted by yet another senseless act of violence, which we have mentioned. It's been a crazy 24 hours, not only for children, but also HCMC.
Yeah, HCMC, we had 3 shootings in the span of about 16 hours. We had a mass shooting yesterday around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, another shooting at 10 o'clock at night, both of those shootings deadly, and then another shooting just this morning at around 2 o'clock. So 3 deadly shootings in the span of 16 hours or so, and then you have this on top of it. It's a lot for the community to deal with, and a lot for medical professionals to deal with as well.
Absolutely. I do know that we have Lou. We have Lou back with an update. I know we just came to you, but what can you tell us?
Yeah, if you guys have that interview clip ready to play, just to set it up, this boy named Weston approached us with his grandfather, and his parents were a little bit behind him here, and wanted to share what happened inside the church as the shooting happened. So if you have that ready to go, just go ahead and play it through.
Yeah.
And, did you get reunited with your parents?
Yeah, my mom was waiting outside of the the church when it happened.
Yeah.
And then
What was it like seeing her?
I was super happy because, like, I was scared that I wasn't going to see her because I didn't know what was happening, really. I was just in shock.
And was it behind you where it was happening, or in front of you, just kind of?
It was, like, right beside me. I was, like, 2 seats away from the stained glass windows. So they were, like, the shots were, like, right next to me.
That's scary.
Yeah.
You went under the pew after that happened?
Yeah. And
Is
then
that what everyone tried to do?
I think I got, like, gunpowder on my neck. Yeah.
When you heard the shots, what went through your head?
I was like, the first one, I was like, what is that? I thought it was just something. Then when I heard it again, I just ran under the pew. And then I covered my head.
So that's a segment from the interview there with Weston. We also interviewed his grandfather and can play more segments from that as the day goes on here. Just one other thing to report is Congresswoman Ilhan Omar just arrived and is taking in the scene here, talking with constituents, and we expect to hear from her in just a little bit. We'll send it back to you guys for now.
All right, Lou, I mean, just hearing that sound, you know, children are innocent. Like, they're young, they don't know much about life, but for them to experience something like that at such a young age, it changes you, it traumatizes you. And
Absolutely.
I'm so happy he's alive and he's well. But I mean, that's something that is going to be tough to get past.
And hearing too for the first time from one of the children inside,
The gunpowder on the neck,
Yep.
it's
too sad.
So much.
I do know too, I believe we have Jessica Hart next. I know that the law enforcement, healthcare leaders, they're going to have a long day. We've mentioned that multiple times. Has there been any progress out at the scene from what we last talked to you about? I know you were saying they're expanding the perimeter. The FBI is there too. What do you know about that?
Yeah, Cece, they're still investigating this scene here. They have kind of expanded and changed the perimeter a few different times just to kind of give their crews an area and space where they can come to get some water and food. They can put the American Red Cross vehicle. So right now we're actually kind of standing in the Kowalski's parking garage, just kind of looking on at the scene here. Not much has really changed. They still have people kind of guarding the front entrance of the school. We did see some people earlier with lanyards standing outside the front who looked like they worked at the school, just kind of standing talking with each other for about 5 minutes or so, and then they left. But we just heard that sound from that kid, and all morning I've been seeing parents reunite with their children and just seeing their faces, just the blank stares, the fear in their eyes. They all look so incredibly scared, and then you look at their parents and they're equally as emotional and scared, but also there's a sense of relief that their child was okay and they were able to come here and safely get them home. Now, as these people were kind of leaving the scene, they kind of all walked in the same entrance, escorted by police, and police escorted them out. But then once they got beyond the crime scene tape, they all kind of just dispersed and went to wherever their vehicles were. Several of the parents, I actually don't think I saw any parent not holding their child, at least their hand or their shoulders, on the way out. And that goes from kids who look like to be toddlers to teenagers, just wanting their kids to be close and near to them. Now, there was a lot of people in this area earlier this morning. It's since thinned out a lot. There's still a few people who come by and just take a look into this scene to see what is happening. And it looks like we have a group of law enforcement officers, FBI, it looks like, walking around back. Now, I've been told by people who live nearby and have had kids who go to the school that back over there is kind of where the gym was, and that seems to be where they were holding the kids until their parents were able to come and pick them up. But just sporadic movement here. Nothing too big has happened here within the past 30 minutes or so. Police officers are still here. Some officers are coming as some officers are also going here. So it's just been really quiet now. There was one woman who was out walking her dog who did lay down some flowers over by the school sign. Now, officers did let her kind of cross that tape to do that. She didn't really say anything, but she just wanted her respects to be known. Back to you.
All right, still a pretty active scene, a lot going on there. We'll let you get back to work, Jessica. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's recap for everybody that's just joining us now. It's been a busy morning here. We have had a mass shooting here in Minneapolis at Annunciation Church. That's on West 54th Street on the city's far south side. That's just west of 35W here near the Tangletown neighborhood. So we've gotten an update from police here in the last hour. Here is what we know. Just before 8:30, this happened during Mass at the church. It was a Mass marking the first week of school there. A gunman approached the side of the building, barricaded a couple of doors, and started firing shots through the stained glass windows there. You know, an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old sitting in the pews were killed, 17 total people injured, 14 children. The shooter then proceeded to take his life in the back of the church. No extensive criminal history as far as we know when it comes to the shooter. Most of the shooting, we were told, happened outside of the building, dozens of rounds fired, and we're continuing to learn more about the shooter. We did learn from our AJ Legault just a few minutes ago that he lived here in the area.
Yep.
And his mom had connections to the church as well.
Possible connection there.
Connections.
And we do know, too, that in a few minutes we're getting word that there could possibly be another press conference, so we could learn even more information in the next few minutes for sure. So definitely stick with us as we cover this. And, you know, this situation has been getting national attention, local attention. I know we have some reaction from national. We can do that for actually local first with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is saying he was briefed early about this with the BCA State Patrol on scene helping. He said, quote, "I'm praying for our kids and teachers whose first week of school was marred by this horrific act of violence." And honestly, too, Senator Amy Klobuchar is sharing those same sentiments, posting this morning, quote, "I'm heartbroken by the horrific violence at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis this morning. My prayers are with the students, teachers, and families, and I'm grateful for the first responders who are all on scene." And I think, too, this next post from Speaker of the House, Minnesota House, Lisa Dameth, fresh off the violent tragedy that killed Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman and her husband and injured State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, Dameth asking for prayers for all that were there, including the children, family, staff, first responders. But I mean, that's a good point. So much has happened over these past few months. And then to add this, another thing, it's a lot for healthcare workers, law enforcement. Yeah,
gun violence has definitely hit home here in Minnesota, in the Twin Cities, and it's going to take a lot of healing to get past this. A lot of families are broken this morning. Let's get to our Ian Russell. He is following the medical response to this. We have, I think, 2 different hospitals here, Children's and HCMC, treating patients. Ian, what do you know?
Yeah, well, guys, we've heard a little bit of some updated numbers here in just the past a couple hours or so. Originally, we heard from HCMC earlier that it was 11 patients they were treating. Now we're being told that it is 10 total. That includes 1 adult and 6 kids that are in critical condition, and 1 adult and 2 kids with non-life-threatening injuries. That update came out at about 12:15 or so. And just within the last 10 minutes, we heard from Children's Minnesota. I want to read their full statement that they sent out earlier, just not too long ago here. They said, "Today, 7 children between the ages of 9 and 16 were admitted to our hospital for care as a result of the tragic incident this morning. 1 patient has been discharged. Our thoughts are with all the victims, their families and loved ones in our communities who are impacted by yet another senseless act of violence." As I mentioned, HCMC has been very busy this morning as they've been treating some of those patients as they were coming in here. Things have since gone a little bit back to normal. Officials from the hospital tell us that there's a reunification center set up across the street for some of those families to meet up with their loved ones here as treatment is still being done. We did hear from doctors this morning who talked about some of their process and getting ready for this incident when the initial calls came in. Here's what they had to say.
I want to take a moment to tell you how proud I am to work for this organization and the teams that were involved, the resources, again, that were mobilized, our surgical colleagues, our medical medicine colleagues, our amazing nursing staff, our psychologists that help process these events for us, environmental services, all those involved.
Again, for an update from Children's Minnesota, that's now 7 kids they're treating between the ages of 9 and 16. HCMC says 1 adult and 6 kids in critical condition, 1 adult and 2 kids with non-life-threatening injuries. They've told us that updates will kind of come throughout the day here as these kids and these adults are being treated for their injuries. We'll keep you updated as those updates come out, guys. Back to you.
All right, Ian Russell with the very latest here. Thank you very much. And as we've been mentioning all morning, HCMC is already busy at work because they've had several shootings here over the last 24 hours, including a mass shooting yesterday in broad daylight at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. 6 people shot there. And so they've been treating those patients, and now you have 10 more patients coming in to be treated today for what are sure to be horrible wounds, because a rifle was used, and those rifles really rip through and cause a lot of damage, as we heard from doctors earlier. So it's going to be a long day here for those doctors, for those nurses, for those surgeons, and we're certainly thinking of them as they work to mend these folks back up.
Long day, high stress. I know during one of Jessica Hart's live shots, she mentioned vigils, people coming to give flowers, people just feeling horrible about the situation. Our caller Halt messaged us about a vigil that's happening in just a few hours at Lutheran Church of Christ the Redeemer. They posted on social media saying this shooting this morning as the Annunciation community gathered for the first mass of the school year has left us heartbroken and horrified. They're having a vigil at 7 o'clock tonight in their sanctuary so that the community can come together tonight.
We have the statement just in from Children's Minnesota as well. Today, 7 children between ages 9 and 16 were admitted to our hospital for care as a result of the tragic incident this morning. 1 patient has been discharged. Our thoughts are with all the victims, their families, and loved ones in our communities who are impacted by yet another senseless act of violence. And they said that term, yet another senseless act. It's been a pretty violent year.
It has.
Overall here in Minnesota.
It has been a very chaotic year. And two, I mean, everything that we've mentioned as far as the response from the president or the response from lawmakers, I mean, everyone coming together, we have to put note into that folks are coming together to bring flowers, to provide help. I'm sure if there's any help in any way, it'll be posted on social media, and we'll definitely bring you that too.
One thing you see in the aftermath of these mass shootings, blood banks. They need blood for these surgeries, for transfusions and whatnot. So if you can give, if you can donate blood, make sure you do that, because that'll help a lot of folks that are needing it right now, that are hurting right now.
Absolutely. All right, if you're just not joining us too, we just want to give you one last recap here. Mass shooting at Annunciation Catholic Church. It happened early this morning. We have more. We've learned a lot about the gunman from AJ, but we do want to get to Morgan because I know she's getting neighborhood reaction. If we can go out to her and see what she's seeing out there right now.
Yeah, well, I can tell you right now, actually, that State Representative Ilhan Omar is actually walking up right now. We heard from her people earlier that she was going to be speaking with some of the victims and their families, and it seems as though she's ready to talk to the media. And so why don't we head over that direction and find out what the representative has to say, as she has been talking with also Mayor Fry, too. I saw her having a conversation with him. Devin, let's head that way. Stay with us, guys. We're going to go over there real quick.
Have them be gunned down is just unspeakable horror. So my heart breaks for the families and the victims of this tragic morning here in Minneapolis at Annunciation Catholic Church. We don't know much. We know that the assailant is dead, and we are going to learn more about motives and what more can be done to make sure that we avoid tragedies like this. But at this moment, I just want to hold the space for prayer for the families and the victims of this tragic event.
Have you had a chance to speak with school leadership yet?
I have not. We know that that's what I attempted to do. They are in the middle of getting a statement out, trying to make sure that they're able to communicate the tragedy that has taken place, what that means for their close-knit, deeply faithful community. But I did have an opportunity to chat with the mayor and the commissioner of public safety. And they are continuing to see an outpouring of support from law enforcement across the state, and they are also seeing federal agents like the FBI come to assist. And we know that we are going to get to the bottom of what has taken place as the investigation unfolds. It's been incredible to hear from leaders of Congress. Even the White House reached out to see what our community needs. And that's the kind of moment that we are in. It's a moment of grief. It's a moment of solidarity. It's a moment of prayer. But we know that once this investigation is done, once these families are made whole, then we can have the national conversation that is necessary to stop school shootings like this from taking place in our communities and devastating families all over this country. Thank you.
Representative, can you tell us what the White House said to you when they reached out? Excuse me. All right. Okay, as you heard it there, we just heard from Representative Ilhan Omar, who says that they have just had an outpouring amount of people from across the country reaching out to them. Omar said that the White House has reached out and offered resources. We know that the FBI is now involved in this investigation, along with the BCA. And as we are out here at the scene, you can't help but notice all of the community members that are coming forward and asking what they can do to help, reflecting on their memories at this church, or maybe their kids that went to the school. I spoke with someone that lives just down the street, and it's hitting their neighborhood really hard. Here's what Megan had to say.
Not even just your kid, for the sake of the kids that you know, that you've seen grow up in this neighborhood. I saw a lot of the families come by and hug my neighbors because they've been here forever, and I know so many people, and it hurts them just as much. It hurts a whole community to watch this happen. I'm sorry that it's happened here, for everyone else who were directly affected by it.
The families walking
Yeah.
out.
And now they're faced with, how do you go back? How do you put it back together? It's the start of school. Anyone who has a vote in gun control should watch families and kids come out of a school after this. I mean, just to watch that happen and then still not do anything about it. This can't continue. I want to send my kids to school next week without the fear of this happening. And I don't have that.
And that sentiment that she just ended with there is that what I think a lot of parents are facing right now, that fear of them now sending their kids to school after this tragedy here. And so a lot of people are praying. They are sitting here trying to figure out what to do next, how to move forward as a community, because this church is such a cornerstone of this South Minneapolis community here. Everyone has made that very known. They have a lot of good memories. They have a lot of community gatherings there. And so the fact that this shooting happened here and that there were children that were killed inside that mass is devastating, everybody. Back to you.
Yeah, Morgan, thank you so much for that report, and thank you for that live press conference as we continue to learn more here. Jason and Cece stepped out. Rena and I, Chris, we're filling in now on what can only be described as another nightmare that is hitting the state of Minnesota. This one, another unspeakable tragedy with 2 children confirmed dead, 17 injured, and right now, what we are trying to do is gather information on witnesses, people who were there, the stories of those who were there and had to experience this. Lou Raguse brought that unbelievable interview of the young man named Wes, who told the story of sitting in a church praying on his second day of school, and his friend Isaac jumping on him to protect him, who does that at that age, getting shot in the process. We are also continuing to work. Our I team is steadfastly working. I was just visiting with them in the back of the building on this alleged shooter. There is a lot going on social media right now and on the internet, and we are doing our journalism by the book to confirm social media accounts, posts, alleged videos. So that is what we are working on right now, and we'll bring those details to you as soon as we get them.
If you are just joining us, top of the hour here, let's just bring you up to date on the tragic events of today. A mass shooting at Annunciation Church in Minneapolis. 2 children were killed, ages 8 and 10 years old, 17 others injured, 14 of those children as well, 2 of those in critical. We do know that at HCMC they had 11 patients there, 9 of whom were kids. 4 of those people needed surgery, needed operations, and there are no casualties there. Children's has 7 kids between the ages of 9 and 16 years old, and we have not been given updates on those children, other than that we know one of those kids was actually released. So the tiny bit of good news coming from Children's Hospital today as we work to get more information for you. As Chris said, this was the second day of school. The second day of school, and the kids were in a all-school mass. If any of you have gone to Catholic school, you know. The whole school gets together and does a mass, usually on a Wednesday. Everyone was gathered in the building at the time, and that is when the shooting happened. This young man, as we were learning more about him, from the outside of the building, started shooting into the church through the windows. We have confirmed from police that some of the doors were barricaded from the outside, meaning people wouldn't be able to exit just on one side of the church. And this person was able to shoot many people in the process of that, and then ultimately took his own life at the end.
And there are some details that make it all the worse, which is that he used a rifle, probably a semi-automatic rifle. We don't know exactly what gun it was, but he used it. And then he used a shotgun, and then he used a pistol. So he used all the weapons that he brought. There was a smoke bomb of some sort of firework that police said he brought as well. I don't know if that detonated or not. But the name that our AJ Legault and Lou Raguse have confirmed is Robin Westman, I believe 22-year-old Robin Westman.
I believe he's 23.
Or 23, excuse
Yes.
me. And this person had a name change, which was originally Robert Westman. And I can say that AJ via email has just told us that there is a YouTube account that you'll see going around on Twitter right now that he says he has confirmed is the official YouTube account of this person. So what we're doing is going through and sort of scrubbing these posts and trying to find more information on what was happening there. But again, we're not going to go live with any of that stuff until we get it confirmed here.
And pay attention if you are searching for these things online yourself. There are some fake accounts already popping up because that's what people do apparently. So AJ and you, like you said, the entire investigative team is working very hard to confirm which of these things are true so that we can report them here to you. I do believe Gordon Severson is available out in the field right now to give us any new information. Gordon?
Yeah, Rena, we were told that there's going to be an updated press conference, which was going to happen around 1 o'clock right here. That has been pushed back to 2 o'clock, and we're hoping to get some more information in another, 40, 50 minutes or so. Now, being here right at the scene, the church is just a few hundred feet, behind us here, and we're just seeing so many people coming by. About an hour ago, we saw 5 city council members here from Minneapolis talking to police officers, wanting to get updates. We've seen a lot of neighbors come in. So many people besides these families and these kids have been affected by this. I want to share an interview with someone we just spoke with about an hour ago. She happened to be just driving through. She was a nanny going to meet up with some kids that she watches, and they were getting ready for school starting next week. And this is the last couple of days that she's going to be working with these students, these kids, and she was on her way there, got caught up in this scene. Her car is still in there somewhere. She's not able to get out, but she said it was just crazy to be coming in right at the time that police officers were coming into the church. And she shared some reaction to us. She saw a lot of the family members running in. She saw the kids coming out. Here's some of what she had to say and what her mother had to say when she came here to the scene to meet with her daughter after this incident.
So she called me hysterical, and the first thing she said is, "Mom, I'm safe, but something really bad is happening, and I don't know what it is, but something really bad has happened, and there's police everywhere, Mom, and I don't know what to do." And that's the worst call to get as a parent. I mean, I'm grateful that she's safe, and I can't even imagine what it's like for the other parents and community members who are affected by this.
Thankful to see kids coming out unharmed, safe, but just the looks on some of their faces, the screams coming from the moms who didn't know where their kids are, it was just,
it's gut-wrenching.
Devastating, yeah.
Now, when I got here to the scene around 9 o'clock this morning, I had to park on the far other side of this crime scene and had to walk over here to meet up with my colleague and had to walk several blocks. I saw dozens of families, parents and their kids were just, reunited. A lot of tears, a lot of relief. It just so many emotions here, and so many families, that are still figuring things out. A lot of them waiting for updates at the hospital right now who are directly affected by this. And so, we're going to stay here, try to get some updates on the investigation. As I mentioned, that press conference is going to be around 2 o'clock this afternoon. So we'll see, hopefully get an update from police, maybe city leaders on what they've uncovered over the last couple of hours. Back to you.
All right, Gordon, we appreciate it. This information keeps changing minute by minute almost. It's just one of those situations where the new information keeps coming in and we keep learning different things. So it's just unfolding in real time.
Yeah, it's here now, right? Mm-hmm. We were just here, not long ago with another mass shooting like this, and here we are again. Did you say that other Catholic schools in the Twin Cities were closed today?
Yes, they were either on lockdown, and I can't speak for all of them. I only know two for a fact that were either on secure, which is just a way of saying it's like a light lockdown where no one can come or go. The kids would do inside recess, and not really being told anything because there's some kids are so little that how do you even
want to send panic,
right.
You don't want to communicate that. You just want them to stay safe.
So yes, some Catholic schools I know were on secure or lockdown today.
Okay. We also have Jessica Hart, I believe, who's out in the field right now. Is that right, you guys? We have Jessica. We're going to head out to her. Hey, Jessica. How you doing? What can you tell us?
Yeah, hey, Chris. We actually just saw a SWAT vehicle roll out here about just 60 seconds ago. So the scene is still active, but some personnel are starting to leave the scene here. Now, I did check in with a fire official who says that they will be here for several more hours. He doesn't anticipate this scene wrapping up anytime soon. Now, they have expanded their perimeter quite a bit since we've been here, and they aren't really letting people, they're letting people leave because there's a grocery store right next to us, but they're not letting anyone come in here. So it's pretty quiet where we've been at so far this entire morning. Not much has changed within the last 30 minutes or so. We do have the American Red Cross van just standing, or parked right next to us rather, and they're really just kind of providing some snacks and water to these first responders who have been out here for hours. We have several community service officers also out here setting up tables, keeping a perimeter. They're also kind of walking around in groups. We haven't seen too many officers kind of walk off by themselves. We have seen what looks like a few school officials in lanyards. They're kind of walking down this way toward Lyndale and 54th. Just kind of walking in that direction. We're not sure exactly why. Maybe their cars are parked over there. But it's been a very quiet scene here, which is very different from what it was just 2 hours ago when we had police officers searching this neighborhood with canines going into the back of businesses, just searching for any sort of evidence. We had neighbors just watching everything unfold. One woman we talked with said she wasn't home, but her kids were, and they heard the gunshots. Another woman says she was playing with her grandson outside on the swing when she heard 3 rounds of shots, ran inside her daughter's house, and then minutes later, they started to hear so many sirens. She says she really couldn't put a number on it. But earlier this morning, this entire street was lined with police cars and ambulances, and now you can see it's definitely cleared out quite a bit. You still have police cars here. Parks Police is still here. They're still kind of guarding that front entrance and also a side entrance over here, but it's really quieted down within the last about 45 minutes, Chris. Back to you.
Thanks, Jessica. And the one thing that's so different about this terrible tragedy versus the previous one concerning our lawmakers is that there's no active manhunt right now. We know that threat, at least as much as we know, is over. But what we can't explain right now is why.
I don't know that that's a question that will ever get answered. Even if you know there is a motive behind it, there's still no reason why something like this would happen. There's no logical explanation for why something like this would happen. This was the second shooting in the city in the last 2 days. You know, the police force, yes, and HCMC have been very busy dealing with gun violence over the last 2 days, and this has waves of Sandy Hook to me, just with how little these kiddos are.
Yes. And they're in the place of what's supposed to be the ultimate comfort, which would be your place of worship, next to the other place of ultimate comfort, which is supposed to be with your new friends in school. I mean, we don't have to lecture the public on how tragic this is, but we're trying to put it into perspective. Can't imagine how every parent feels right now as everyone is sending their children back to school, right? And you're all wondering, okay, so somebody's capable of this. And that's what terror does to you. And we have to be able to fight back psychologically. Ken Martin is the chair of the Democratic National Committee now. He was the head of the Democratic Party, DFL, in Minnesota for many years. He has now taken on that national role. Why do I say this? Because they have a convention going right now in Minneapolis. And he spoke some poignant words a short while ago in Minneapolis, and we have that for you right now.
These families woke up this morning to celebrate milestones in their children's lives. Milestones like the first week of kindergarten. We are heartbroken. This is a tragic day for our city and a tragic day for Minnesotans. On the heels of a tragic year where we already lost our dear friends, Melissa and Mark Hortman, and it's unacceptable. It's far too commonplace in our nation. It's just far too commonplace. Folks, we need your prayers, we need your faith, and we need leadership to stop this evil.
That is Ken Martin speaking there, and just in to the newsroom, President Trump revealing this quote, saying, as a mark of respect for the victims of the senseless acts of violence perpetrated on August 27, 2025 in Minneapolis, Minnesota, by authority vested in me as President of the United States by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, I hereby order the flag of the United States shall be flown at half staff. And I do believe we have a picture of the White House there where they have already done so in honor and in memory of the lives that were lost here in Minneapolis today through senseless violence.
Well, now we delve into these questions, right, as we start to learn more about the shooter and the past and the history and what happened. I mean, there's always this sort of reverse investigation into why these things happen. The truth is they happen, and they happen frequently in this country. The other truth is we haven't really done much about it because of political indifferences or differences. And what I would like to do is invite elected officials and other leaders on to talk about this. It's early right now, and I'm not saying we can go and solve the problems at this point, but it is a continual conversation and a continual traumatic event for families across this country. And these conversations need to be had, and they need to be followed by acts. We have to try, because we can't keep doing this. Yeah.
Our Ian Russell is out in the field, has been all day now. He joins us now with the latest from where he is at, and I believe you're at HCMC. Is that correct, Ian?
Yeah, Irina, we are. We've been here for most of the morning. We got here about 9:15, 9:30 or so. When we arrived on scene, we saw a heavy law enforcement presence. They were out here blocking off, this is South 8th Street that's right here, blocking off the street as these ambulances were coming in from that this morning's shooting. Since then, we've heard some updates from both HCMC here on the number of patients that they have, and also Children's Minnesota as well. HCMC has kind of clarified some of their numbers. Obviously, this is a developing situation, so in the kind of chaos of some things, there were some different numbers reported, but they have clarified these numbers now. We do know now that it is 10 total people that are being treated here at HCMC. That includes 2 adults, one with life-threatening or critical, or who's in critical condition, and one who has non-life-threatening injury, and then 6 kids who are in critical condition, and 2 of them with non-life-threatening injuries. They told us earlier, HCMC did, that some of those ages range between 6 and 14 years old. Children's Minnesota has sent us a statement in the last 20 minutes or so now saying they have 7 total kids that they're treating, aged between 9 and 16 years old. So obviously a couple different places around the metro are helping out and treating some of these adults, and majority children that are being affected by this, who were shot in this attack here. And just such a senseless tragedy. That's what we've heard from so many folks who are walking out and around here at HCMC. Is just, it's despicable, it's awful, it's a horrific thing to think about. We just talked with some Metro Transit folks who got off the bus, who were walking down a little bit further, who were asking some questions about this, and just, they were in disbelief. They said this is everywhere right now. They were seeing it in news in their home states, and just how awful this is to hear of something like this, especially when it's talking about kids being affected by something like this. So obviously just a horrific, tragic situation here going on, and these doctors, and thankful to them, who are working so diligently and so hard to treat these kids and these adults for their injuries here, and hopefully get these kids out of the hospital soon, guys.
All right, Ian, thank you very much. Appreciate that report, and you're absolutely right. You can't imagine what it's like for those staff to hear that there was just a mass shooting at a school, at a church, and we're going to be intaking we don't know how many patients. And they just did that. That's just an unbelievable thing that they had to go through. We do have a statement, though, that was in from Children's Minnesota, if we want to put that up. And they said, essentially, today, children between ages 9 and 16 were admitted to our hospital for care. As a result of the tragic incident this morning, 1 patient has been discharged. That is wonderful news. Our thoughts are with all the victims, their families and loved ones in our communities who are impacted by yet another senseless act of violence.
We do have some vigils and things to tell you about, because I know people are trying to figure out how to help or what to do. But Chief O'Hara was at the scene earlier today, and we are expecting another update around 2 o'clock. But earlier today, you could feel it, you could hear it in his voice. And how many times have we seen this man show up at a scene? And this is probably one of the worst that you can think of. But he was pretty emotional today when he talked about this. Let's listen.
This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible. Police officers from the Minneapolis Police Department immediately responded, entered the church, and attempted to provide first aid and rescue some of the children that were hiding throughout the building, while other first responders came and EMS responded to rush victims to nearby hospitals. 2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews. Their parents have been notified. 17 other people were injured, 14 of them being children. 2 of those children are in critical condition. The coward who fired these shots ultimately took his own life in the rear of the church. Our hearts are broken for the families who have lost their children, for these young lives that are now fighting to recover, and for our entire community that has been so deeply traumatized by this senseless attack.
The chief took questions afterward. He answered every question that he got, and he answered it sincerely. And I mean, what an incredible press conference. You just never think you'd have to cover something like that, let him go through it, be a first responder there. Also speaking there at first was a furious Mayor Fry, who just had strong words to the public, and we have a piece of that sound here too.
There are no words that can capture the horror and the evil of this unspeakable act. Children are dead. There are families that have a deceased child. You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation. We are a Minneapolis family. But to everybody out there, do not think of these as just somebody else's kids. Those families are suffering immense pain right now. Think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance.
Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, understandably upset, angry, emotional. We are learning new information by the moment here. We're expecting a new press conference coming up from the city around 2 o'clock. But right now, investigative reporter AJ Legault is in the newsroom with some new information just in about the alleged shooter. AJ.
Yeah, what we're learning is he did leave behind a series of videos on YouTube that have since been taken down. They appear to be a manifesto. There's video of sketches that show like a hand-drawn sketch of Annunciation, and most of the notes that are in there are written in Russian. They use Russian letters to spell out English words. It's not the word in Russian, if that makes sense. It's a Russian letter that spells out an English word, and there's a hand-drawn sketch of the school or of the church that says in Russian, Annunciation from memory. We're not going to be showing you most of the videos that we found online. They are extremely violent. They reference suicide. And what we've been able to translate from the notes that were put online right now indicate that this suspect had a long-standing fascination with school shootings, with school shooters, and seems to be definitely dealing with a whole lot of stuff right there. As I said, the videos and writings that we're seeing online deal with violence, they deal with suicide. We do know that there is a tie to the school. Facebook posts show that the suspect, Robin Westman, formerly Robert Westman, their mother retired from the Church of the Annunciation in 2021, was a longtime employee. Court records, they show that in 2019, the parents of Robin filed in Dakota County to have the name Robert changed to Robin because, and I'm quoting here, minor child identifies as a female and wants her name to reflect that identification. Now, as I said, much of the writings that we're seeing online appear to be this hybrid, they're written in hybrid Russian, using Russian letters. And I'm just reading my notes here, but in the journal we see Robin uses Russian to create words in English, meaning the words aren't actually in Russian, but our team has been able to translate them, matching the Russian alphabet to figure out the words that the letters spell out in English, like, and we're working our way through that right now.
Right. So AJ, this is a remarkable discovery, and like I said, we just talked back in your office talking to you guys about this. First of all, can you tell people how you were able to authenticate that the YouTube page is legitimate?
We have authenticated that law enforcement is looking at this YouTube page as authentic, as belonging to the suspect, Robin Westman.
And then we know that those posts that you're looking at, one of them was a video that had racist, homicidal, suicidal, sort of maniacal talking over all of these mass cache of weapons. Mm-hmm. But some of these things were posted at 9 a.m., correct? Which would have been a half an hour after the call to the shooting.
From what our analysis can show is it appears that this video was posted at 9:09 a.m. Central Time, which, you know, we know the shooting happened sometime shortly, right around 8:30. Police were on scene by 8:40, 8:45 in that window. We haven't positively confirmed that the video was scheduled to be posted after this incident, but that is what early indications certainly look like, Chris.
AJ, you talked about a manifesto. What I was seeing online earlier was more like a letter to parents, but is that something that was false? And when you say you were decoding some of this stuff, what kind of things were you hearing or were you seeing?
What we're hearing as we basically decode the writings that we're seeing online was, you know, a deep fascination with violence, with school shootings, with, you know, prior school shootings, and what appears to be early indications saying, this individual is saying that they have been fascinated with school shootings for a number of years, and that other kids were telling adults about this fascination years ago.
Right.
So there may have been some very early warning signs.
Right, and we don't want to, again, paint too much light on whatever was happening in this person's life before this, but it is a matter of the being clear in the story.
What we definitely don't want to glorify in any way what this individual did, because it does appear that this person was fascinated with what they could learn from prior school shootings that we've seen in this country. And that's where we certainly, as journalists, want to be really, really careful.
And to be clear, what you were saying and what we were talking about back in your office before we could go on the air with it, is that there's like dozens and dozens of handwritten pages in a book. And this person is flipping through the pages, and the letters are from the Russian alphabet.
Correct.
But the language that those letters are speaking is not Russian. It's the Russian letters used to speak English.
Yeah.
We have a person on staff who's Latvian who speaks Russian who's translating some of it, just so that we can find out what it was saying. It's just this.
Yeah, this is really slow
cryptic.
going because it's not even a direct translation in Russian. It's trying to.
Right.
It's like somebody, you know, this is like an individual who used, you know, Googled the Russian letter for something. We were using the example, as we explained to folks back in our offices, it would be as if someone spelled out the word bird, but they used the Russian letter for B, for I, for R, for D to say bird, but it's not the word for bird in Russian.
So it's cryptic. It's it's like but it's like has to be decoded. But the purpose of why we're talking about it and why we're sort of interested in this line of reporting is because we're all trying to find out why and what would drive somebody to commit an act of violence on such an epic scale, an epic and evil scale.
I've covered a number of these school shootings over the years, Chris. They're never easy, and there's never a real why that makes sense. There'll be a why in that person's head, and sometimes you're able to glean some of what they were thinking, but it never really makes direct sense.
Right.
That's exactly right, AJ. And you made a good point where this person may have potentially been obsessed with prior school shootings, and that's why when we report on these, you said we're not going to show you some of this video, and I applaud that, because sometimes I don't even like saying these people's names because I don't want them to get the attention that someone else potentially sees and says, I want that for myself.
Or the attention that they sought.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You know,
AJ, we appreciate it. We know you got lots to do, so we're going to let you go back to your reporting, and we'll hear back from you in just a little bit.
All right, talk to you soon, guys.
Thanks,
Thank
AJ.
you. We're going to head out to the scene right now where Lou Raguse has been all day long talking to folks there on the scene, and he joins us now with the latest. Lou?
Well, things out here are starting to slow down a little bit, and traffic is starting to resume. The area behind us is still blocked off as police and other investigators continue to work there. One part, you know, amongst the many layers of this that is really unsaid so far is just how hard cases involving kids are on those investigators and first responders who have to, you know, actually deal with it head on, unlike us reporting on it from back here. You know, so many of them put on such a hard shell 99% of the time, but when things involve kids, there's nothing that affects them more than something like this as well. I've been helping AJ confirm a lot of the things that you guys just finished talking about, and I will just add to these videos that we've seen and reviewed that have been posted by the shooter are just absolutely ridiculous, including things that are racist and anti-Semitic and you name it. And so there really is no value in us sharing some of these things that we're finding right now. It doesn't explain why he did what he did or anything like that, but I can attest to what AJ was just talking about there. Earlier today, about an hour or so ago, we did this interview with a young boy who was in the church during the shooting. A very emotional interview, and I should emphasize that he approached us with his grandfather and his parents, and they all wanted to talk and gave us permission to talk to him. It wasn't as if we're pulling kids aside that are running from the school or anything like that. And so the boy's mother is actually, I believe, the head of the PTA, so heavily involved in the school, and happened to be going by and see all the police here. And that's why when you hear little Weston explain it, that's why his mom was here so early and able to reunite with him so early on as well. But if we have that ready to go, let's take a listen to Weston's interview.
Yeah.
And, did you get reunited with your parents? And
Yeah, my mom was waiting outside of the church when it happened.
Yeah.
And then
What was it like seeing her?
I was super happy because, like, I was scared that I wasn't going to see her because I didn't know what was happening, really. I was just in shock.
And was it behind you where it was happening, or in front of you, just kind of?
It was, like, right beside me. I was, like, 2 seats away from the stained glass windows. So they were, like, the shots were, like, right next to me.
That's scary.
Yeah.
You went under the pew after that happened?
Yeah. And
Is
then
that what everyone tried to do?
I think I got, like, gunpowder on my neck. Yeah.
When you heard the shots, what went through your head?
I was like, the first one, I was like, what is that? I thought it was just something. Then when I heard it again, I just ran under the pew. And then I covered my head.
And of course, that image of those children hiding under the pews, covering their heads, is something that I personally can't get out of my mind. I'm sure many of you can't either. Another thing that Weston added is that a friend of his helped protect him by covering him up, and that friend was wounded and is now recovering at the hospital. Weston wanted to extend his prayers to his friend and to everyone else who's recovering at the hospital right now. We also have short interviews with his grandpa and his dad, so we'll start turning around those clips so that we can share them on the broadcast as well. And we will have much more as the day goes on. Just to give you an idea of what some other people are working on, I do have the latest address of this shooter, and we have a crew over there to try to talk to the shooter's neighbors and so forth and see what's going on at that location. And that's, for now, a lot of people are kind of, finally taking a break to get something to eat and drink here as they continue to work throughout this horrific scene. Back to you.
Yeah, Lou, listen, man, thank you for that report. I know that you were emotionally twisted, when you were talking to him. You have a son the same age, same name, and how can anybody not have their heart turned upside down when you hear that sweet, innocent voice talk so casually about gunpowder on your neck and seeing your colleagues shot? Just thank you. And also, as Rena mentioned to me while you were chatting, thanks for being clear about the situation there. We're not the type of TV station, and you're certainly not the type of reporter to go chasing kids after they experience some trauma. They approached you, and thanks for being clear about that. But what else did you, real quick before you go, what else did you take away from that interview? Because I know we didn't hear all of it, but it just must have.
Well, just on that note, I'll tell you that all of our friends at the other news outlets here are being very respectful as well. And there happens to be a larger media presence than there otherwise would be because of the DNC meetings going on. A lot of the national news were already here in town for that. And so there are even, you can imagine there's a lot of news people here. There's even more because of that. I just, from that interview, you're right to notice kind of the nonchalant way that he recounts that thing. And I'm sure, having kids in school right now. When we were kids, we had tornado drills and fire drills at school. Our grandparents, maybe even our parents, had those old nuclear bomb drills. Well, kids today have active shooter drills, and it's just heartbreaking that they have to have such a thing. I think of that every single time that my kids tell me about it. Thankfully they do, so that they are as prepared as you possibly can be when something like this happens, happening so close to home here. But just the way that it's a part of their everyday life, and then now that this shooting has happened here, that kids like Weston and all the rest of the student body are going to have to live with that. They're going to have to, at some point, come back to school, and you just think about the days and weeks and months ahead and how difficult that's going to be. That's just a whole other layer beyond just the immediate recovery that the wounded will have to go through here.
Absolutely, Lou. And you hit the nail on the head when you say, other news outlets are being respectful as well, because of course they are. We all live in this community too. I used to live in that neighborhood. We all have kids that go to school, and we shop at the same grocery stores, we go to the same churches. We care deeply about this community, and you showed that wearing your heart on your sleeve today, and we really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll check back in with Lou a little bit later. We are waiting on a press conference. It should happen in under an hour, about 50 minutes from now. I also want to speak about the bravery of that young man.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, it's hard.
You don't know what you're going to do in that situation, and when you're 10 years old, you certainly don't know what you're going to do in that situation, but what a hero.
Think of going through that. You don't understand it. You just go through it. And then to say, yeah, I'll share, oh my goodness. Yeah, it's just unbelievable.
I know people are looking for ways to help, to reach out, to do something, to heal with the community. We do have a couple of vigils that are going on this evening.
Yeah, there's one here. This is actually, I believe it's sponsored by Protect Minnesota and Moms Demand Action, but this is a candlelight vigil. If there's somewhere you want to go and be with others and grieve, this is a candlelight vigil for Annunciation Catholic School. It is tonight from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. and it's going to be at Lyndhurst Park. If you don't know where that is, it's 1345 West Minnehaha Parkway in Minneapolis. So, if you have this sense that you need to go and be with others in your community, show respect, show support, offer comfort, as you see this State Patrol officer did here. This was a poignant video, actually, because so often, you see law enforcement in different situations, but your job to protect and serve, this is service in its purest form.
Yeah, he doesn't know that woman probably.
No, he's offering a hug, he's offering support in times of chaos.
Our Jason made a good point earlier today when he was for hours anchoring, bringing you the latest information. We talk about vigils or ways to help out in situations like this when you have victims that need to go to the hospital. He suggested donating blood. And I thought that was an excellent point, because there's always a need for blood. Even if it's not these folks, it may make you feel like you're doing something to help, and it certainly would be helping the community. As we come upon this 2 o'clock, very shortly, we're hoping to get a news conference. Do you want to bring people up to speed what we know at this point?
Yeah, let's go through it real quick. If you're just joining us, or if you just tuned in a little while ago, we're going to run through the facts. And so these are the facts that were given to us by the mayor and the police chief of Minneapolis, and they're based on what we've heard from witnesses around there. But here's the deal. This morning, this was just before 8:30 a.m. this morning, police got a call to head to the Annunciation
Catholic Church.
Annunciation Catholic Church, excuse me.
That's in the Tangletown neighborhood, by the way.
It's in Tangletown, right? So this is between Lyndale and Nicollet. This is like 54th Street. So this is southeast Minneapolis. This is the first week of school there. This is the second day of school. And what they do is have a community welcome mass where all the students and community members join in this mass inside the church. What the chief said is that somebody, and this is who we believe to be Robin Westman, 23-year-old, approached the church outside and began firing gunshots through the stained glass windows into the church, at the pews, and at children and other parishioners who were there. The gunshots continued. We think it's an assault rifle, but a rifle was fired, a shotgun was used, and a pistol was used. After the dust settled there, the gunman took his own life, is what we understand, in the back of the church. I don't know if he was inside the church or outside the church, but they said the back of the church. There was a car that the gunman had driven to get there. Again, when the dust settled, 2 children were confirmed dead. 1 8-year-old, 1 10-year-old. 17 other people were injured. 14 of those were children. We understand there have been no other fatalities yet. There were a few children who were critical in the hospital.
Condition.
We know that at least one of the children has been released from the hospital.
From Children's Hospital. They had 7 kids between the ages of 9 and 16 years old, one of whom has been released. That's the piece of good news that we can give you right now. We do know that HCMC took in, I believe it was 11 patients, 9 kids, 2 adults. They may have updated that recently, but 4 operations were needed, no casualties at HCMC. So we do know that those folks going to be okay.
Right, and so what you have then, since 8:30, has been sheer panic in that neighborhood in South Minneapolis. You have parents that had to find out that their children passed away. Others had to find out their children were hurt. Others finding out their children and loved ones are okay. And you have that emotional trauma to deal with there at the situation, at the place there. Since then, we've been trying to do a little more diligence and find out why, right? Who did this and why? And all we can really share at this point is that we've been able to authenticate some of the messages, some of the videos on social media channels of this alleged shooter. And from what I have seen, considering that those pages are not authenticated, has been nothing but sort of filth, racism, homicidal, maniacal things. We also could confirm that the mother of the alleged shooter worked at Annunciation Church for many years and retired.
2021.
We know that there was a manifesto written in some cryptic Russian/English sort of cryptic messaging that we're trying to sort of decode back here with our Russian speaker that we work with. And we don't have any insights.
And there doesn't appear to be a relationship between this person being Russian and this person was not from Russia. This person was from here.
Also, but there's like this manifesto, and it has a map of the church layout, and I believe the title of it was Annunciation from Memory, something like that. So I would presume that they went to school there, but I can't report that. I don't know that this person went to school there.
We only know that his mother was, in fact, employed there for many years and retired.
So yeah, you seek a why. We don't have a why. I don't know if we'll ever have a why.
There'll never be a
and
why.
It just there is no, there's nothing rational here. So
we do have Ian Russell, who is out on the scene right now. So let's head to him and see if he has any new information at HCMC. Ian?
Rena and Chris, a lot of this has stayed about the same since the last time we spoke to you. You mentioned some updates here. HCMC came out and spoke to us about noon, had an initial press conference around 11 a.m. where they kind of gave us some updates on some numbers of patients and kids and adults they were treating here. Came out around noon to update that. It's now 10 total patients, 1 adult and 6 kids that are in critical condition, and 1 adult and 2 kids that have some non-life-threatening injuries. So 7 and 3, kind of in the split between the two, but 10 total patients that are being treated here. As you mentioned, Children's Minnesota has 7 patients they were treating. 1 of those has been released between the ages of 9 and 16. Here at HCMC, it was between 6 and 14 is what they told us earlier, and 4 of them, I believe, was the number they told us earlier this morning, had to be operated on and treated for some of their injuries as they were coming in here after that shooting this morning. HCMC officials also told us that they set up a reunification center for some of these parents of the kids that are being treated here, and for some of the loved ones who are related to the adults that are being treated here, or just for everyone who's being treated here, across the street from the building you see back behind me. They told me during that noon update when they came out and talked to us that the majority of those families have been able to reconnect, or at least get an update on their family members right now, and at least have some of that most up-to-date information of what is happening. But obviously, as we've kind of heard throughout the day, just a horrific tragic, terrible scene. The doctors that we talked with earlier spoke about that. And, it's a sense of, you go through these trainings and you kind of understand the process of what something that like this might look like, but you never actually really expect, I think, to actually do it. You go through these trainings, but to actually witness this in person and to actually do it is a whole other story. And it's hard, it's difficult, it's terrible to work through and to deal with. The doctors told us the initial call and the page for a mass casualty event came around 8:46 this morning. They said within minutes they were able to quickly respond, kind of get their folks mobilized to be able to come in, or the folks that were here to be able to treat the influx of patients that were coming in here. So, obviously, a shout out to them for the quick response and the ability to treat these kids and the adults and the families and everything that's coming through here. So just a massive shout out to them for the hard work to help these kids, but just horrific. I think it's fair to say this happened in the first place.
I want to take a moment to tell you how proud I am to work for this organization and the teams that were involved, the resources, again, that were mobilized, our surgical colleagues, our medicine colleagues, our amazing nursing staff, our psychologists that help process these events for us, environmental services, all those involved.
It was Dr. Thomas Wyatt you heard from there. As he said, it's a gratefulness to the folks who helped, but these are difficult situations. You're talking about kids as young as 6 years old. Any age affected by this is tragic, but obviously young children affected by this as well. Hennepin healthcare officials told us they'll be releasing information online through their online newsroom throughout the remainder of the day. It doesn't sound like as of right now there's any more plans, in-person media availabilities, but I'll be checking with them just to see if there are any updates, see if we can speak to them as patients are treated and released here hopefully soon, guys.
All right, Ian, thank you.
Thank you, sir. We did just get an update too, real quick, from Plymouth Police Department. And this is something that we typically probably wouldn't report because it was an unsubstantiated threat to the school this morning. But considering what happened in Minneapolis, I think it is worth reporting. And essentially, we have staff that have kids in that district area too, but they had to close schools down today because of an unsubstantiated threat. But the Plymouth PD is saying that they received word about a vague and unsubstantiated threat regarding a school in Plymouth this morning. They say upon receiving that report, staff notified both Wayzata Public Schools and Robbinsdale area schools. Upon further investigation, police have no reason to believe that there's any credible threat to any schools in Plymouth. But they're going to maintain regular police coverage in Plymouth, and they're going to continue providing extra patrols in those schools. But this is based off of what happened this morning in Minneapolis. So even if it's unsubstantiated, even if there's any threat, you have to take it seriously.
And I'm sure parents in the district want to know as much information as possible. You mentioned a prayer vigil earlier. Annunciation saying that there will be a prayer vigil tonight at 7 p.m., but that is actually going to happen at the Holy Angels Gym, which is at 6600 Nicollet Avenue South. So they are holding a prayer vigil at 7 p.m. in the Holy Angels Gym. Let's go back out to the scene now where Jessica Hart is standing by. She has been there all morning. I know things are slowing down there, Jessica, but what do you have and what do you know?
Yeah, Rita, things have slowed down quite a bit within the last hour or so. We've actually seen some Kowalski workers come out here and bring some food out to these first responders who've been at this scene investigating all morning. There are still people inside the school, actually. We just had another lady kind of in a blue shirt, black pants, just walk out through those front doors. She's talking with officers right now. So there are still some people walking inside the school, answering questions and doing different police work from officers on scene here. But this area has really changed within the past 3 hours. When we got here, there were dozens of people over here just on looking at what was happening. And now it's just a few people left here just looking to see. There's not much has changed here. There were some squad cars parked out front of the school from Minneapolis Parks. They have since left. They've been gone for about 30 minutes or so as crews continue to process this scene. Now, everyone here on scene tells me that they're going to be here for a while. They don't know how long, but they're going to be here for several hours still as they continue to investigate what happened here. And just talking with neighbors who live nearby, many of them just want to know why. They want to know why someone would do this. I talked with one woman whose kids don't go to Annunciation Catholic School, but they do go to Windham Public Schools, which isn't too far from here, and they're supposed to go back to school next week, and she's wondering if she needs to be nervous about sending her kids back to school. A lot of people tell me that it's just unimaginable that something like this could happen. You see it happen all the time, and people tell me they feel like they shouldn't be shocked, but whenever it hits really close to home, especially in your neighborhood, it just feels really different. And so it's definitely quieted down here within the last 60 minutes or so, but the emotions are still kind of here as people continue to just sporadically kind of come up and just take a look at the scene. Again, not much happening here right now, so we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Jessica, thanks for the report. And real quick, I just got a question for you. Can you show us behind, I'm trying to figure out exactly where you're standing, where the church is, and sort of where this incident happened. We all visualize it in our head based on the press conference, but I'm just trying to figure out sort of your vantage point right now, if you know more about that.
Yeah, so Chris, we're at the intersection of 54th and Lindale, so we're not too far from where the church is. So this is kind of the school right here, and you actually can't see the church from where we're standing. So if the school's right here, the church is right over there. It's kind of next door, and that's where we also seen a lot of police kind of stationing out in front of. So it's really close to the school here, just maybe a block or so that way from our direction, but we're right here at the intersection of 54th and Garfield.
If you're near that area, I believe you're standing near the Kowalskis, is that right?
Yeah, we're actually in kind of the back lot of the Kowalskis. This is kind of the same spot that we've been in all morning. We actually were kind of down here on the corner, but police have kind of expanded their perimeter throughout the day, so they've pushed us back a little bit. So we're just standing along the fence line right here, so we can still give you a visual and kind of keep an eye on what's going on at the front of the school, because every now and again we'll see officers kind of walk in and people walk out. So we are closer to the scene than what we were maybe about 2 hours ago when they pushed us further back.
All right, Jessica, thank you. I know we have some other sound that we want to get to, but I just want to point out real quick that actually Pope Leo XIV sent a telegram here to the United States to Archbishop Bernard Hebda of Minneapolis. The Pope expressed his heartfelt condolences and the assurance of spiritual closeness to all those affected by this terrible tragedy, especially the families now grieving the loss of a child. It goes on to say much more, but we just wanted to let you know that this has gotten all the way to the Pope, and that the Pope is now responding to this terrible tragedy that we are experiencing here in our community.
Yeah, certainly. Wow.
We know some
yeah,
neighbors.
we knew that was going to happen.
We know some neighbors in the neighborhood there have plenty to say.
Right. So we've been talking to some of the witnesses, obviously, and some of the neighbors in that community, and we spoke to them earlier today. Here's what one neighbor had to say.
So we live about 2 blocks from here. I was on a call. All the windows of our home were open. I know what gunfire sounds like, and I could tell. I was shocked. I said, "There's no way that could be gunfire." There was so much of it.
Well, I'm pastor as well at St. Olaf downtown, and when I got the news of the mass shooting at Annunciation, I thought I'd come down to HCMC to comfort the parents or whoever's here, just to be a presence from the Archdiocese with them.
What was your thought when you heard about what happened?
It was horrific. And I grew up in that parish, so it has meaning to me now, but it shouldn't be happening. And what happened on 8th and Hennepin this morning and Lake Street yesterday, something's got to happen here in the city to stop this.
Yeah, that's the question that everybody's saying. Something's got to happen to stop this, and it's an incredibly complex and difficult thing to attack, and we will get to this with our coverage certainly in the coming days. But it's just a theme that you keep hearing because we keep covering these tragedies.
Nothing gets done because we keep reporting and we keep saying the same thing, that something needs to get done.
Yeah, well, it's a complex thing, and we don't know how this person got his weapons too. We do have a Second Amendment in this country, and we just don't know yet. So it's hard to speculate. We're certainly not going to speculate from here. We do have a tweet, I believe, from former President Barack Obama. I'm reading this cold right now, but here's what he had to say. This is from 1:09 p.m. I don't know if that's East Coast or Central, but it's recent. He said, "We can't allow ourselves to become numb to mass shootings." That's something we've been talking about this morning. Quote, "What happened today in Minneapolis is heartbreaking. And Michelle and I are praying for the parents who have lost a child or will be sitting at their hospital bedside after yet another act of unspeakable, unnecessary violence," end quote. And that comes from a long list of elected officials and former elected officials who have been talking, and many of them saying similar things. So this is just a statement from current President Donald Trump, who is saying, out of respect for the victims there in the senseless act of violence. He's saying that the flags are going to be at half staff throughout the United States, appropriately so.
And this is a picture, a live picture of the White House right now, where they have already taken the steps to do that, as that announcement then goes out to the rest of the country to lower the flags out of respect for what happened here today in Minneapolis. We are hoping to get a news conference, an update from city officials earlier today. It was Chief Brian O'Hara, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry. I assume it'll be the two of them back again to give us an update on this
investigation. And sort of probably an update on some of the health concerns of the kids who were shot, obviously. But what we're seeking and what's going to come out over the next few hours and over the next couple of days are the stories of the kids who are in there. And it's worth repeating, and I can't stop thinking about it because it's almost unbelievable. You have an entire congregation of children, students, community, family, all in a church, and they're praying together. And they're experiencing Mass as a community. And then you hear gunshot, you see broken glass, and you witness the unspeakable, which is children being shot and murdered. And that happened in this city this morning. We're going to continue reporting the facts. We'll bring you the latest that we know, but we're all grieving with you, and we're going to keep going on this story as long as we need to get you covered, the story covered, and give it the proper coverage. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to our breaking news coverage of the mass shooting this morning at Annunciation Church and School in South Minneapolis. I'm Julie Nelson, joined once again by Rena Sargentopoulos as we cover this story that is making waves across the country. When we left you, we showed you the White House with the flag at half staff. Really thoughts and prayers from around the country going up for that community. And rightfully so, as we know, we lost an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old child who were just sitting in the pew at church for their celebratory back-to-school mass this morning at Annunciation when a 23-year-old shooter stood outside the stained glass windows and shot inside, killing them in their pews. Rena, we've been hearing stories from everyone from older people to even a 10-year-old boy about what it was like to be inside that church today, kids hiding under pews. We know staff members were there, and we also know at these masses, for the first mass of the year, the church is generally packed because you have grandparents, you have parents, students and staff all there really welcoming the children back to the school year and setting the stage for the rest of the year, celebrating that they're back together and really praying for the year ahead. So the scene there that unfolded is horrific under any circumstances, but especially on a back-to-school mass when you can imagine that church was really full this morning.
And it's not uncommon these days to hear about a mass shooting, or let alone a mass shooting in a place of worship. It's happened before in our country. It's happening right now in our community on the second day of school, like you mentioned. This is in the Tangletown neighborhood. If you're not familiar, Annunciation Church has been around for a very, very long time. I used to live in this neighborhood. We have friends and family whose kids went there, who continue to go there, friends who work there. It's unthinkable. But what we do know is new information continues to come in. And what we know right now is this young man who took his own life at the end of this terrible tragedy this morning. We do know that this person is Robin Westman is this person's name. This person changed their name from Robert Westman to Robin Westman a few years ago. We do know that Robin's mother worked at the church for very many years and retired in 2021. We also know that there are some videos that our investigative team has been able to verify online on YouTube that talk about a manifesto that have lots of words of hate and against certain types of people or targeted groups of people. And so we are working to verify as much information as we can. But as Julie said, an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old are dead today. Their parents are having to get that horrible call and deal with that. 17 other people are injured. 14 of those are children. One tiny bit of good news, 7 kids were taken to Children's, ages 9 to 16 years old. One of them has been released. So we do know at least one child has walked out of a hospital.
Yeah, and we are just working to verify information on the shooter, and we know there's lots of information out there online. We're seeing it. We're working to verify it. We were able to verify, as Rena said, several of those videos, including a video that shows a sketch of the church that was drawn by hand, and the shooter says in the video that this is from memory, that he drew a picture of the sanctuary from memory. And we know that the manifesto also can be verified, and it has some Russian writing in there, some Russian letters from the alphabet. It's a little confusing. We are working right now on trying to make sense, or whatever sense you can make of such a document right now. A lot of hatred written on a bevy of weapons that are also part of the video. But it's also noting that much of that hatred was directed to himself. Just a lot of self-loathing came out in those videos of 23-year-old Robert Westman. We understand he did go to Annunciation for a year, and that his mother, as you mentioned, had worked for several years in that school. And I have sources who say she was much beloved, just absolutely a type of person in that community that was beloved by all. So tragic on so many levels. AJ Legault has been digging into who the shooter was and any background information. I understand he's available to join us live now with more details. AJ?
Yeah, hey there, Julie. As you were talking about some of those diaries that they were posted online, video of handwritten diaries using Cyrillic or Russian letters to write out English words. We've been working to get some of that translated. We actually have an intern on staff who speaks Russian. This has kind of been slow going, but our team has been able to, translate some of Robin's diary entries. And, we're not going to go into a lot of what was written because it was so extremely violent. But the first and a few of the last entries in one of the diaries really do give some context to this mass shooting. The picture you're looking at on screen is in that diary, and the words on the top of the screen say, using Russian letters, say Annunciation from memory. This is a hand-drawn sketch of the school, and he writes that, on August 21st of this year that he visited during teachers training. The teachers were in the basement, and he wrote discussing how they're probably getting active shooter training, and that he writes, I'm sure they won't be expecting an attack in the very first week. Back on May 23rd, Robin wrote an entry describing just an obsession with mass shootings, specifically school shootings. Robin writes about having memories of the obsession dating all the way back to 7th grade, and discusses talking about mass shootings with friends when Robin was very young, and how it was even reported to adults at the time. Then on August 20th, in one of the last entries, Robin writes about visiting the church and plans to carry out this act. On August 21st, a final entry in one of the diaries discusses practicing at a shooting range leading up to what was described as the mission. Again, we showed you that one sketch. We are not going to be showing a lot of what was posted online. We really do not want to glorify what happened, but this is some of the context that, we're learning about, whatever motivation there was. We know Robin appeared to have gone to the school for at least a year in junior high, and Robin's mother retired from the school, it appears, from social media posts in 2021. We've heard from a number of folks who said that she was a long-time employee there. That is the tie to the church and school. But the real takeaway here is it sounds like Robin visited the church and school within the last week or so while teachers were there training for the upcoming school year. And it appears the suspect planned this event for the first week of school, seeming to think that people wouldn't be prepared.
AJ, it seems too that in those writings, my understanding is that he was really obsessed with school shootings for a long time.
Yeah, Robin wrote about this obsession dating back to childhood, and it was something that they talked about all the time. And again, this one page that we are showing you in the video, the hand keeps bringing this knife down and stabbing the school, or stabbing this drawing of the pews there in the church. And as we said there in the top right corner, that says Annunciation from memory when spelled out, kind of using this Russian English code that it appears Robin was using to write these diaries.
Well, and AJ, I'm wondering too, there's a video that's going around social media as well of just a cache of weapons that has various things, hateful sayings, some addressing the president, just all kinds of different sayings. Have you been able to verify that video?
That video does appear to have come from the same YouTube page that we have been able to confirm law enforcement is looking at and believes to be that belonging to Robin Westman. As you saw, it's all over social media. We've made a decision that we're not going to show some of this, but there are clips for weapons written out as for the children. Just truly horrible things. As you mentioned, there does appear to be some political references to the president, and just an obsession with violence.
AJ, you mentioned his obsession with former or past school shootings. Do we know if law enforcement ever got involved back then when he was a child or when he was talking to other friends about it? Because you mentioned that other friends even brought it up to adults perhaps. Do we know if this was ever vetted back then?
We don't know that. The police chief earlier today said this individual did not have much of a criminal record. Now, you'd be going back a number of years, it sounds like, when this may have been raised to adults. And again, we're getting that information out of this translation of Russian to English coming directly from the suspected shooter. Some of the things that are posted in there are just so obviously false. It's hard to know exactly what's real and what's not. We can tell you what's written, but we do not know if this was escalated to law enforcement at the time.
Anything that you've been able to learn, we know that the mother worked at Annunciation for decades. Anything you've learned about the rest of the family?
No, we haven't really dug quite that far. We've really been, focusing on trying to understand some of what is, you could describe it as a manifesto. It's almost like a diary, and you can see video of it, flipping pages, and it's kind of slow going, starting to really get a grasp on this. We do know that the suspect here writes, that within the last week to 2 weeks, they were going to a shooting range and practicing. They wanted to, make sure their red dot scope was working properly. They were writing about trying to, find a proper scope to be able to see. And again, as we told you, it appears that a visit was made to the school and the church very recently, within the last week or two.
And my understanding was part of the practicing at the range was to make sure that he could ultimately kill himself at the end of this.
Well, I can't speak to that, Julie.
AJ, you were talking about this manifesto, or more like a diary, if you will. Is that what is written in those Russian decoder letters, or is this something different?
No, what I've been describing to you is what is written in this series of diaries that we see video of, and it appears it's in this almost like code of Russian to English. As I explained earlier, it's not Russian words, it's Russian or Cyrillic letters that spell out a English word. So here's an example I can give you. The word gun would not be the Russian word for gun. It would be the Cyrillic or Russian letters that spell out G-U-N. And that's what we're seeing. Why, we don't know. It's not clear if this individual was a Russian speaker. The folks that we've had looking at it seem to think that he may not, or she may not have been be fluent in Russian, but it seems to have been used almost as a code of sorts.
And any criminal background, any other run-ins with the law that we've been able to find?
We haven't seen anything of substance that would be a run-in with the law. But again, these videos, these diaries, they just have an obsession with suicide, with the end of this person's life. They wrote, there's a lot of whispering in the video, and towards the end you can hear him saying, I love my family and I'm sorry.
Oh, wow.
AJ, a lot of people obviously want to know how people obtain their guns. Do we know anything do we know if these guns were obtained legally or not?
We don't know that at this point. We do know this individual, the suspect, Robin Westman, was 23 years old, so would have been legal to, would have been of age to legally purchase, any weapon. And it sounds like, there was a handgun, a rifle, and a shotgun. So unless that rifle was fully automatic, which we haven't gotten an indication of, these weapons would have been legal to purchase over the counter.
And did they have a job, do we know? 23 years old, either someone would be in school or in the workforce at this point?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that yet.
All right, well, we appreciate all the work you're doing. We'll let you go so you can continue digging and getting more information from us. Thank you so much, AJ.
Yep.
We've had several reporters outside of Annunciation all morning long. We know the call came in at about 8:45 to police that there was an active shooter, and we've had crews there for hours. the stories that are coming out of, the adults and the children who were in the church at the time are horrific and heartbreaking. But our Lou Raguse was approached by a 10-year-old boy he was in the church, and he tells the story of what he experienced so matter-of-factly, but when he tells it in that child, a child's voice, it just really hits your heart and your gut.
It hit me and the other reporter for another news station who were interviewing him the exact same way. We were fighting back tears as he was telling us the story. His name is Weston, and he's in 5th grade, and he's 10 years old. And he had an older sibling that went to Annunciation, and he was sitting right there where the shots were fired through the stained glass window, not knowing exactly what was happening at first, and then hiding, heartbreakingly, underneath the pew along with his fellow student body until they could safely escape to the gym. And so we'll talk about it a little more, but first let's hear this from Weston's words.
Yeah.
Did you get reunited with your parents?
Yeah, my mom was waiting outside of the church when it happened.
Yeah.
And then
what was it like seeing her?
I was super happy because, I was scared that I wasn't going to see her because I didn't know what was happening, really. I was just in shock.
And was it behind you where it was happening, or in front of you, just kind of?
It was, right beside me. I was, 2 seats away from the stained glass windows. So they were, the shots were, right next to me.
That's scary.
Yeah.
You went under the pew after that happened?
Yeah. And
Is
then
that what everyone tried to do?
I think I got, gunpowder on my neck.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
When you heard the shots, what went through your head?
I was the first one, I was what is that? I thought it was just something. Then when I heard it again, I just ran under the pew. And then I covered my head.
And as you mentioned, kind of that, nonchalant way of telling it, but in that sweet, innocent child voice, it reminds me personally of how kids today might talk about how they had an active shooter drill in class in school today, the same way that when we were kids, we had fire drills and tornado drills. And it's just the fact that those drills are part of normal life is heartbreaking enough, let alone them having to go through the action here for real. Other things that Weston talked about, the reason that his mom was able to be there so quickly, his mom is actually heavily involved, possibly even the president of the PTA, happened to be driving by and saw all the police cars very early on during the response. So she was here right away and able to reunite with him as soon as it was safe to do so. And important to note that Weston approached us with his parents and his grandpa. And as a family, they want the story to be told. It's not as if we're chasing down kids trying to get them to talk about what just happened to them. Another important part of Weston's story is that his good friend shielded him from the bullets and actually was wounded. And that friend is recovering in the hospital right now. So Weston extended his prayers to his friend and to all the other kids who are currently hospitalized, kids and adults, and will have a difficult recovery, as the entire student body will have a difficult psychological recovery from this, even if they were not wounded. A couple other things to note, just that I've discovered in the last couple hours here about the shooter. I had multiple sources proactively reach out to me, and multiple people told me that the shooter graduated from Holy Angels, and in 9th grade also attended St. Thomas Academy, on top of being a former student, at least for a short period here at Annunciation. And so this shooter had this Catholic education throughout much of their schooling, their school career. Another person who used to work heavily with Catholic churches reached out to just give me a heads up that in the days and weeks that follow here, under Catholic law, there's important things that need to be done within the church when a murder occurs in a church, a desecration. And so that's something that's, as we say, not really a today's story, so to speak, but something that this church community is going to be going through here is a lot of ceremonial things that will need to be done in the church before they continue holding Mass and stuff like that.
Well, I did not know that. There's something, so beautiful and sacred and obviously tragic about that as well. I was talking with Father Finnegan, who's a priest at OLG another very well-known Catholic school in the area, about their day today and how they didn't go into technical lockdown, but most schools across the metro went into some sort of mode where maybe the kids weren't going outside for recess, no one was being let in the building. So this obviously has repercussions, throughout the metro, and as we've even seen throughout the country. I just, Lou, when I think about that young boy and his brother was there, and they both saw this, all I can think about is when you're the parents and you get home and you're trying to have this conversation with your kids, how difficult that must be, because we can't make sense of it as adults.
Yeah, I know. I mean, most of us as parents haven't really even thought through how would you have that conversation. True. So it's not something that you really plan for. Hard to imagine how it's happening. I did, it was a gentle interview, obviously, and I did ask him, do you guys have drills for lockdown drills and stuff like that? And he said, yeah, like every month we practice that, but we actually never had practiced it in the church.
Wow.
And so, despite never having actually practiced it in that setting, they were able to, execute and keep kids safe as best they can and get them to the gymnasium where they could be safe until they could be reunited with their parents.
Yeah, and it struck me when Chief O'Hara was giving his press conference earlier today, he was talking about how when officers were able to enter, they found kids throughout the building hiding. You just imagine the terror that they were going through. Lou, we appreciate it. Thanks so much for sharing that conversation. I know it's one that'll stick with a lot of us for a very long time. We do want to mention there are a lot of prayer vigils going on tonight for the Annunciation family and community. There's a couple of them right there, but so many churches. I've seen my church, Wooddale and Eden Prairie, is having a prayer service tonight. When I spoke with Father Finnegan, they have their regular Mass at 5:30 tonight, and of course, he said there will be a large section of it that is held just to hold up this family and community of Annunciation. And he said, we'll be asking God for his mercy, not just for Annunciation, but really for the whole world as people mourn this. And he said, we're all one body. So if you're interested in attending a prayer vigil, I would bet you'd be able to find one at a church near you, or some of the options you have there on your screen.
Well, even the Pope reached out to the diocese today, expressing his heartfelt condolences and the assurance, of spiritual closeness to all those affected by this terrible tragedy, especially the families now grieving the loss of a child. And of course, Lou mentioned the things that need to happen now before people can even go back in and start praying and start, just being spiritual with each other again in that space. Yeah. And I'm sure we'll learn more about that as the days come, as this information continues to evolve. We are also waiting for a news conference from city leaders. Earlier today, it was Chief Brian O'Hara, Mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Fry. We assume it will be them again. That was supposed to start at 2 o'clock, so we will bring you that information just as soon as it becomes available.
Yeah, and my understanding is the Archbishop will also be part of this press conference that had been pushed to 2:30, so we'll see if we're still under that same time frame. The press conferences have been being pushed back, of course, as all of this is just unfolding in real time. We understand that the mother of the shooter moved to Florida, is what my sources have been telling me, but we understand that the father may have a house about a mile from the school, and that right now there's police tape up. We do have a reporter on scene there trying to verify that information, and as soon as we can confirm that and get that to you, we will. But it does appear that this shooter did have family nearby, and this is video of that house. It's believed to be the father of the shooter, just a mile from the scene of the shooting. And my sources telling me that this was the youngest child in the family, that Robin Westman was the youngest child. And it's heartbreaking and shocking to think what those families are going through today as well.
Well, Lou mentioned from his sources that this Robin Westman didn't live far from the church in Richfield, in fact, on Lyndale Avenue, and he has also sent a crew there as well to go ahead and see if they can talk to neighbors, see if anybody saw anything or heard anything out of the ordinary. And so we have crews all over the city trying to contact anybody who might have known this person or someone in the family to confirm to us. Oftentimes people say they hadn't noticed or they didn't know.
Right.
But you know, AJ was saying that even back when this person was a child, had a fascination with school shootings. So maybe we are going to learn more from family members, hopefully.
Yeah.
nothing will ever give us a why. We
No,
may
it'll
know
never make
why.
sense,
Yes, it'll never
right.
make sense, but we might get a motive at least.
All right. Well, as we mentioned, we do know that press conference is coming up. There are prayer vigils tonight. In the meantime, we have confirmed that is the suspect's family home that has police tape around it about a mile away. Apparently, the father and stepmother live in that home. And we know the FBI has been talking with people that were in that church service this morning. Obviously, Minneapolis Police, the BCA is involved. We saw a lot of federal agencies from the FBI to DHS to ATF also involved in the investigation this morning. And we really, you know, a lot of information did become available quite quickly, but we know that there are a lot of people in the hospital right now in critical condition. And when we heard from the head of emergency at HCMC, he was saying these type of injuries are generally complicated because they don't involve just one body system.
Right.
In other words, when you're hit by gunfire, you can hit an arm and a torso and various things. So they had 4 people that were undergoing surgery, and at the time he said 7 were in critical condition. So again, those families gathered at HCMC. We know there are families at Children's as well. And my understanding from one of my sources that there are priests in some of those rooms with the families. We spoke with a priest earlier today who just took it upon himself to show up at HCMC because he knew families there would be needing prayer, and he just wanted to be there to comfort them because a lot of families have a long road ahead.
Absolutely. And when you talk about those bullets and those injuries, one of the things they had mentioned is this shooter had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. And there is something about the high velocity weapon that does more damage to a body when the bullet hits. And so thankfully, we do know that at least one person was released, one child was released from Children's Hospital. We are awaiting an update on any of the conditions of anybody else who is in the hospital, but we do know that HCMC told us earlier today that they have no casualties. So of the 10 patients they have there, kids ages 6 to 14, no casualties. So we're going to take that as good news going forward, that maybe all those people will pull through.
Yeah, we'll get updates from HCMC as well. I understand we have some sound now from
Archbishop
the
Hebda,
Archbishop.
is that correct?
Well, let's listen in.
Well, I'm pastor as well at St. Olaf downtown, and when I got the news of the mass shooting at Annunciation, I thought I'd come down to HCMC to comfort the parents or whoever's here, just to be a presence from the Archdiocese with them.
What was your thought when you heard about what happened?
It was horrific. And I grew up in that parish, so it has meaning to me now, but it shouldn't be happening. And what happened on 8th and Hennepin this morning and Lake Street yesterday, something's got to happen here in the city to stop this.
You know, imagine that the Catholics, of course, feeling this deeply, as Father Finnegan said, we're all one body, and that they, you know, all. When your child goes to a Catholic school, you kind of know what that Mass is like. I spoke with someone that had her child went through Annunciation, and her voice was wobbly. She actually offices not far from the school, heard the gunshots this morning, and her child has since graduated, but she said it's really hard to explain what a close-knit community this is and what a family this is, and also that the church and the school were just such a part of that neighborhood.
Absolutely.
You know, it's a very walkable neighborhood with shops and things like that. Of course, they were all under lockdown this morning as this was playing out, but it's something that that just a lot of people in our community know intimately well, that school, those families that are involved today.
And the Catholic school districts all through the Twin Cities are also very close. And I would imagine that anybody who has any sort of religious affiliation, no matter what your religion is, to know that this could happen in a place where you worship, I think that's extra hard on people who are trying to take this in and trying to process this. I know we've gotten to a place where we say we don't feel safe, in a movie theater or a mall or sending your kids to church. But this, I think this hits home for a lot of people in not only this neighborhood, but religious communities across the Twin Cities.
Well, let's check in with Ian Russell. He's been outside of HCMC all morning and see if we have any updates on the patients there or their conditions. I know it's hard to get that information, Ian, but have you learned anything new in the last hour or so?
No, nothing new right now. I've been checking the Hennepin Healthcare website, their newsroom, which is where their officials told us the majority of their updates are going to be coming from. The last update that was posted was about 12:15 p.m. It's the only new information we've had since then. But what we do know is that HCMC was treating 10 total people here. That includes 1 adult and 6 kids who were in critical condition when they came in, and 1 adult and 2 kids who had non-life-threatening injuries when they were taken here to HCMC. We also heard from Children's Minnesota earlier. They had 7 children that were taken to the hospital between ages of 9 and 16. 1 of those has since been released, but that's what they're seeing on their side of town. Obviously over here at HCMC, it's 10 total people. I've been checking in with HCMC on their website just to see, because that's what we were told was the majority of those updates from them throughout the day were going to come from that website. It didn't sound like another in-person press briefing was going to be available, so I've been checking on that website just to see if there have been any new updates. As of right now, nothing since 12:15, but of course we will keep you updated if any new updates do come out, guys.
Well, we know that earlier officers had been stationed outside. Have you been seeing, we've seen priests going in. What's the scene like there, and what has it been like since this morning?
I'd say since about noon or so, things have largely returned to normal. There was an initial press briefing with HCMC and their doctors at about 11:15 or so is when it actually happened. And at the time, there was a Hennepin County Sheriff's officer that was blocking, this is South 8th Street that's directly to my left here. They were blocking that right when that press conference started, a little bit before they moved out and kind of allowed that road to reopen. As of right now, things largely look like they normally do down here, which is traffic kind of flowing through the area, ambulances from different emergencies kind of coming and going from the hospital. I would say largely a return to normal for what things looked like pre this emergency from this morning. I have not been able to see any sort of law enforcement staging on areas that were a little bit further down towards where some of the ambulances come into on both sides of the hospital. There were some of that earlier this morning. Those have since kind of cleared out from what I can see as well. I'm not able to see obviously on the other side of the building, but throughout the day we saw those, but it looks like they have since kind of moved on from this area to other calls.
All right, Ian, thank you so much. We are anxiously awaiting an update from city officials, Mayor Jacob Fry and Police Chief Brian O'Hara, who earlier today talked with emotion and just anger about this, because just yesterday there was a mass shooting not far away near another school, and so HCMC, all their doctors and nurses and staff have been working very hard. They got a page yesterday saying mass critical, and then today mass critical. It's a lot for one community. Yeah, it was interesting because Dr. Tom Wyatt heads the emergency department there. When he came out, he said, this is the second page for a mass casualty that we've received in as many days. Yes. Because there were, of course, 6 people shot on a sidewalk in Minneapolis, South Minneapolis as well. Just yesterday. He said when that happened, they mobilized their teams. Of course, HCMC is a level 1 trauma center. And he was also praising the communication between those who were the paramedics on scene that were transporting the patients to HCMC. He said because of the excellent communication between the two, they were ready to obviously to prep those OR rooms and get the doctors and specialists in place to tend to those patients, and he really praised the efforts of his staff. He was asked how they're doing emotionally, and he said, I appreciate that question, because it is incredibly hard, as you can imagine, on the people who work in those settings as well, especially when you're talking about that number of pediatric patients being brought in to be worked on in such senseless violence. And he said they do have psychologists and psychiatrists that they have on standby, so that there's someone for their doctors, their nurses, and their staff to talk to as well, to help them try to work through the trauma that they see. And some of the best people in the country dealing with gunshot wounds. So to know that at least we have that in our backyard, that resource in our backyard when you absolutely need it, is fantastic. As we said, we are awaiting another news conference, but let's take a listen in earlier today from Chief Brian O'Hara as he addressed this situation.
This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible. Police officers from the Minneapolis Police Department immediately responded, entered the church, and attempted to provide first aid and rescue some of the children that were hiding throughout the building, while other first responders came and EMS responded to rush victims to nearby hospitals. 2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews. Their parents have been notified. 17 other people were injured, 14 of them being children. 2 of those children are in critical condition. The coward who fired these shots ultimately took his own life in the rear of the church. Our hearts are broken for the families who have lost their children, for these young lives that are now fighting to recover, and for our entire community that has been so deeply traumatized by this senseless attack.
You can hear the emotion in the chief's voice there, as that was our first press conference earlier today. You can see now on your screen that officials are lining up to give us our next briefing with the latest information on this shooting. We understand the chief will be there. We believe the Archbishop will be in attendance as well. Earlier this morning, Mayor Fry was at the press conference and spoke, gave he's angry and emotional statement earlier this morning. And there were also several Minneapolis council members. Representative Ilhan Omar showed up outside of Annunciation. We heard from her earlier. Senator Amy Klobuchar also we talked to earlier today. Not sure who's going to be in attendance at this press conference, but know for sure that the chief will be speaking and updating us on the investigative side.
Absolutely. And he, today when he was talking about the information about what happened and relaying kind of the timeline of what happened, we did get a lot of information this morning about how this person was able to pull this off. We do assume that we are going to hear even more information. I believe I hear Mayor Jacob Fry, is that correct? Is he at the, not yet? Okay.
We do want to read a statement from you, and as soon as they start speaking, we'll bring you that press conference live, so feel free in the control room to cut me off. But we did just receive a statement from Father Zarin, who is the pastor at Annunciation, that he sent out to parish and school family, saying, "We are navigating an impossible situation together at this time. No words can capture what we have gone through, what we're going through, and what we will go through in the coming days and weeks, but we will navigate this together. This morning, a gunman began shooting into our church from the outside during Mass. You need to know that within seconds, our heroic staff moved students under the pews. Law enforcement responded quickly and evacuated all of our children and staff to safety in a matter of minutes when it was safe to do so. Tragically, we lost 2 of our beloved students before the scene was secured. A number of other children and parishioners were wounded, and they are being treated at area hospitals. Some have been treated and released. All staff are physically safe and accounted for." Again, he said all staff are physically safe and accounted for. Please lift up these families and these children in prayer and surround them and each other with your love during this difficult time. Thank you to you, our school parents, for your patience and support in receiving your children this morning. Please continue to pray for those students who are still hospitalized. As we process and navigate this unfathomable time together, we will be in touch this weekend regarding when school will resume. Investigators and others are still on campus doing their essential work, and we expect this to continue for some time. As we work with a myriad of professional agencies, we'll send further communication. He says, in this time of darkness, let us commit to being the light to our children, each other, and our community. We will rebuild our future with hope together.
Governor Walz is approaching the podium right now. Let's listen into this news conference.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Certainly a day and a news conference that no one wants to be at. a community behind us, Annunciation Church and School, committed to academics, service, and Catholic values, filled with the first days of school of beautiful children going to learn those values, share with their teachers and their classmates. And instead of that joy and that curiosity and that learning, they were met with evil and horror and death. And we often come to these and say, these unspeakable tragedies, or there's no words for this. There shouldn't be words for these types of incidents because they should not happen. And there's no words that are going to ease the pain of the families today. On behalf of all the people of Minnesota, our deepest sympathies. A wish that any of these words would make what you're feeling now better, but it won't. A place that's founded on community, founded on service, founded on family. I'd like to give special thank you to the mayor and the team in Minneapolis, the Minneapolis Police Department, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, Minnesota State Patrol, the BCA, so many agencies, our federal partners in the FBI, the first responders, and the heroic work that's happening now as we speak at multiple medical locations, including Hennepin County Medical Center, where most of our children were transported to receive the life-saving care. The thoughts and prayers and the hopes and the support that we need to give them in this moment too is critical. Speaking with all the people here and grateful to our federal partners, Senator Klobuchar speaking early this morning and receiving a call from President Trump, who was with his leadership team of the Attorney General and the Vice President, expressing their deep condolences amongst the horror that happened and an offer to provide the support to the folks here in Minnesota of what's needed. So there's a lot of cameras here, and unfortunately we have been through these types of things. They will be gone at some point. All of you, you have to do your jobs. But what happened here today will not be gone. Minnesotans will not step away. We'll stand with this community. We'll redouble ourselves to do the best we can to understand what we can do to prevent any parent from having to receive the calls they received today, from any school dedicated to children having to respond to a situation that, as we said, is unthinkable, but that's all too common, not just in Minnesota, but across this country. It's Minnesota's day to day, and it's my strongest desire that no state, no community, no school ever experiences a day like this. So I ask the rest of the folks around the country who are watching, keep us in your thoughts and prayers, but also keep us in the thoughts for action. Keep us in the ideas that we can work together. And it's on these days like this, I think, and I hope we can hold on to it, we are unified as a community. Everybody across the country today is part of the Annunciation Parish, and they're with those families. With that, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey.
Thank you, Governor. Throughout the morning, we have seen this extraordinary Minneapolis family step up in thousands of different ways. People with strength, resilience, compassion, and love for the families that have been forever impacted by this heinous act. We want to make sure that we're doing everything possible for them right now, and I want to give a special thank you, and we are so grateful to all of the faculty and the teachers at Annunciation. The way that they acted during severe threat and danger was nothing short of heroic. This is a tragic and horrible event that should never occur, and it would have been all the more tragic and horrible had they not stepped in, at times perhaps put themselves in danger to protect others. As horrible as this has been, it could have been far worse. I'm grateful for our law enforcement partners, our police officers in the Minneapolis Police Department and other law enforcement agencies well beyond that step up, that answered the call to make sure that they were running towards danger when so many of the rest of us would have run in the other direction. Thank you. We are so appreciative of your service. To Principal DeBoer and your whole team, the ethic that you have showed, the love that you've shown, it's flat out incredible. And at the same time, look, we need to be doing more than talking. It can't just be words. There needs to be action. And when we have seen school shooting after school shooting, when we have seen churches get shot up by horrible actors, I think the impetus has to be on all of us as leaders to do a whole lot more, to recognize that we've got more guns in this country than we have people. And it's on all of us to recognize the truth and the reality that we can't just say that this shouldn't happen again and then allow it to happen again and again beyond that. It's on all of us. And I have heard about a whole lot of hate that's being directed at our trans community. Anybody who is using this as an opportunity to villainize our trans community or any other community out there has lost their sense of common humanity. We should not be operating out of a place of hate for anyone. We should be operating from a place of love for our kids. Kids died today. This needs to be about them. This needs to be wrapping our arms around these families with every bit of love that we can possibly show. And I know that our Minneapolis family and well beyond is prepared to do exactly that. And so my message to everyone out there is, again, these families are experiencing some acute pain right now. But don't just think of these as somebody else's kids. Think of your own. Let's make sure that we're acting now to not just say it's never happening again, but ensure it doesn't. Our chief of police, who's been working tirelessly throughout the day, along with, again, a number of different law enforcement agencies, investigators, federal partners, state partners. Thank you, Senator Klobuchar, for being here. Been working tirelessly, and I'd like to invite him up to give some more of the details that have come up. Chief.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N, O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. Good afternoon, and thank you all for your patience as we continue to gather the facts in this investigation into this truly unthinkable tragedy that happened here earlier today. I want to make sure that we are providing the most accurate information possible, particularly as we speak around our victims. At this point, we know we have a total of 19 victims from this tragedy. 2 were young children, ages 8 and 10, that were sitting in the pews at Mass when they were shot and killed. They were pronounced deceased on the scene. There were another 14 children between the ages of 6 and 15 that were injured by gunfire. There were also 3 adults in their 80s that were parishioners here attending Mass that were also shot in this incident. The families of all of the children that have been affected have been notified. The coward that shot these victims took his own life in the rear of the church. That coward has been identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman, no prior criminal history. As to the weapons used to perpetrate this horrific attack, there was a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. All 3 had been lawfully purchased by the shooter. At this stage, we believe that the shooter had acted alone. There is no indication of other suspects directly involved in carrying out this attack. Our investigators are working with other agencies in the process of executing 4 search warrants. 1 is for the church itself, where this crime occurred. The other 3 are residents residences nearby in the metro that are related to this shooter. Additional firearms are being recovered from those 3 residential locations as we speak. We are also aware of a manifesto that the shooter had timed to be released on YouTube. This manifesto appeared to show him at the scene and included some disturbing writings. That content has since been taken down with the assistance of the FBI, and it now remains under active review by our investigators. We know this community is reeling and is in pain. I want to ensure everyone in our community, this parish, all of the families affected, and all of our residents, that all of law enforcement collectively, local law enforcement, our county, our state, and all of our federal law enforcement partners have been here, and we are all working tirelessly to uncover the full scope of what happened, to try and identify a motive why it happened, and whether there are any other further details. We will continue to share updates as the investigation progresses, and we remain committed to being as transparent as possible while protecting the integrity of this investigation. In a moment, I will take some questions that I am able to answer, but first I want to bring up the principal of Annunciation School, Matt Du Bois, as well as, after him, the Archbishop, our Archbishop Bernard Hebda. So, Principal.
Good afternoon, everyone. To any of our students and families and staff watching right now, I love you. You're so brave, and I'm so sorry this happened to us today. Within seconds of this situation beginning, our teachers were heroes. Children were ducked down. Adults were protecting children. Older children were protecting younger children. And as we heard earlier, it could have been significantly worse without their heroic action. This is a nightmare, but we call our staff the dream team. And we will recover from this. We will rebuild from this. When we planned for this school year, we intentionally chose a theme from the prophet Jeremiah chapter 29, a future filled with hope. There's nothing about today that can fill us with hope. We, as a community, have a responsibility to make sure that no child, no parent, no teacher ever has to experience what we've experienced today, ever again. I need everybody to commit those words to your speech patterns, never again. We lost 2 angels today. And please continue to pray for those still receiving care. We can't change the past, but we can do something about the future. There's an African proverb that says, when you pray, move your feet. So I beg you, I ask you to please pray, but don't stop with your words. Let's make a difference and support this community, these children, these families, these teachers. Never again can we let this happen. I love you, Annunciation family. We're with you, and we will be stronger when this is done. Archbishop Hebda will be coming next.
Thank you, Principal DeBoer. I'm so grateful that Mayor Fry and the Chief both mentioned how valiant you and your staff were. I'm so grateful to the pastor here at Annunciation, Father Dennis Zarin, for the deacon, Deacon Kevin Keneally, also were heroic in this time. But how sad it is, for sure, not only for the families who are directly involved, but indeed for families everywhere who feel the threat that comes from an event, a tragedy like today's. I would never want to correct a principal, but Principal DeBoer said it wasn't so clear where would be the source of hope. And brothers and sisters, we have to be men and women of hope. Already today, I've been receiving messages from all over our country promising prayers. And I think it's the prayers of the feet as well, Principal. That is, for me, is a source of hope, just as we see families stepping forward to help those who have been impacted by this terrible tragedy. Very grateful that Principal DeBoer spoke about prayer. Certainly that the bell in a Catholic church is always a call to prayer, and so it's a reminder for us for sure to be praying. And we have to recognize that it's through prayer and through that prayer of the feet, through that action, that we can indeed make a difference. That has to be the source of our hope. I was particularly pleased today to receive a message from Pope Leo. If you'd bear with me, I'd like to share that with you. It comes directly from Cardinal Pietro Parolin, who's the Secretary of State, and it reads like this. His Holiness Pope Leo XIV was profoundly saddened to learn of the loss of life and injuries following the shooting that took place at Annunciation Church in Minneapolis. And he sends his heartfelt condolences and the assurance of spiritual closeness to all those affected by this terrible tragedy, especially the families now grieving the loss of a child, while commending the souls of the deceased children to the love of Almighty God. His Holiness prays for the wounded as well as the first responders, medical personnel, and clergy who are caring for them and their loved ones. At this extremely difficult time, the Holy Father imparts to the Annunciation Catholic school community, the Archdiocese of St. Paul and Minneapolis, and the people of the greater Twin Cities metropolitan area, his apostolic blessing as a pledge of peace, fortitude, and consolation in the Lord Jesus. My brothers and sisters, that gives me some hope. We know that the Holy Father, Pope Leo, did his hospital training right here in Minneapolis, so he knows our community, and he's been reminding anybody visiting from Minnesota that he spent some time here. We're very grateful for his blessing, but I, like those who have spoken before, ask that you would continue to look for those ways of supporting those who have been impacted today, not only with your prayers, but also with your action. Thank you. And Chief, I now turn this back to you for your questions.
Thank you, Archbishop. As I mentioned, obviously the investigation continues in its preliminary stages. I will take some questions now, and additionally, we will let you know when we can provide some updated information.
How are the injured students doing? What are their conditions
The
at this point?
question from Matt was, how are the injured students doing? I believe all of them have their parents with them now, and they are all expected to survive. All of the remaining victims are expected to survive. There is a range of injuries, however.
Chief, you said the weapons were acquired legally. Do we know when
Yes.
and where they were acquired?
I can tell you they were purchased recently.
Chief, can you tell us anything more about a possible motive here? We've also heard reports that the suspected shooter's mother was employed here at some point. Can you confirm that as well?
Okay. So the question was on a possible motive and a relationship to the church or to the school. I have no information to share on a motive other than saying again that there was some sort of manifesto that was timed to come out on YouTube. It's been taken down, and our investigators are going through that to try and develop a motive from that. Additionally, there are these 3 search warrants happening in residential locations, and we may very well, find more information or writings that could give some sense to that, but we don't have that now. And I cannot confirm a relationship between the suspect or his family and this church at this time, but that's obviously something we're looking very closely at.
Can you confirm at this point whether it was in fact by the suspect, or you believe at this point that it is in fact from him? And second question.
What was by the suspect? I'm sorry.
Manifesto that you've been talking about.
Yep. So the question was about the manifesto. We do believe it was by the suspect, yes.
And we understand that we've seen some documents about a name change that somebody with the same name as the suspect has filed for a few years ago.
Yep.
Do you believe this to be the same person, that Robin Westman was in fact born with a different name at this point? And can you speak a little bit more about the identity?
Yep. So the question was about the suspect, and he had a name change at some point in the past. I cannot confirm that other than confirming the identity, the name that I gave you, the age. That is the suspect. That's the person that we believe has caused this.
Chief, you mentioned these videos posted on YouTube, seemingly scheduled to be posted right after the shooting. Is there anything that the suspect posted days prior, months prior, that could shed any light on your mindset?
Yep. So the question was, we mentioned that the YouTube videos were scheduled to be posted. Is there anything else in social media that may shed some light into this? We do not have information on that at this time that I'm able to share. However, our investigators and our law enforcement partners are definitely looking at that.
About how many children and parishioners were in the church when this happened?
So the question was how many children and parishioners were in the church when this happened. This was towards the beginning of Mass, so some of the children were already filed into the church and were seated. Others were coming in. I've heard estimates, but we will release a more definitive number.
Chief, Minneapolis police officers have had a couple of days. I know we're talking about the children
Yep.
in this incident, but there were several shootings yesterday.
Yep.
How is the resourcing going for you? Are you getting help from other places now?
Yep. So Sue's question was resources for Minneapolis police due to the other challenges we've had the last 24 hours. Obviously, this has been the most difficult. The dozens of officers that responded to this scene, many of them are deeply traumatized by what they saw, as are obviously all of the children, all of the staff members, Father Dennis, everyone who was at Mass this morning. So obviously that has been our number one priority, is to care for the health and wellness of the officers that responded here. Additionally, obviously, we have responded to other challenging situations and other acts of violence. I can say, in regard to the shooting that happened outside of the high school yesterday, we have arrested 2 people for assisting in that shooting. We have not gotten the shooter yet, but we believe we have 2 people under arrest that were present with the shooter when that happened, and we're making significant progress. There was an additional arrest at a homicide last night that happened on the 2700 block of 3rd Avenue South. That person has not been booked specifically for being responsible for that murder, but we believe that is the person who caused that. So,
First time you've ever had to deal with a mass shooting?
no, unfortunately not. Yep.
A lot of the politicians here, the principal and others have said that this can never happen again. I'm just wondering if you have a suggestion for where we start to make sure it doesn't ever happen again.
Yeah, so the question was, where do we start to make sure this doesn't happen again? I don't have an answer for that at this time.
Chief, aside from the federals, that there is an idea that this might be investigated, maybe it already is, I'm not sure my information, as a hate crime against Catholics. I'm asking you, perhaps, Archbishop, is this a line of investigation that you have open? Can you comment on that?
So the question is this an investigation into a hate crime against Catholics? We don't have a motive at this time. Obviously, we're open to any possibilities at all, but we don't have a motive or anything to suggest
Do you
that.
know if there is any more safety, any more protective measures that are implemented at other Catholic schools throughout the Twin Cities or churches? I'm sure there are masses going around right now this afternoon.
Yeah.
It's just a week out from, or a few days before the start of school.
Yeah. So the question is the concern for other churches, other schools around the metro. Unfortunately, this is something that our community has been dealing with for some time. The threat of active shooters, the threat of hate crimes at houses of worship, unfortunately, is not something new here. And of course, our precinct inspectors, our crime prevention specialists are available to work with both houses of worship, churches, and schools that do reach out to assist in any additional security measures or advice that we can offer them.
Question about that to follow up. Are you aware if this is the first time that actually a Catholic mass has been targeted and there have been victims inside a Catholic church during mass? In the Twin Cities, not in the world.
In the Twin Cities,
I'm unaware of any other.
yeah, from the the question was, is this the first time that there's been attack of Catholics at Mass in the Twin Cities area? The Archbishop is unaware of any other attack. The question was, is it being investigated by the FBI? Well, the FBI is here with us and has been a part of this entire investigation, as well as the ATF, other law enforcement. It's being led right now by the Minneapolis Police Department, and we are looking at, obviously, any possibilities, from wherever the evidence will lead us from what we recover. Absolutely.
Thank you all again so much for your time today, for your support. Thank you. Yes, I think there's probably two names you would like spelling for. It's Principal Matt DeBoer, D-E-M-A-T-T-D-E-B-O-E-R. David Edward Boy.
We've just been listening in on the press conference led by Minneapolis Chief of Police Brian O'Hara, updating us on the investigation. A couple highlights that we just learned that we were thrilled to hear, that all of the people that were transported to HCMC, we know many of them were children. He said the parents are with the children now at HCMC and they are all expected to survive. He did make the caveat that, of course, there are a lot of injuries that they're going to have to recover from. So obviously a long road ahead, but they are expected to survive, all those who were transported to hospitals after that shooting. Of course, we did learn that the 8-year-old and 10-year-old who were shot in their pew did die at the scene, but those who were transported are expected to survive.
That was the bit of information that I was so thankful to hear. But we did actually learn a lot of information, not only about the suspect, but about the investigation. And there's a lot of stuff that he still can't tell us. But just to recap the information, we do know there were 19 victims. The 2 that were killed were 8 and 10, as Julie just mentioned. 14 children, ages 6 to 15, 3 adults in their 80s. A lot of times, I'm sure you know, grandparents love to go to Mass with their kiddos. We don't know if they were related to anybody there, but or maybe just members of the parish. But 3 adults in their 80s. Everyone, as Julie said, expected to survive. The shooter took his own life, 23-year-old Robin Westman, no criminal history, had a rifle, a shotgun, a pistol, and they were all lawfully purchased. We had been asking about that earlier because people want to know, where does someone like this get their guns and how? So Robin apparently purchased everything lawfully.
And recently.
That was the other piece of information. 4 search warrants going on right now, 1 for the church itself, 3 at residents or houses believed to be at least somewhere related to the suspect.
And we do know our Heidi Wigdahl was on scene at an apartment in Lindale that's connected to the suspect and did see officers removing handguns and other weaponry from that apartment. And the chief did refer to that as well, saying they are recovering additional firearms while executing those other search warrants. He did say, too, that Robin Westman had no priors and graduated from Holy Angels High School. And I thought it was moving to hear from the principal of the school, Principal DeBoer, who was clearly emotional, was really speaking to his family, the school family, and the church family, saying, we lost 2 angels today. And he cited an African proverb that I hadn't heard before, but it really moved me because I think a lot of people are trying to articulate this. While prayers are welcome, action is needed. And the African proverb he cited was, when you pray, move your feet. I thought that was a moving moment from him. And he said, this is a nightmare, but we call our teachers a dream team. And he did say that they were heroes. He saw adults protecting children, and he also saw older students protecting the younger students. Lou Raguse talked to a 10-year-old who spoke to that as well, that some of those older students were trying to protect the littler kids that were attending Mass. And we know it's a K-8 school. It was an all-school Mass, the celebratory Mass welcoming the kids back, and also a regular Mass. So those 3 80-year-olds, the chief said, were parishioners who were attending Mass that morning as well, in what we assumed was a pretty packed service this morning. Our AJ Legault has been digging into the background of the accused shooter, Robin Westman, and joins us now with some new information that he's learned. AJ?
Well, Julie, as you were hearing from Chief O'Hara, was talking about what is still under investigation, and he also talked about this manifesto, and we were bringing it up earlier, that it appeared to have been posted after the shootings happened, and Chief O'Hara confirmed that that was the case, that it was scheduled to post. You know, you're looking at one of the photos that we actually can show you on TV at this point. That's a hand-drawn sketch of the church. And what we've been trying to decode it, if you will. It's this hodgepodge of Russian and English. that's in there. One of the things we're really taking away is that he had been planning this for some time. There are references to visiting the school or visiting the church and realizing that the handles on the doors were too far apart to use handcuffs to barricade people in. And earlier in the day, Chief O'Hara had mentioned in one of his press conferences that they found a piece of 2x4 there. Well, the manifesto, as we've been translating and decoding it, talks about going and purchasing wood to trap people in the school, to give the shooter more time to do this horrible thing that he wanted to do. As we've been talking a lot about this manifesto and the language that's in there, and it really seems to be all over the place. It doesn't give any sort of a clear motive or just even rational thoughts or processing. As we talked about earlier, some of it makes derogatory references towards President Trump, and then this individual is making, horrible racist comments and using racist language about people that he's seeing in the store where he's purchasing the supplies that he used, that he was, getting for, what he labeled as a mission. I got a text a short time ago, and I think we have a graphic we can pull up. It's from, it's a statement from a mother whose son was shot. This is from Danielle Gunter. She's the mother of an 8th grade boy who was shot this morning at Annunciation. One of the 14 kids that was injured, but has survived, thankfully. And the statement says, "Our son was shot at school today inside a church, praying with his classmates. Our hearts are shattered not only for him, but for everyone who was harmed. We grieve and we pray for the others who were shot, for their families, and for those who lost loved ones. And for the first responders who raced into danger for others. For us, we thank them all." Our son shared with us that an MPD officer, quote, really helped him. He said the officer rendered aid, hugged him, reassured him, and prayed with him before getting into the ambulance. We ask for leaders to place armed security at schools to prevent another tragedy like this. There is no higher calling than keeping kids safe, and it starts with protecting them from evil in this world. We feel the pain, the anger, the confusion, and the searing reality that our lives will never be the same, yet we still have our child. Unlike others, we're blessed to hold on to him. We will help him rebuild his life, his trust, and his confidence. We don't want others to ever feel the same. And we pray that everyone touched by this tragedy can find the strength to begin rebuilding too. That was from Danielle Gunter, the mother of an 8th grade boy who was shot this morning, one of 14 children who was shot and has survived. But we're just continuing to learn more and more, Julie.
I mean, I could hear the emotion in your voice, AJ. That
Sure.
was so well said. And you do think about those family members that got the worst news possible on this day. And when you juxtapose how beautifully written that was and how beautiful her sentiments are with the really nonsensical, hateful, hard to decipher, supposed manifesto from this shooter, it's so striking. And what strikes me most about this manifesto, you almost even hate to call it that, to elevate it to some level, but it was just pages and pages, and so much of it nonsensical and so much hate filled in those writings for the world and for himself. The shooter clearly had a lot of self-loathing and a plan that he had obsessed about, we understand, since maybe middle school, and finally carried out as a 23-year-old. I don't even know what to say, AJ. I don't even know if there's a question in there, but
yeah, we have been hearing from folks who knew this individual back when they were at the school and have expressed, that she had been dealing with mental health issues for quite some time, and that was known. And you talked about the self-loathing. Like, it is, the writings are just filled with it. They're nonsensical, frankly. They don't really give the answer why. Everybody wants to know why, and as we go through this, we're not seeing a why.
Well, AJ, I thought I understood the chief to say that One of the videos that was posted to YouTube showed the shooter at Annunciation Church. Did I hear that correctly? And have you seen that, if it in fact exists?
There are a number of videos we've been going through, and we do know that the shooter paid a visit to the church within the last couple of days. I'm looking down at my notes here, and on August 20th, in one of the last entries, Robin wrote about visiting the church and plans to carry out the act, saying that during the visit, the teachers appeared to be in a training in the basement, and Robin was speculating, discussing how they're probably getting active shooter training, and I'm sure they won't be expecting an attack in the very first week.
AJ, is it unusual that we don't know much more about this suspect? We don't know if they had a job, if they had gone to college. We don't know if any of the rantings or ravings or obsession over school shootings back when they were a child was ever addressed by law enforcement. Is it unusual that we don't have more information on this person at this point?
I think we still are. I mean, this happened around 8:30 this morning, so even though it feels like, so much time has passed, in some way as we continue to learn new information, we're really only hours into this investigation, and most of what we're learning comes from this, manifesto, as the chief called it. It's, almost like a series of diaries that was scheduled to be posted on YouTube. Without that, we would know even less about this individual. I covered the shooting in Virginia Tech quite a few years ago, and in that case, some of this same sort of information actually was physically mailed, to newsrooms, and it took longer for this sort of information to come out. So I think we're learning a lot of information really fast. Law enforcement is it's 3:20. They're 6 hours into their investigation total. So it is going to be days and weeks before we have, more full answers.
Well, AJ, the chief was asked if the shooter had any connection to Annunciation, and he said he was unable to confirm it. But I know I've had sources, and I understand you as well, that say he went to that school at least for 1 year and possibly graduated from Holy Angels, but had gone to that school and St. Thomas, several other schools after that, and that his mother actually worked either at the school or the church, I'm not clear, for several years.
Yeah, we've seen even on social media posts from the church that this individual's mother had worked there at some time. It looks like she retired in 2021. So there is a family connection to this parish, this school, this church, and as you said, we've seen indications that that Robin had attended at least for a year back in, I believe, 8th grade.
All right, AJ, we appreciate it. We know you have lots of work to continue to do, and I know in this age where we want information immediately that there is going to be some time that it takes to find those facts out. So we appreciate you and for coming in to especially read the statement from the family, which was just so heartfelt. Julie and I, we were watching the news conference, and so many people spoke, but I think for us, the principle was so profound, and I do believe if you missed it, we want to share some of that with you so that you can hear the emotion and just how hard this has hit this community.
Within seconds of this situation beginning, our teachers were heroes. Children were ducked down. Adults were protecting children. Older children were protecting younger children. And as we heard earlier, it could have been significantly worse without their heroic action. This is a nightmare, but we call our staff the dream team. And we will recover from this. We will rebuild from this.
And you could hear the emotion in his voice. Obviously, this is a tight-knit community. You can only imagine the impact this has on him as someone who has to lead the community through this. And we heard from the Archbishop as well, who got a message directly from the Pope, very meaningful for Catholics to hear from the Pope. And the Archbishop really trying to drive home the point that you have to maintain hope and that their faith calls for them to trust and have faith and be people of hope, but also people of action. And you heard that mother whose son was shot calling for something to be done. You know, her idea was put more security guards outside of schools, and you can understand if you're a parent in that situation how strongly you would feel about these issues. And what exactly is done after this or changes after this will be hopefully something in the days to come that we can focus on. But good news today, if you're just joining us, that of the children and adults that were taken to HCMC, many of whom were in critical condition, all of them are expected to survive. So that was some great news. Throughout the day, too, people have been asking me on social media, I've seen the question come up, was this related at all to that mass shooting we had just yesterday afternoon in South Minneapolis outside the AutoZone, where 6 people were shot on a sidewalk? The chief said they do not believe the two are related, and they do have 2 suspects in custody related to that shooting, but they don't believe they have the shooter arrested in that case yet, but they are making progress.
Governor Walz was also out at this news conference today, and we want to share some of the sound with you as well.
A community behind us, Annunciation Church and School, committed to academics, service, and Catholic values, filled with the first days of school of beautiful children going to learn those values, share with their teachers and their classmates. And instead of that joy and that curiosity and that learning, they were met with evil and horror and death. And we often come to these and say, these unspeakable tragedies, or there's no words for this. There shouldn't be words for these types of incidents because they should not happen. And there's no words that are going to ease the pain of the families today. On behalf of all the people of Minnesota, our deepest sympathies. A wish that any of these words would make what you're feeling now better, but it won't. A place that's founded on community, founded on service, founded on family.
And the governor went on to say that everyone across the city is really part of the Annunciation Parish today. And, you know, their principal, DeBoer, when he spoke, said we lost 2 angels today, that this is a nightmare, but the teachers are a dream team. And and I'm sure these stories will start to unfold as well in the coming days. Whenever there are scenes like this, we do hear about those heroes. The principal called them out today, the teachers and the older students that were trying to protect the young children that were in the church this morning. We know that we'll be hearing lots of those stories as this unfolds. They alluded to them already today. But I also was really moved by the mother who said her son said that MPD officer, quote, really helped me a lot. Mm-hmm. Stayed with that child, prayed with that child, made sure that child got into an ambulance. And I know as a parent how absolutely meaningful that would be to you to know that someone was next to your child and helping them as they went through this. And we had video from earlier today of a deputy hugging a parent who was crying.
Absolutely.
And also, you know, the chief said this was devastating for the officers that responded.
They were deeply traumatized by what they saw.
If you can imagine walking into a scene where there are several children who'd been shot.
There's the video you were speaking about. And one of the things that the principal also said that really stuck with me when he stepped up to the microphone and he said to his community, to his church, to his parish, I love you. You are all so brave. I am so sorry this happened to us today. And I don't know why that hit me so hard.
Yeah, I think you feel so powerless when you're him and you can't imagine what these families are going through. You know, our Lou Raguse, our AJ Legault, some of the toughest reporters we have in the building who've seen so much, both getting very emotional today. It's hard not to. Again, that silver lining that those 14 children who were injured by gunfire, ages 6 to 15 years old, all of them are expected to survive. You know, that school and that church, really a big piece of the community there in South Minneapolis. And I've been hearing from so many people whose children went to Annunciation, who have connections to that church and that school, who just really were saying, I want you to understand how tight-knit this community is, how much they do for their neighborhood, and how beloved the teachers are and the staff at this school. And I've asked a few of them to come on the air and share with us more about Annunciation, but frankly, everyone that I've talked to is so emotionally shattered right now that they all say, I can't do it yet, which is of course understandable. But this has reverberated deeply across South Minneapolis, and as the mayor said, really across the city, or as the governor said. He also mentioned that he did receive a call from President Trump saying, we're here for you, anything you need, we're here. And we know that the president said he would order flags to be flown at half staff in respect and to honor the victims of the shooting this morning here in Minneapolis.
The best takeaway, as Julie said, is that anybody who was transported to the hospital from the scene is expected to survive. So if you're just joining us now, that is the biggest piece of information that we got from this news conference this afternoon. We did learn a lot more about the suspect and about some of the investigation. We do have some sound from Chief Brian O'Hara that maybe could clear some information up for you if you're wondering at home.
As to the weapons used to perpetrate this horrific attack, there was a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. All three had been lawfully purchased by the shooter. At this stage, we believe that the shooter had acted alone. There is no indication of other suspects directly involved in carrying out this attack. Our investigators are working with other agencies in the process of executing 4 search warrants. One is for the church itself, where this crime occurred. The other 3 are residences nearby in the metro that are related to this shooter. Additional firearms are being recovered from those 3 residential locations as we speak.
And our Heidi Wigdahl has been going to those various residences. One is only a mile from the school that we believe is the father and stepmother's house. It has crime scene tape up around it, and also an apartment on Lyndale. And Heidi did say there's that house that is the father's house, lives there apparently with the stepmother. And then there's an apartment on Lyndale. And when Heidi arrived on that scene, she did see officers carrying out firearms from that apartment, and the chief had referred to that as well, that they were finding additional firearms at these additional 3 residences that they obtained search warrants for, and are going through meticulously trying to find a motive, even though there are pages and pages of this so-called manifesto that the shooter uploaded to YouTube, timed it out to upload it after the shooting. They said, they haven't been able to make sense of those writings yet. Part of the problem or difficulty might be that some of it is written in Russian, and we happen to have an intern here who speaks Russian and has been helping us try to work through some of these writings. But as AJ had said, a lot of it nonsensical, a lot of anger, and in the end, as often is the case, there's nothing that's going to satisfy or help people understand why someone would open fire on a group of children during their back-to-school mass on a beautiful August day. It's never going to make sense. And we know that there are videos also online right now of a cache of weapons, and the shooter had written a bunch of messages and verbiage on these weapons, some of it hateful toward Trump. Other pieces of writing just frankly don't even make sense. Right. There's slang words, and we are aware, and it can confirm that that is video that came from the shooter. But again, as far as a motive, none of it is really making sense yet. We have little snippets, little ideas, but as AJ pointed out, this investigation is only hours long. A lot more to learn.
And that is interesting because, we're so used to getting information so quickly. Mm-hmm. And so that's a good point that we are only hours into this investigation. But as AJ pointed out, those videos that were scheduled to come out after the shooting mm-hmm. happened, it is the only way that we know anything at this point. Right. And like you mentioned, the problem being not only are the letters Russian, it's not written in Russian, it is using Russian letters to create American English words. So it's making it it's almost like having a decoder, right. To try to figure out what this person is saying. And there's pages of it. Yeah. So this is going to take a while. And like you said, even if we find out why this person did what they did in their own mind, there's nothing that we're going to find that is going to make this make sense to someone who lost a child today.
Well, we know there are a lot of prayer services going on across the metro, various different churches, whether they're Catholic or not. The Archbishop mentioned that tonight at 7 p.m. they'll be hosting a prayer service at Holy Angels tonight. If you're interested in attending, that will be at 7 p.m. again at the Holy Angels High School and Church. The Archdiocese will be hosting that prayer service. As we mentioned, there are several going on. There's a list on your screen. And lots of other churches as well that the information just keeps coming in. So you might want to check in with your place of worship if you're interested in attending a vigil tonight in support of and in memory and honor of these victims. Speaking of the victims, though, some good news came out of that press conference that all of them who were transported to HCMC are expected to survive, including those 14 children. Let's check in with Ian Russell now. He's been outside HCMC all day today. Ian?
Yeah, Julia, I think you're absolutely right. I think it's an awesome thing to hear that. I think that it was Chief O'Hara that said that all of them are expected to survive, and all of them, it sounds like, have their parents as well. It's what we've been hearing from HCMC, or we heard earlier this morning that they were working on a reunification center just across the street from the building back behind me to reunite some of those parents with their kids and adults with their loved ones and really everyone's loved ones to get everyone back together there. I've been checking in with HCMC over the past couple hours just to see what things look like. They told us earlier today that the majority of the updates were going to come from their website. That has not been updated since 12:15. As of 12:15, we know that there were 10 people taken here. There was 1 adult and 6 kids in critical condition, and 1 adult and 2 kids who came in with non-life-threatening injuries. When I checked back in with HCMC just to see if there'd be an update released before 4 p.m., they told me as of right now it doesn't sound like there's anything planned for that, so I don't know exactly when the next updates will be coming out. But of course, I will be checking back in with them just to see what is happening and the status of those victims as they're being treated here at the hospital. As we've heard kind of throughout the day and from those doctors this morning, this is such a difficult, senseless, tragic situation for everyone involved, for the victims, for their families, for parents, for teachers, for everybody, and especially the doctors here who said they got that first initial call a little before 9 a.m., right around 8:45 a.m. this morning, and were able to kind of quickly respond and mobilize to be able to treat those patients as they came in from the shooting. But it's almost hard to put it into words. I think the emotion that came out of that and the emotion that we've heard throughout the day from everyone of how difficult this is and how tragic this day has become here in the city.
Ian, you know, it was interesting that the chief noted all of those children that are at HCMC have their parents with them. I love that he reassured all of us, because the thought of being a child and having this happen and how confusing and scary it would be, it's good to know that the parents are with those kids, and again, that they're all expected to survive. Ian, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Well, our Jessica Hart's been out in that neighborhood since this morning, talking with neighbors and people who live there about what they saw and heard and how they're feeling. We're going to check in with her live right now from South Minneapolis. Jessica?
Hey, Julie, we're at the intersection of 54th Avenue and Garfield, and we've been in this pretty much this exact same spot for hours now, and we've talked to several people who live by here just a few blocks away. And the one thing that has changed is that kind of outside this main entrance, they've always had police officers standing guard over here, and they've had police officers at the other exits as well. They are now gone. They've actually closed the doors. People are still kind of walking in and out of those buildings, but we saw officers standing guard for hours, and that has since come to an end within the last 20 minutes or so. I talked with one woman. She used to live here as a senior in high school, and she actually has a child in preschool just over in Edina, and they got a lockdown message like many other parents. And at the time, she said, I didn't think much of it. We get lockdown messages all the time. And then about 40 minutes later, she realized why exactly her child's school was in lockdown. She said her kid is okay. They were able to go get him and bring him home. But she said it's just devastating to see this happen here in Minneapolis. She said, unfortunately, it's not surprising. She feels like she sees this type of news happening everywhere throughout the country, but it's really just hit her really hard here since it's happened in a place where she spent some time as a high schooler. We also touched base with a volunteer. He tells me that every Tuesday, a group of people just volunteer their time to kind of come and clean up the school, mow the lawn. And he was telling me, you know, yesterday for the first day of school, the parents' biggest concern was there was a beehive out back that they wanted the volunteers to take care of. So to go from being scared about a beehive to now this, he said, it's just unimaginable, and it's hard to kind of explain, but shows you just what parents were concerned about, as any parent should be during the first week of school, not wanting their kid to get stung, and instead now they have to deal with this horrific tragedy here. And so we've also talked with the woman who was just kind of out playing with her grandson early this morning. She heard the gunshot, she rushed him inside, and then she came down here and she spent quite a bit of time just kind of taking the scene in, as many other people did, just kind of somber. Just looking at everything that's going on. She used to send her kids to school here, and she just couldn't believe that something like this could happen just a few houses away from where her grandson likes to play. And then earlier we had that press conference, and before that, Mayor Jacob Frey actually spent some time inside the school talking with officials. We saw him kind of walking out with the school principal and other school staff right before that press conference. They also kind of huddled for a little bit in front of the school and had a conversation, and then they went over and had that press conference to share some of the news that we just got a little bit ago. So still a pretty quiet scene here, not so much as many people as we saw maybe about an hour or so ago kind of coming up just to kind of check the scene out. It's quieted down quite a bit here, but there's still a pretty active scene. The Red Cross is still here. The Salvation Army has now arrived just to provide some assistance to some of the first responders who've been out here for hours. Back to you.
All right, Jessica, we appreciate you filling us in on what it's been like there in the community. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. You know, a lot of us in the newsroom have been talking about what a hard year this has been. It's just been gut-wrenching, some of the news that we've been delivering to the community, especially when you think it wasn't that long ago, just a couple months ago, when we were reporting on the lawmaker shootings that took place. And we just received a statement from the Hoffman family. If you remember, State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette and their daughter Hope were confronted by the shooter. He shot both Yvette and John, and they survived, thankfully. But of course, when we think about how gut-wrenching all this news is, and it just feels like it keeps coming, when you try to imagine being someone who was just a victim of gun violence, then seeing this story unfold, you can understand it's hitting them quite hard. Here's a statement that they shared with us today. Senator John Hoffman, Yvette Hoffman, and Hope Hoffman today send all the love and support to the Annunciation Catholic school and church community in the entire state of Minnesota. We are all impacted by these mindless acts of violence and senseless attacks. The evil actions of an individual can impact the lives of so many, the victims and our community. Our family understands this firsthand and calls on our state and nation to find more grace and peace in our daily lives. We will hold these families in our hearts and prayers forever.
And Senator Hoffman, of course, still recovering, long way to go.
Yeah, multiple. He was shot 8 times.
Yes, and so truly that family understands better than most what these families at Annunciation Catholic Church are going through today. So we have, and of course, many people have been weighing in just on this tragedy, how it's affected law enforcement. We're going to get we'll get this for you, the statement from Sheriff Dewana Witt, who talks about in all the years that she's been through this, she's never seen anything like this. It's even impacting the police, the firemen, the EMTs, the doctors who are working on this. You think you haven't seen everything before, and then something like this happens. This is video that we have showed earlier today of a state trooper just offering a hug to a mother who is obviously grieving or just trying to make sense of what has happened at the school today, not knowing if your kid is okay, and showing up there. This is what service looks like, and this weighs on them as much as it does the community that this happened to today. They're members of our community.
Yeah. Well, we earlier had shared with you a statement from the mother of one of the children who was shot and is going to be okay. And she was commending law enforcement, as we mentioned, for the one officer that stayed with her son, prayed with him, comforted him, and got him into the ambulance. Let's take a look at that. In case you're just joining us, it's a very poignant and powerful statement from a mother, again, of a son at Annunciation. She said, "Our son was shot at school today, inside a church, praying with his classmates. Our hearts are shattered not only for him, but for everyone who was harmed. We grieve and we pray for the others who were shot, for their families, and for those who lost loved ones. And for the first responders who raced into danger for others, for us, we thank them all. Our son shared with us that an MPD officer really helped him. He said the officer rendered aid, hugged him, reassured him, and prayed with him before getting into the ambulance." We ask for leaders to place armed security at schools to prevent another tragedy like this. There is no higher calling than keeping kids safe, and it starts with protecting them from evil in this world. We feel the pain, the anger, the confusion, and the searing reality that our lives will never be the same. Yet we still have our child. Unlike others, we are blessed to hold on to him. We will help him rebuild his life, his trust, and his confidence. We don't want others to ever feel the same, and we pray that everyone touched by this tragedy can find the strength to begin rebuilding too. That was from Danielle Gunter, whose 8th grade son was shot. And we do know that there are kids K through 8 that attend that school, and I believe there is also a preschool program there as well. But we know that K through 8 were in attendance. According to the chief, some of the students were seated, other students were still filing in when this shooter from outside of the church used 3 different firearms to shoot through the stained glass, hitting so many of these young students, as well as 3 80-year-old parishioners who were in attendance, because it is a regular mass that is held at Annunciation. And we know that 23-year-old shooter had planned this for a while, recently purchased many firearms, 3 of which he brought to the scene, and we understand he used all 3. But you can just see from the video an unimaginable impact on these families and those little ones that saw this all play out. And we heard from the principal that, you know, they're not sure yet when they're going to go back to school at Annunciation, but for the time being, of course, these families are going to need time to be together with their kids, and the school is going to need time to regroup as this investigation plays out. Let's listen to a little bit of what the Principal DeBoer had to say at the press conference about 45 minutes ago.
Within seconds of this situation beginning, our teachers were heroes. Children were ducked down. Adults were protecting children. Older children were protecting younger children. And as we heard earlier, it could have been significantly worse without their heroic action. This is a nightmare, but we call our staff the dream team. And we will recover from this. We will rebuild from this.
Of course, you know, he is every bit as much a part of this community as the children that go there and the parents that go there. And, you know, this is his school as well. So it is an incredibly emotional time for a lot of people today. He mentioned that we lost 2 angels today, or heaven at least gained 2 angels. We have statements coming in from a lot of people, and like I mentioned, you know, some of the law enforcement even are having trouble with this. Sheriff DeWanna Witt saying, "I've been in law enforcement for over 25 years, but I've never experienced this devastation. I'm in shock and I'm grieving for those families who are now experiencing what no one should have to. I'm grieving for our community, and I'm thinking of all those other communities in the United States who have experienced this type of horror. As I type this, we're on the very beginning of feeling the emotional impacts of this violence." She brings up a good point too. She said, if you want to do something, if you want to help, as so many of us do, we don't know what to do in times like this, right? How do I get involved? She says, contact the American Red Cross to donate blood, because whether these victims need it or not, someone out there does in our community, and that is the way you can have an impact today and maybe make yourself feel like you're somehow contributing to the healing of our community today.
It often does take a lot of blood. In fact, we just highlighted a woman who, for her 50th birthday, was hosting a blood drive at Memorial Blood Centers, who have been reporting to us throughout the summer that there are dangerously low levels of blood supply. And she said her son had been through treatment for cancer, and she was shocked to see how much blood it took for that one treatment. And now you have 2 instances, 2 days in a row, of mass shootings in Minneapolis. And so I think the sheriff brings up an excellent point. That is something that is needed in the community, and a great way to show solidarity. And the principal quoted that African proverb, when you pray, move your feet. So if you want to move your feet, it'd be a great way to go give blood and help the community at large. We also were reporting on 19 victims. Originally we thought it was 20. We know 14 children were injured by gunfire, ages just 6 to 15. So when you think about what law enforcement saw when they entered that church, it is horrific to think about, and understandable that, like the chief said, they're deeply traumatized, the law enforcement officers who were there, and the head of emergency of the emergency department at HCMC said the same thing, that this is hard, that this was a second mass casualty call in as many days, and their staff is definitely feeling this as well. But we're grateful for them and the talents they bring and the fact they are able to coordinate so quickly to receive that number of patients.
And the good news that we found that everybody who was taken to a hospital is expected to survive. A range of injuries, of course, a long road for many of them, but that was the best news that we could have reported today.
Well, our Lou Raguse has also been outside of Annunciation, talking with people, witnessing people as they're leaving that church and that school, and all the emotion that played out there today. Lou, it's just so tragic on so many levels, and it's I think something that our officials are trying to put into words, but as the governor said, you can't. There is no putting this into words that suffice.
Yeah, I mean, up to this point, it's been something that's happened so many other times at other places around the country, but it hasn't happened in this fashion here yet until now. And so I think that's one thing that some of these parents were talking about. In particular, the grandfather of the boy Weston that I interviewed, he said, once this happens and it involves your kids, you're going to think about it completely differently, no matter how you think about it right now. And he said there's only one way to think about it, and that's that these sweet little kids never did anything to deserve what just happened to them today. Whether they were hit by the gunfire or whether they're just emotionally and psychologically scarred by it, it's something that's going to change all of them forever.
Yeah.
And, did you get reunited with your parents?
Yeah, my mom was waiting outside of the church when it happened.
Yeah.
And then
what was it like seeing her?
I was super happy because, like, I was scared that I wasn't going to see her because I didn't know what was happening, really. I was just in shock.
And was it behind you where it was happening, or in front of you, just kind of?
It was, like, right beside me. I was, like, 2 seats away from the stained glass windows. So they were, like, the shots were, like, right next to me.
That's scary.
Yeah.
You went under the pew after that happened?
Yeah. And
Is
then
that what everyone tried to do?
I think I got, like, gunpowder on my neck. Yeah.
When you heard the shots, what went through your head?
I was like, the first one, I was like, what is that? I thought it was just something. Then when I heard it again, I just ran under the pew. And then I covered my head.
Yeah, so much going on there. I think just hearing him mention, that he was afraid he wouldn't be able to see his mom again, just that in itself is heartbreaking. When he talks about having to hide underneath the pew, he also mentions his friend Victor shielding him, and his friend suffered a gunshot wound and is being treated in the hospital right now. He believes that he will be okay, and he put out his prayers and best wishes to his friend and to everyone else that's hospitalized there. Weston he painted a picture of what it was like to be in there. He said that they had just gotten into the church for the mass. It was about 3 minutes in, and he said that when that first shot was fired, they didn't know exactly what it was. And then very quickly it became obvious what it was, and they all started hiding. He said that at a certain point they all evacuated to the gym and they locked the door in case the shooter was still following. By that point, we know now that the shooter was dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. But just so much of that story and just hearing that tiny voice say it just really speaks volumes about what happened here today.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And we understand from the chief that a lot of the students were seated, others were just filing in. I mean, it was really the very beginning of this mass. And he was talking about how staff was protecting the kids and older kids were protecting younger kids, which is just extraordinary and also heartbreaking. But I know we're going to hear a lot of those stories as the day unfolds and in the coming days about how that community pulled together, and the principal calling his staff members heroes. I mean, he just said, I love them and they're the best. And you try to imagine what it would be like to be the teachers in that situation, taking those kids into that gym, not knowing what's happening and trying to calm them down, and then being the parents, because word of this spread quickly across texts and social media that something bad had happened at Annunciation and in that area. What time did you arrive on that scene? I know it was a bit after it all played out, Lou, but tell us when you first arrived what you saw.
Yeah, so I, first got word of this very shortly after it happened, shortly after 8:30, and it took a long time to get here because there was so much traffic, especially off of the crosstown and then on Lyndale Avenue here to get close because so many people were rushing to the school. Once I got here, it was just a very kind of frantic law enforcement scene still. And at that point, the parents hadn't been released. The reunification was still going on. And so just in the neighborhoods surrounding, I kind of made my way all the way around this perimeter that's blocked off as a crime scene. And you could see those reunifications happening. Families, once they leave the school and they're getting to their vehicles and just, that adrenaline is kind of coming off of them and they're just, very emotional. It was, just like we've seen play dozens of other times in other places, you see those kids and the parents running from the school, and it's just absolutely heartbreaking and scary at the same time. At the time that I arrived here, I was already getting word that the shooter was dead, so there wasn't that sense of it still being like an active shooter scene. So that was, the word was just starting to spread that that part of it was over. But still, there was a solid hour when we got here this morning where it was extremely tense and it was almost eerily silent, eerily quiet because of people hanging out on the periphery, like wondering what's going on, hoping the news wouldn't be as bad as some of those initial reports, because like we get the news that comes over the scanner and we don't just report out that right away. We try to, we get it confirmed because sometimes the initial report is different than what it turns out to be. Initially, we were told 20 people shot, and then we heard another number a little bit later, and we were hoping that would be the case, that it wasn't quite 20. As it turned out, it pretty much was, and with 2 kids killed and then the gunman also being killed by self-inflicted, that's it turned out to be just as bad or worse than we were fearing when we were getting the preliminary information.
Lou, when you arrived on the scene and you talked to that little boy, and I know how emotional that was for you, he and his grandfather approached you. Some people grieve differently, and he wanted to talk. Is that right?
Yeah, he was here with his dad as well. His dad and his grandpa, they brought him here. They want people to know, there's like this whole I don't know what to say, conspiracy culture regarding school shootings. And I think that they came out here wanting everyone to know exactly how that played out inside there. And the boy wanted to talk, his dad wanted him to talk, and his grandpa wanted him to talk. So it was very clear. They approached us and say, hey, he was inside. Is it okay if he says what happened? And then we also got his grandfather on camera a little bit and his father on camera a little bit as well. But just hearing the story from the boy, absolutely heartbreaking. And just, make that absolutely clear is that they want the public to hear it.
Yeah, and it's so impactful coming from that little child's voice. It really, I see why they wanted him to speak. This is a reality of it. This is what happened. Lou, we appreciate your insight and sharing that with us. Thanks so much. We're just going to recap quickly what we know about the gunman. It is 23-year-old Robin Westman, who the chief said recently purchased several firearms legally, brought 3 of them to the scene, and he believes used all 3 of those weapons in that shooting this morning. He shot from the outside of the church in through stained glass windows, and then, as you heard, turned one of the guns on himself and killed himself. They're going through manifestos and videos that the shooter had timed to post to YouTube after the shootings, and trying to make sense of a motive or any kind of reason why the shooter acted in the way that he did. We have full coverage coming up at the top of the hour. Stay with us. We're resetting, and we'll bring you the latest coming up in 2 minutes.
Welcome. If you are just joining us, we continue to follow some breaking news tonight in Minneapolis, where today a gunman opened fire on the Annunciation Catholic Church as innocent children and men and women sat inside for Mass. In the last hour, we received an update from authorities who said there were 19 total victims. 2 of them, an 8-year-old student and a 10-year-old student, unfortunately and sadly died at the scene.
14 other children were also shot, as well as 3 adults who were in their 80s. The police chief says all of those victims are expected to survive. We also heard from the Archbishop of the Twin Cities Archdiocese at the news conference within the last hour. Here's what he had to say.
But how sad it is, for sure, not only for the families who are directly involved, but indeed for families everywhere who feel the threat that comes from an event, a tragedy like today's.
Well, this tragedy played out at Annunciation Church around 8:30 this morning on West 54th Street in Minneapolis, on the city's far south side, just west of 35W near the Tangletown neighborhood. Gordon Severson was at the news conference that was held within the last hour, and he begins our team coverage tonight. Gordon?
Yeah, Julie, in this updated press conference, we learned a lot of new information about what happened here at the church just behind me. You mentioned that the 2 children ages 8 and 10 passed away, died in this shooting, but we learned more about the other 14 kids who were also injured in this shooting. All of them are ages range from 6 to 15 years old. We also learned there were 3 adults also there, all of them parishioners, all of them in their 80s. We are also learning a little more about the investigation. The police chief told us this afternoon that right now, as we speak, they are conducting 4 search warrants. One of them is happening here at the church behind me, and the other 3 are all happening at residences that are connected to the shooter. And the chief confirmed with us just about an hour ago that they did find additional firearms at those residences. And he says that there has been a lot of heroic actions here, not only from his officers, but we're also hearing a lot of the people inside the church stepped up to save lives here. We heard from the principal here at the school, and we also heard from the governor this afternoon.
Within seconds of this situation beginning, our teachers were heroes. Children were ducked down. Adults were protecting children. Older children were protecting younger children. And as we heard earlier, it could have been significantly worse without their heroic action.
And we often come to these and say, these unspeakable tragedies, or there's no words for this. There shouldn't be words for these types of incidents because they should not happen. And there's no words that are going to ease the pain of the families today. On behalf of all...
And all of the speakers this afternoon all said the same thing, that this situation could have been much worse if it wasn't for those heroic actions from police officers running in and the teachers and students inside. I did ask the chief if he had a rough estimate of how many people were inside the church when this happened. He said they're still figuring that out, but said a lot of people were inside when this happened. Now, we also learned a little bit more from the chief that he confirmed that this shooter did post a few videos on the internet kind of a manifesto, if you will. He said that those videos have been taken down. They worked with the FBI to take them down, but investigators are looking through them to try to figure out any sort of information, a motive here. And we are learning about Vigil that's going to be happening here tonight. So I'll send it back to you because we do have a lot of information that's coming in, and other colleagues that are here that are also gathering that information as we speak.
All right, thanks, Gordon. And the Archdiocese announced at 7 p.m. there'll be a prayer service at Holy Angels. There'll be several other vigils going on throughout the Twin Cities tonight as well. Well, as Gordon mentioned, there are still so many questions tonight about why this happened, but as more information comes out, a timeline of today's events is starting to take shape.
And we want to go to Chris Arapsky right now, who's going to bring us up to speed on the day's events. Chris?
Yeah, Rena, Julie, the call of an active shooter at a church sparked panic throughout the city this morning. And when the details started to emerge of what actually happened, the reality started to set in.
Just before 8:30, day 2 of school at Annunciation Catholic School near Lyndale and 54th Street. Children, staff, and community members assembled for the first community mass of the new school year.
During the mass, a gunman approached on the outside, on the side of the building, and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the mass. Shooting through the windows, he struck children and worshipers that were inside the building.
The shooter, dressed in all black with camo pants, allegedly barricaded several doors of the church before firing a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol.
Police officers from the Minneapolis Police Department immediately responded, entered the church, and attempted to provide first aid and rescue some of the children that were hiding throughout the building.
2 children, ages 8 and 10, were struck and killed. 17 others, 14 of whom are children between 6 and 14 years old, were hit.
These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance.
Police confirmed the shooter, identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman, later died by suicide in the back of the church. Victims were rushed to hospitals as parents awaited sight of their kids, processing the horror of what happened.
This kind of act of evil should never happen, and it happens far too often.
And that's really the point of when we started to learn more about the suspect, the shooter in this case. The mayor also saying there that this was, think of this as your family. Think of it as any family that you're close with. As Minneapolis and as a state and as a country, we are one, and that we should be empathic and sympathetic towards all the victims here. It was a powerful speech that he gave there, and yeah.
Yeah, I think we all are. I think everyone's feeling this pretty deeply. Chris, thank you so much.
Yep.
Well, as we mentioned, there is some good news. Those who were injured in today's shooting, many of whom were critical condition, are all expected to survive. That includes 14 children and 3 adults in their 80s.
And throughout the day, we've been learning new information about them. Ian Russell live now at HCMC in Minneapolis, where nearly a dozen of those victims are currently receiving care. Ian?
Yeah, Lorena, Julie, I think that is the important thing to talk about right now, is that those victims are expected to survive. And as you mentioned, that's coming from that press conference we just got from city and state officials not too long ago, where Chief Brian O'Hare is saying all those victims, I believe, have been reunited with their parents now, and all of them are expected to survive. So the good news out of this right now is hearing that. Here at HCMC, we've been here since about 9:15 this morning. The initial call for a mass casualty event that was paged out to all the doctors out here came at about 8:45, and in that time frame, and then just 15-20 minutes, they're able to sort of quickly mobilize and quickly respond to get their services up and ready for everyone that was going to be coming out this way. In total, HCMC at about 12:15 was the most recent update on the numbers that they have. They have 10 people here. It's 1 adult and 6 kids that were in critical condition, and 1 adult and 2 kids that were non-life threatening. And this is obviously such a difficult and tragic situation for all involved to deal with. But these doctors and these folks here at HCMC, this is the second major event they've worked through in the past 2 days.
Again, we've had 2 mass casualty events happen in the last 24 hours. I mean, that does take a toll. But we also have to recognize that we are here as a critical resource for our community, and we have to take time to process, the care that we deliver in these situations, and we have to be able to move forward because we are obviously needed.
Now, another group of patients were taken to Children's Minnesota. 7 of those kids were taken to Children's Minnesota. 1 of them has been released. The ages of that group of kids were between ages 9 and 16 years old. So again, the good news, though, is hearing from Chief O'Hare today saying that all these victims are expected to survive, but obviously their lives are changed. We don't know the status of how they are right now or how things are going to look like in the future. But Chief O'Hare talks quite a bit about this, and in other instances is saying, no matter what happens, lives are changed in moments like these. And I think it's fair to say it's the same thing that's going to be happening here. So obviously a lot more information. We're still pressing HCMC to see if we can get some more information about the status of the folks that are here, how many have been released, how many are still being treated, things like that. Still working on getting some more details, but I'll keep you updated when those details come out, guys.
Thank you, Ian.
Well, tonight the heartbroken Tangletown community is struggling as neighbors wait for answers in this unfolding tragedy.
Our Jessica Hart has been in the neighborhood all day now. She joins us now live with the latest. Hi, Jessica.
Hey, Rena, it's very quiet right now. A lot of the emergency vehicles that were here just 2 hours ago have since left, but you can see that it's pretty quiet here. There's not too many police officers hanging around, but this is not what the scene look like early this morning. So let me take you back to around 9:30 this morning when we arrived on scene. This entire street of West 54th Street had emergency responders, ambulances, police squad cars, fire trucks lining both sides of the streets. The ambulance was actually parked in the middle of the street. Police had formed kind of a perimeter around the school, and the way that they were reconnecting kids with their parents, they did it in shifts, honestly. A lot of the people in the neighborhood tell me that there's actually, the gymnasium is right behind the school, and that's where they believe they were keeping the kids. So you would see officers escort groups of parents, maybe like 6 or 8 at a time, to the back there. It would be a couple of minutes, and then you would see kind of the parents walk back out with their kids. And every single parent that I saw leave with their kids was either holding their child's hand or had their hands on their child's shoulder. And just the looks in those kids' eyes, some of them were just kind of blank stares as they work to process what exactly just happened to them, what they witnessed. A lot of kids looked fearful and scared, and you could see that in their parents too, but also a sense of relief that their child was okay and they were able to get them out of harm's way and back home to them. Now, none of them looked like they wanted to talk, and we didn't approach anyone as they left, but you could just tell that they wanted to get out of here. They wanted to get back home and to get their kid as far away from the scene as they possibly could. Now, a lot of the neighbors also came out here just to kind of see what was going on and see if they could help in any way if possible. A lot of them do have connections here to the school. Their kids went to school here. A woman I talked with said she got married at the church. So to see something like this happen so close to home here has really hit a lot of people. And it's just really hard for people to imagine that something like this happened in their neighborhood. You know, they heard the sirens this morning, but they were hoping it wouldn't amount to much. And then when they turned on the news, they saw that it was pretty devastating. Back to you.
All right, Jessica, thank you. Well, there are several vigils planned in the coming hours to honor and remember the victims of today's shooting. The Annunciation Church announced it will hold a public prayer vigil at 7 p.m. That's inside the Academy of Holy Angels High School gym, and that, of course, is in Richfield. At the same time, the Lutheran Church of Christ Redeemer encouraging the community to gather at its sanctuary in the Armitage neighborhood. And at 8, Protect Minnesota and Moms Demand Action will host a candlelight vigil at Minneapolis's Lyndhurst Park. Now, as the stories of survival continue to come in, none so far are more powerful than those from the young children who were inside the church as those shots rang out.
Our Lou Raguse talked to one of the young boys who shared his story with us earlier today. Lou joins us now with details. Lou?
Yes, after it was safe for the families to leave Annunciation, one of those families approached us. They wanted their 10-year-old son to share with us what it was like to be inside the church during the shooting. The boy's name is Weston, and he says he was seated near the stained glass windows where the shots were fired. He told us about hiding under the church pews when the group making it to the group then after that making it to the gymnasium and locking the doors in case the shooter was still coming. He says police arrived very quickly, and they, along with the school administrators, helped them feel safe. Weston's mom, who's on the PTA, happened to be nearby and saw the police cars, so she was able to reunite with her son very quickly. Perhaps the most heartbreaking part of the story is that his good friend shielded Weston from the gunfire and was wounded in the process.
When you heard the shots, what went through your head?
I was like, the first one, I was like, what is that? I thought it was just something. Then when I heard it again, I just ran under the pew. And then I covered my head. My friend Victor, saved me, though, because he laid on top of me, but he got hit.
Your friend laid on top of you?
Yeah, and he got hit. He's really brave, and I hope he's good in the hospital.
And we hope Victor's doing well in the hospital, as well as all the other victims. Weston extended his prayers to all of them before the interview ended. He told us about how frequently during the school year they practice these active shooter drills in their school. He said they never actually have practiced one in the church, though, so it ended up being a little bit different. His grandfather told us that they're doing as well as anybody possibly can after something like this happens. But he says once something like this happens to people you know and your family, you think about it much differently. Back to you.
Lou, you have been there all day, and we've seen these things happen in other communities, but you have been watching these parents come together and reunite with their children all day long. What was that like?
You know, it was it's happening right in front of you, and you almost feel like it's an invasion of privacy just to see it, because it's such a tender private moment. But at the same time, it's happening everywhere. And to that note, we didn't seek out any kids and try to interview them or anything like that, but I'm thankful to this family for approaching us, because they want the story to be told and for the truth of what went on inside of that building to get out into the public, so that more people can denounce it and not look past it, not move on to the next thing.
Thank you so much. Well, late this afternoon, we received this powerful statement from Danielle Gunter, the mother of an 8th grade boy who was shot inside Annunciation this morning. It's long, but it's powerful. She wrote, "Our son was shot at school today inside a church praying with his classmates. Our hearts are shattered, not only for him, but for everyone who is harmed. We grieve and we pray for the others who were shot, for their families and for those who lost loved ones, and for the first responders who raced into danger for others, for us. We thank them all." Our son shared with us that an MPD officer really helped him. He said the officer rendered aid, hugged him, reassured him, and prayed with him before getting into the ambulance. We asked for leaders to place armed security at schools to prevent another tragedy like this. There is no higher calling than keeping kids safe, and it starts with protecting them from evil in this world. We feel the pain, the anger, the confusion, and the searing reality that our lives will never be the same, yet we still have our child. Unlike others, we are blessed to hold on to him. We will help him rebuild his life, his trust, and his confidence. We don't want others to ever feel the same, and we pray that everyone touched by this tragedy can find the strength to begin rebuilding too.
Meanwhile, our investigative team has been busy all day trying to gather whatever information we can about the shooter tonight. Police named the gunman as 23-year-old Robin Westman.
And our sources have told us that he did attend Annunciation for 1 year. I misspoke earlier today saying that he graduated from Holy Angels. That is not true. We do understand he bounced around to several different schools and are working to confirm his school background. We do know that his mother was an employee at Annunciation for years until she retired in 2021. AJ Legault has been digging into their history all day, and he's in the newsroom now with the latest. AJ?
Yeah, hey there, Julie. Tonight we are learning more about the named killer, Robin Westman. Neighbors have been sharing new photos with us of Robin. You're looking at them now. They're obviously a number of years old. He appears to be a teenager in these photos. The neighbors came out and shared with our team, who's been out gathering information, and we've also been able to translate some of Robin's diary entries from what police are calling a manifesto that was scheduled to be posted after the shootings took place. That manifesto has since been taken down by the FBI, but police and FBI are using that video of the manifesto as part of their investigation. The manifesto is written using Russian letters to write English words. Think of the word gun. They use that word, instead of writing the word gun in Russian, it actually uses the Russian letters to spell out the English word gun. So it's taking us quite a while to try to translate exactly what is there. And while we're not going to cover most of what has been written because it is extremely violent, it deals with a lot of suicidal and homicidal thoughts, some of the entries do give context to today's mass shooting. We have video that we should be showing you here of a picture that we took from the video. Right now you're looking at some of the manifesto that was posted, but one of the images that was posted was a drawing of the church and like a handwritten sketch, and we've translated the caption in the top left to say Annunciation by memory, meaning he sketched out what the church looked like from memory. Now, we know Robin went to Annunciation Church for at least a year and that his mother worked there. A source close to the school tells KARE 11 in the year Robin went to Annunciation, there were consistent disciplinary issues, although we don't know exactly what those consisted of. In the diary, an entry written on May 23rd of this year, Robin wrote an entry describing an obsession with mass shootings, specifically school shootings. Robin wrote about having memories of the obsession dating back to 7th grade and talking about the shootings with friends at a young age. The diary or manifesto describes that the comments scared children and were later reported to adults. Then on August 20th, in one of the last entries that was posted online, Robin writes about visiting the church and the plans to carry out the act. Robin writes about the teachers being in a training week that was happening at the time and how they were probably receiving active shooter training. And the killer wrote, "I bet they won't anticipate an attack in the first week." Also discussed checking all the doors to see how they could be barricaded and considered using lumber. You know, Chief O'Hara told us earlier that they did find 2x4s that were used to actually trap people into the school so that no one could get out while this mass shooting was taking place. On August 21st, a final entry in one of the diaries. It discusses practicing at a shooting range leading up to the event. And my team was just sending me notes here in the last few minutes as we're getting more and more translations from Russian to English and figuring out exactly what the named killer was writing about. And he was concerned as of July 29th about money, that he didn't have enough money to purchase the rifle. Chief O'Hara told us that the rifle, the shotgun, and the handgun appeared to have been all purchased legally, but purchased recently. And we can tell from the manifesto that it appears as of the end of July, those firearms had yet to be purchased.
AJ, obviously significant that the shooter visited the school the week before. Is there a significance to him going to the shooting range?
Well, if he didn't have the firearms, as of the end of July, at least the rifle, from what we can tell, he's writing about wanting to make sure they all work. That the scopes, the red dot scope specifically, was written about, were worked and sighted in. So it appears that he would have been there practicing and learning how the guns worked and how they shot.
Well, and it's interesting, too, the chief confirmed what your team had found, that he had no criminal history.
Yeah, this 23-year-old did not have a criminal history. Like we said, we were hearing from folks that there was mental health issues that folks who knew him were aware of dating back a number of years. But certainly, as you just said, Julie, nothing that rose to a criminal level, and certainly nothing that prevented him from going out and legally purchasing these firearms, as the police chief explained.
All right, AJ, we appreciate your investigative work. Thanks so much.
Well, we learned from our crews out on the scene, and of course from Chief O'Hara today, that the police served 3 warrants at homes that were connected to the shooter and 1 at the school itself. One of the places that was searched was an apartment in Richfield and the shooter's dad's home in the Wyndham neighborhood. This afternoon, we're told police removed evidence from the apartment on Lyndale Avenue South, including at least 1 firearm. Meanwhile, police went through the shooter's family home on the 5700 block of 1st Avenue South in Minneapolis. Neighbors we spoke to say they didn't know Westman well, but know the dad and the stepmom, and would see the shooter in the neighborhood at block parties sometimes. They say it's a tight-knit neighborhood, and that many of the people who live there either went to Annunciation or still have kids at the school.
Shock. We live in a very, very close-knit neighborhood. We live in a very safe neighborhood. A lot of the neighborhood kids went to Annunciation, so we all know each other.
Coming up at 5, we're going to hear from a neighbor who lives in the same apartment building as the shooter. Of course, reaction continuing to pour in at this hour from here in Minnesota, across the country. President Trump says he has been briefed on the situation and ordered all U.S. flags to be flown at half-staff to honor the victims. This morning, he asked all Americans to join him in praying for everyone involved. Now, this shooting unfolded on the final day of the Democratic National Committee's summer meeting in Minneapolis. After learning of the incident, the DNC cut today's session short.
Party leaders are in town for the DNC meeting. They were shaken by news of the shooting today. Many of them have dealt with similar mass shootings in their home states. DNC Chair Ken Martin, the former Minnesota DFL chair, addressed party members this morning, calling this a tragic day for Minneapolis. Afterward, members from across the country embraced before leaving town. Meanwhile, Minnesota DFL Party Chair Richard Carlbaum released a statement saying this epidemic must stop. No child should have to fear being at school, and no parent should have to worry about the child's safety in the classroom. All options must be on the table to end gun violence in our communities. And Minnesota Senate GOP Minority Leader Mark Johnson responded today as well, saying there's no place for this kind of violence and attacks on a sacred place, and children are especially egregious. As a state, we stand together against these violent acts and the wicked individuals who perpetrate them. We also caught up today with U.S. Senator Amy Klobuchar, whose former staffer had 3 children in Annunciation this morning.
These are innocent kids. These are 6-year-olds praying in a church, just gunned down through the windows, 8 and 10-year-old dead. Their families will never be the same. And those kids that were in there, nearly all of them seeing someone being shot, that's going to change their lives forever too.
Well, this afternoon, we did hear from Lisa Damuth, the Speaker of the Minnesota House. Lisa Damuth is calling for prayers for the children, families, staff, and first responders who have been impacted. Just over 2 months ago, she was one of the lawmakers most vocal after the violent tragedy that killed Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman and her husband and injured State Senator John Hoffman and his wife.
Well, our Gordon Severson was at an MPD news conference in the last 90 minutes and continues our team coverage at this hour. Gordon?
Yeah, for people who missed this earlier in the newscast, I want to get you all caught up. This afternoon from police, we learned that 19 total victims in this shooting. 2 children tragically lost their lives, an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old. There were 14 other kids who were injured. They have the ages range from 6 to 15. And we also learned there were 3 adults, all of them in their 80s, their parishioners who were here this morning. And they were all at a church service that is in the morning around 8:30 that was meant to kind of kick off a new school year, where they would pray for a successful school year, and that's when these shots were fired. We also learned from the chief this afternoon that, as you mentioned earlier in the newscast, they're executing 4 search warrants. One of them is happening at the church behind me here. The other 3 are homes that are connected to the shooter. We did also learn from the chief this afternoon that the shooter did post some videos on the internet on YouTube, and they did work with the FBI to have those videos removed, but investigators do have those video files. They are looking through them to learn more about a possible motive, about what might have happened here. And we're learning just more about the impacts outside of the church. We've talked to several people here in the neighborhood, people that are members here that weren't inside at the time, just hundreds, possibly thousands of people here in the community indirectly impacted by this tragedy. Back to you.
Within seconds of this situation beginning, our teachers were heroes. Children were ducked down. Adults were protecting children. Older children were protecting younger children. And as we heard earlier, it could have been significantly worse without their heroic action.
And we often come to these and say, these unspeakable tragedies, or there's no words for this. There shouldn't be words for these types of incidents because they should not happen. And there's no words that are going to ease the pain of the families today. On behalf of
Now, the first man that you heard in that interview there was the principal of the school here, and he talked about, just like he said, the heroic actions of these students and teachers, just heartbreaking details of students being forced into that situation, just instinctively jumping on their classmates to try to help them and save them. He was obviously, emotional. He sent out a lot of support for the community here, telling all of the parents that, we hear you, we're here for you. If there's anything you need, call us. Obviously, everyone in this press conference, the mayor, the governor, very emotional, deeply touched by all of this. And they said that there aren't going to be any more official press conferences here tonight, but if there are any major updates in this case, they will let us know, and there may be something going on tomorrow. So I'll send it back to you.
All right. Yeah, a lot of powerful sound came out of that press conference, most of it from the principal of the school. He's obviously heartbroken and shaken up. Gordon, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We did learn one piece of good news from that press conference from Chief O'Hara, who said that all of those injured in today's shooting, many of whom were critically injured, are all expected to survive. That includes 14 children and 3 adults in their 80s.
And throughout the day, we've been learning new information about those people. Ian Russell live at HCMC in Minneapolis, where nearly a dozen of the victims are receiving care. And I believe you have an update for us from Children's. Is that correct, Ian?
Yeah, Rena, Julie, I do. Yeah, we're at HCMC, but I want to read this statement we just got in the last 5 minutes from Children's Minnesota. It says 3 children remain in our Minneapolis hospital for care as a result of the tragic incident this morning. 4 patients have been discharged. Our thoughts are with all the victims, their families, and loved ones in our communities who are impacted by yet another senseless act of violence. We will not share more details to respect the privacy of our patients and families. And I think, frankly, it's kind of a big thing to note, because here at HCMC, the last update we got on the number of patients and how their current status was at about 12:15. And we've been asking HCMC for an update on this, but obviously those doctors are still working, those patients are still being treated, those families are still reuniting with their loved ones. So I think a lot of us want information in moments like this, and we want to know exactly what's going on. I think we'll get those updates as we get them, as these patients are still being treated. You know, things were busy here at HCMC really all morning. We got here about 9:15, but the actual page for a mass casualty event, a neighbor of mine told me that she works at HCMC, and she told me that it was a page for a mass casualty event, happened at about 8:45 a.m. And doctors here earlier today told us that within minutes they were able to kind of mobilize some crews to be able to respond to this large influx of patients coming in for treatment. We now know, in that last update at about 12:15, that there are 10 total patients here at HCMC. That's a range of 2 adults and 8 kids, and they're in varying conditions of critical and some with non-life-threatening injuries. But as I said, we're still looking for any sort of updates there from HCMC. But when we were talking to those doctors from Hennepin Healthcare behind me here earlier today, one of the things we talked about was that this is not the first time they've responded to a major incident in the past 24 hours. Just yesterday, they also had a major response that they were working on. Here's what they had to say.
Again, you know, we've had 2 mass casualty events happen in the last 24 hours. I mean, that does take a toll. But we also have to recognize that we are here as a critical resource for our community, and we have to take time to process, you know, these the care that we deliver in these situations, and we have to be able to move forward because we are obviously needed.
Now, one of the members of the communication team from HCMC told me earlier today that they'll be releasing a lot of these updates on their website. As I said, I've been checking that website all day. That has not been updated since 12:15, and I understand they're working through things. I've been checking in with them just to see if things were going to be released. They told me at about 3 p.m. was the last time I texted them that there would be no updates before our 4 p.m. show. As soon as we get off the air for my hit right here, I'll text them back to just check ahead of our 5 p.m. hour. Again, just trying to bring you as much information as we can as these patients here and over at Children's recover and are treated. Guys.
Now, Ian, the chief mentioned that all of the parents were with their children at the hospital, which you can imagine, you know, the reuniting of that had to be just heartbreaking. And, you know, I got a tweet from someone that says they have loved ones that work at HCMC. No one should have to see what they've seen today. Bless them. Our hearts go out to them as well. Ian, thanks so much. We'll check back in half an hour.
Yeah.
Well, tonight the heartbroken Tangletown community is struggling as neighbors there wait for answers in this unfolding tragedy.
Our Jessica Hart has been in the neighborhood all day, joins us now live with the latest. Jessica?
It's been really hard for these neighbors. I mean, there's so many people who live just right across the street from the school, and many of them are just asking why. You know, you guys talked about how difficult this is for the neighbors, and it is tough for them, and especially when they don't have a reason or for this. You know, they tell me there really is no reason, but they want to know what the motive is, why someone would be compelled to do this and to fire in on a Catholic school during Mass. They just simply don't understand it. And one of the women I spoke with today, she wasn't home at the time of this mass shooting, but her children were, and they heard the gunshots. She said her kids are okay and they're safe. They don't attend Annunciation Catholic School, but they do go to Wyndham School, which isn't too far from where we're at. We're at 54th and Garfield Avenue, and she said they start school next week, and she's worried about sending them back to school now because unfortunately they tell me they just never know when something like this can happen in their neighborhood. And now that she knows that something can happen so close to where she lives, she's scared for sending her kids back to school. She said it's supposed to be a joyous time. This was only the kids' second day of school, the neighbors tell us. and this is what had happened. We caught up with a volunteer. He says a bunch of people volunteer every Tuesday. They go to the school, they help clean up, they do some mowing. And he said the biggest concern from parents yesterday was a beehive that they had out back that they wanted the volunteers to take care of. So to go from a beehive concern to now this, he says it's unimaginable. You know, the kids' parents, that should be a concern. They're beehive. They shouldn't have to worry about something like this. So it was just hard for him to kind of process what had happened. He did feel like it was important for him to just kind of be here just to see what was going on, since he spent so much time volunteering at this school. We have seen a lot of people also to bring flowers to pay their respects. Officers did allow one woman to bring some flowers, and she set it over down by the Annunciation Catholic school sign, and they're still there. Several other people have brought bouquets of roses and white flowers, and they've just been handing them to the officers, and they've been collecting them. We haven't seen where they've put those flowers yet, but we know that several people have felt the need to just pay their respects in some way and to do something to try and make sense of a really senseless situation. And a lot of people just have questions about why exactly this happened, and there's a lot of heartache here. You know, it's really quiet right now, but you could kind of feel the anxiety from people this morning, just the anxiousness of not knowing what was happening. And then when you saw the kids leave the school and be escorted out by their parents, just the looks on those kids' faces, just some of their eyes just look like they're just glazed over, just blank stare, because they are still probably trying to figure out how to process something like this. And their parents, you can see the tears in their eyes, but also a sense of relief that they had their child, they know that their child was safe, and now they can go home and now have to have some tough conversations and figure out how to go forward from here yet. Now, we haven't heard from anyone around here who lives nearby or volunteers at the school if they know when the school would be back open again or when kids would have to go back to school, but they can imagine it'll be a tough few days whenever they do have to go back. We do know that there are some vigils tonight that we've heard some people talk about as a way for people to kind of grieve what has happened here today. Back to you.
All right, Jessica, thank you. You talked about those vigils and people wanting to drop off flowers, people just trying to find some way to feel connected or to feel like they are helping. Sheriff DeWanna Witt and also Memorial Blood Centers have suggested maybe trying to donate blood. Maybe it's not helpful to these people who have gone through this tragedy, but as they take blood from the system, more blood is needed, and they're always in need. So if you want to feel some way of helping or some way connecting, that is another way that you can do that, is to go and donate blood. Now, as stories of the survival continue to come in, none so far are more powerful than those coming from young children who were inside that church as the shooting began.
Our own Lou Raguse talked to one of those young boys and joins us live with his story, and to hear it in his childlike voice is impactful. Lou?
It certainly is. After the families were able to safely leave Annunciation and that reunification process was beginning, one of those families approached us and they wanted to tell their story, and they wanted their 10-year-old to be able to share what happened inside the church when those shots were fired. And his name is Weston. He's 10 years old and he's in 5th grade. He says he was seated near the stained glass windows where the shots were fired from outside. He told us about hiding under the church pews, then after that, the group making it to the gymnasium and locking the doors in case the shooter was still coming. He says police arrived very quickly, and they, along with school administrators, helped them feel safe. Weston's mom, who's on the PTA, happened to be nearby and saw the police cars, so she was able to reunite with her son very quickly. Perhaps the most heartbreaking part of Weston's story is that his good friend shielded him and was wounded in the process.
When you heard the shots, what went through your head?
I was like, the first one, I was like, what is that? I thought it was just something. Then when I heard it again, I just ran under the pew. And then I covered my head. My friend Victor, saved me, though, because he laid on top of me, but he got hit.
Your friend laid on top of you?
Yeah, and he got hit. He's really brave, and I hope he's good in the hospital.
And Weston said a prayer for his friend Victor and all the other victims who are recovering at the hospital today. He said that throughout the school years they do practice those active shooter drills that kids these days do have to practice. He said they never had done one from the church portion yet, though, so the way it played out today was a little bit different than how they had practiced during drills. His grandfather told us that once something like this happens to someone in your family, you would think completely different about these situations than you might otherwise. Back to you.
Well, Lou, it struck me that you told us earlier it was almost eerily quiet as the students were being let go out of that gym where they had been hunkered down waiting for the all clear when they reunited with their parents, that it was obviously very somber but also very quiet as well.
It was like a collective shock, is what I think it was. You know, you might imagine, mass chaos in a movie with people screaming and stuff like that, but it was really just eerily quiet for the number of people that we saw around here at all the spots where police have everyone pushed back. All the crying and the hugging and the reunification, but still the eerie silence that surrounded this entire several block area that's cordoned off.
Thanks so much, Lou.
Mm-hmm.
Well, late this afternoon, we received this powerful statement from Danielle Gunter, the mother of an 8th grade boy who was shot inside Annunciation Church this morning. It is long, but it is powerful. She wrote, "Our son was shot at school today, inside a church, praying with his classmates. Our hearts are shattered, not only for him, but for everyone who is harmed. We grieve and we pray for the others who were shot, for their families, and for those who lost loved ones. And for the first responders who raced into danger for others, for us, we thank them all." Our son shared with us that an MPD officer really helped him. He said the officer rendered aid, hugged him, reassured him, and prayed with him before getting into the ambulance. We ask for leaders to place armed security at schools to prevent another tragedy like this. There is no higher calling than keeping kids safe, and it starts with protecting them from evil in this world. We feel the pain, the anger, the confusion, and the searing reality that our lives will never be the same. Yet we still have our child. Unlike others, we are blessed to hold on to him. We will help him rebuild his life, his trust, and his confidence. We don't want others to ever feel the same, and we pray that everyone touched by this tragedy can find the strength to begin rebuilding too.
Well, earlier this afternoon, Chief Brian O'Hara said that they had 4 warrants that they were searching in regards to this suspect, 3 homes that are connected to the shooter, and 1 warrant for the church and school itself. Our crews on the scenes saw 2 of those homes being searched, an apartment in Richfield and the shooter's dad's home in the Wyndham neighborhood. This afternoon, we're told police removed evidence from the apartment on Lyndale Avenue South, including at least 1 firearm. Meanwhile, police went through the shooter's family's home that's on the 5700 block of 1st Avenue South in Minneapolis. Neighbors we spoke to say they didn't know Westman well, but they did know the dad and the stepmom, and that they would see the shooter sometimes at neighborhood block parties. They say it is a tight-knit neighborhood, and many of the people who live there either went to the Annunciation school or have kids right now at school.
Shock. We live in a very, very close-knit neighborhood. We live in a very safe neighborhood. A lot of the neighborhood kids went to Annunciation, so we all know each other.
Coming up at 5, we're going to hear from a neighbor who lives in the same apartment building as the shooter. And of course, reaction continues to pour in at this hour from here in Minnesota and across the country. President Trump says that he has been briefed on the situation and did order all U.S. flags to be flown at half-staff to honor the victims. This morning, he asked all Americans to join him in praying for everyone involved.
And we should note the governor at a press conference about an hour ago noted that the president did call him as well this morning and offer any help that can be provided on the federal level.
Yes, and of course the shooting unfolded on the final day of the Democratic National Committee's summer meeting, which just happened to be happening here in Minneapolis. And after learning of the incident, the DNC decided to cut today's sessions short.
Party leaders were in town for the DNC meeting and were of course shaken by the news. Many of them have dealt with similar mass shootings in their own home states. DNC Chair Ken Martin, the former Minnesota DFL chair, addressed the party members this morning, calling this a tragic day for Minneapolis. Afterward, members from across the country were seen embracing each other before leaving town. Meanwhile, Minnesota DFL Party Chair Richard Carlbaum released a statement saying this epidemic must stop. No child should have to fear being at school, and no parent should have to worry about their child's safety in the classroom. All options must be on the table to end gun violence in our communities. Minnesota Senate GOP Minority Leader Mark Johnson also put out a statement today saying there is no place for this kind of violence, and attacks on a sacred place and children are especially egregious. As a state, we stand together against these violent acts and the wicked individuals who perpetrate them. We also caught up today with U.S. Senator Amy Klobuchar, whose former staffer has 3 children in Annunciation, and they were there this morning.
These are innocent kids. These are 6-year-olds praying in a church, just gunned down through the windows, 8 and 10-year-old dead. Their families will never be the same. And those kids that were in there, nearly all of them seeing someone being shot, that's going to change their lives forever too.
Well, the senator said she will work with Republicans to find bipartisan solutions in Washington.
This afternoon, Speaker of the Minnesota House, Lisa Damuth, is calling for prayers for the children, families, staff, and first responders who've been impacted. Just over 2 months ago, of course, she was one of the most vocal lawmakers after the violent tragedy that killed Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman and her husband, and injured State Senator John Hoffman and his wife. We are, of course, busy trying to piece together what we can about the shooter tonight. Our investigative team has been working all day. Police have named that gunman as 23-year-old Robin Westman.
And our team has also discovered that Westman's mother was an employee at the school, and sources have told me that she was beloved, widely beloved throughout that school. She retired in 2021. AJ Legault has been digging into the history of Robin Westman and the family all day. He joins us from the newsroom with the latest on what he's found. AJ?
Yeah, Julie, we're continuing to dig through the manifesto or series of diaries that were posted online. The police say they were scheduled to be posted after the attacks this morning, and from what we can tell, they went online on YouTube about 9:09 this morning. So the shootings, for comparison, took place sometime right around 8:30. Now, as we've been digging in and discussing here throughout the day, the writings are this conglomeration of Russian or Cyrillic letters that appear to correspond to the English spellings of words. So really, it's almost like decoding them, and it's taking quite a bit of time. What we're seeing, though, as we continue to try to translate them, is that there were weeks of planning and recognizance that went into it. What you're seeing now was a still image from a video that was posted. It's a hand-drawn sketch of the church, and it has a caption that we've translated as saying Annunciation by memory. Now, in addition to that sketch and the fact that we are learning he went to the school there around 8th grade and his mother worked there, we're seeing that there were at least one visit to the church in school in recent weeks. Robin Westman writes about visiting the church, scouting entrances, and looking for armed guards. Now, Chief O'Hara told us this afternoon that the rifle, a shotgun, and handgun that were used have been purchased recently. The writings, they reflect that, as Robin describes on August 8th being their next paycheck, and that the plan was to then get an AR rifle along with multiple 60 and 30 round magazines. It also discusses a red dot scope and trips to shooting range to practice, and there's detailed discussions about an attempt to trap people inside by using lumber pushed through door handles, and we know police have told us that that's exactly what was happened, that there were pieces of 2x4 that they found by the door. So, you know, the more we dive into these, the more we're starting to see just how much planning went into today's mass attack and a deliberate attempt to kill small children.
And we did learn today, too, from the chief that he purchased those firearms legally and recently and had no criminal record. But AJ, you did uncover, I believe, that the shooter was saying that these fantasies about a school shooting had been going on for quite some time, and that the shooter had told friends about it who had reported it to adults. So there is some indication that flags had been raised earlier that this was someone that was disturbed and possibly intent on violence.
The shooter certainly wrote about being a child as far back as like 7th grade and having discussions and fantasies about mass shootings, and that the discussion of them scared other children and led to those children telling adults, you know, but this is going back probably 10 years or so, given that, you know, the shooter is 23 years old.
Well, we know that there's a video right now that was from the shooter that was posted that showed a cache of weapons with things written on those weapons. What kind of things can you confirm for us tonight? What messages were written on those, if any, that you can confirm for our viewers tonight? Because a lot of that is making the rounds on social media.
Yeah, some of it's really violent and, vulgar stuff. That's why, we're not showing it here, so as not to, glorify what this individual did in any way. There were certainly negative comments posted about President Trump. There were, messages indicating, which clip was going to be used to target children. I mean, it is some really violent and disturbing stuff, as the shooter, just has this fascination with death, with suicide, with school shootings, with mass violence. And, as we said, this event today was very clearly planned for quite some time.
AJ, you had mentioned this fascination with the school shootings, and Julie had brought up the point about it had been reported. He had told other kids who were scared and went to adults about it, but we don't have any indication that any of that ever rose to a level of someone truly getting involved or being an intermediary for this, do we?
We have heard from folks who have ties to the school and to the family that, there were concerns about this individual's mental health, but where it all went, we don't know. We do know that it never rose to a criminal level in the past, and that's likely what it would have taken to stop this person from being able to legally purchase these firearms. And as we said, these firearms were, some of them, the rifle appears to have been purchased at least between August 8th and now.
AJ, sadly, you've covered stories like this before. Are there one or two points that are really standing out to you as you're going through this manifesto and looking at the video and learning the facts of the case?
One thing that I think I've seen, and I'm sure others have as well, is that the people who do things like this have a fascination with what others who have committed this exact same horrific crimes have done in the past. And that's very clear. There was a focus on, other school shooters and a glorifying of it. And, that's why we're making the decision not to show a whole lot of what actually was posted online, so as not to, inspire copycats, if you will.
Yeah, it's hard. And I know people, when they go online and on social media, they can see images of the shooter, they can see sometimes these full videos, but just so our viewers at home know, we're seeing the same thing. We're going through these things and trying to balance our responsibility, like AJ said, of not inspiring a copycat, and also making sure we verified everything that we are bringing to you. AJ, when you verified that these videos were authentic, and then the chief also said, there's something very chilling too about the fact that the shooter timed them to be released after the shooting. And as you said, wanted us to see them. I mean, wanted this publicity.
Yeah, and that is not the first time that a school shooter has done something like this and has scheduled a post to come out after their planned timing. And it was pretty clear in the writings, that this individual did not plan to survive this, writing, that they would be dead, that they planned to take their own life as a result, or right in the aftermath of this. And so that appears to be, why it was scheduled to come out. And, the big question, we're all going to have, as a state, as a community, as parents, is, why exactly did this happen? And there does not seem to be any exact why that we can point to and say, all right, here's what the killer, or here's why the killer said they did what they did. We're not seeing that.
All right, AJ, we appreciate your reporting. Thanks so much. And we did learn this afternoon some good news that everyone that was transported to the hospitals is expected to survive. And Children's Minnesota says 4 of the patients that were transported there have now been discharged. Police also say those who were injured in the shooting and went to HCMC. We know 14 of them were children. Many of them were in critical condition. There were also 3 adults that were transported to HCMC in their 80s. All of them expected to survive.
Ian Russell's live at HCMC in Minneapolis, where nearly a dozen of the victims have been receiving care. Ian, you've been out there all day trying to learn more information about who these people are and what their conditions are. Tell us what you know now.
Yeah, well, Rena and Julia, a lot of this has kind of been the same throughout the day, as obviously these patients are being treated and things are being worked on, and so information is slow right now, but I think it's to be expected in a situation like this as these doctors continue working and families are reunified with their loved ones. So while the information has come slow, I think that is to be expected in a situation like this. The good news, as you said, though, is that Chief O'Hara said in that press conference earlier this afternoon that folks, the victims are expected to survive. Children's Minnesota just in the last half hour sending out that statement saying that they still have 3 people in their care, 3 children in their care. 4 of them have been discharged. Earlier today, they told us that the ages of those victims that were in their care, those kids, were between 9 and 16 years old. As for HCMC here, the last update from them came out at about 12:15. I've been texting back and forth with the communications team all day to try to figure out when some more information may be released. They told me there'd be nothing released before 5 p.m. So of course, I will be checking back with them after the top of the hour. But as of right now, our latest update, as I said, is coming out from around noon. And as of that update, what we know is that there are 10 people here, including 8 kids and 2 adults. So still 13 people that are in the hospital and across both locations between Children's Minnesota, the Minneapolis location, and here at HCMC as they continue working and receiving that treatment. But again, I think the good news and the thing to take away from this is that these kids and these adults have been reunified with their loved ones here. They're all expected to survive, according to Chief Brian O'Hara. So some good news in this right now is as they still continue receiving this treatment and this care as they heal, guys.
Ian, you've been out there all day, and we have talked about this earlier, but at least at one point, a priest or pastor showed up to just give counsel or to give advice or to be a good listener to people who needed some comfort. Have you seen any of that going on today?
Yeah, so that initial pastor you're talking about, AJ Legault, actually was here earlier and was the one who ran into him while we were kind of bouncing around the building, seeing what was going on there. And AJ spoke to him. Some of that sound I think we've used kind of throughout the day, as that pastor kind of talks about, feeling the need to be here and pray and help the folks out who are receiving treatment here. We've also seen it's probably been about 2 hours since I've seen them, but some Minneapolis Police Department chaplains I saw walking around at one point. Also coming out of this building to my left, which is where HCMC told us earlier in the day that side of things is where the Reunification Center was for some of the victims that are being treated here. So some MPD chaplains that were walking around that side of things and then kind of walking back out this way. So it's been a while since we've seen some of those folks. Things have largely returned to normal here. This intersection right here to my left was blocked off with a Hennepin County Sheriff's officer earlier in the day as these ambulances were coming in with these victims. Things have largely been sort of business as normal, I think, a lot of for the traffic and things around here since probably about 11:30 this morning, right after that press conference with the HCMC officials happened. So obviously care is still happening inside the hospital, but things are largely back to normal outside. But as far as the pastors and religious leaders and things like that, have not seen many of them in the past few hours here. I think they've done some of their work earlier in the day.
All right, Ian, and we know that Dr. Tom Wyatt, the chair of the emergency medical department at HCMC, in his press conference earlier today, pointed out that this was the second mass casualty alert they received in as many days, and just talked about the toll that takes on some of the healthcare workers having to see and live through this violence every day. We don't have much time left, but was there anything he said about that struck you?
I think the biggest thing was just saying that it takes a toll, right? I think they practice for these things. This is part of their training to understand how to be doctors and how to be medical professionals, to know how to respond in these situations. But there's a very large difference, I think, in between doing these trainings and actually doing these situations in a real world scenario. And so I think saying it takes a toll is absolutely true, guys, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when they're pediatric patients, I'm sure. All right, Ian, thanks so much. Yeah. We're going to begin now at the top of the hour with our 5 o'clock news.
This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children.
It was really scary.
We're just mourning for these families.
And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary.
No one should have to go through this, and this has got to stop.
It hurts a whole community to watch this happen.
Heavy hearts tonight across the Twin Cities as a senseless tragedy that we've seen play out across the country now hits home. A shooter opened fire at Annunciation Catholic Church this morning while children and adults sat praying during Mass. We know tonight 2 children were killed in that shooting, just 10 years old and 8 years old. Another 14 children were hurt, as well as 3 adults who were in their 80s. We were also shot before that shooter took their own life. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Julie Nelson.
And I'm Rena Sargentopoulos. Late this afternoon, one bit of good news from authorities who say those injured in the shooting and were transported to hospitals are all expected to survive.
The FBI and other law enforcement were on the scene all day long. They investigate this mass shooting as an act of domestic terrorism and a hate crime targeting Catholics. We want to show you where this happened around 8:30 this morning. The Annunciation Catholic Church is near the intersection of Lindale Avenue South and West Diamond Lake Road. Police tell us the shooter was outside the church, firing through the stained glass windows into the church from the side of the building. Hour by hour, we continue to get new information about what unfolded today, and we are working to relay that to you in real time.
Our Chris Rapsky is helping with that, joins us now with a timeline of the day. Chris?
Yeah, guys, this tragedy, like them all, they start with a lot of hearsay, a lot of speculation. Well, this morning, word of an active shooter at a church in Minneapolis spread panic very quickly. And here are the facts as we know them that played out this morning.
Just before 8:30, day 2 of school at Annunciation Catholic School near Lindale and 54th Street. Children, staff, and community members assembled for the first community mass of the new school year.
During the mass, a gunman approached on the outside, on the side of the building, and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the mass. Shooting through the windows, he struck children and worshipers that were inside the building.
The shooter, dressed in all black with camo pants, allegedly barricaded several doors of the church before firing a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol.
Police officers from the Minneapolis Police Department immediately responded, entered the church, and attempted to provide first aid and rescue some of the children that were hiding throughout the building.
2 children, ages 8 and 10, were struck and killed. 17 others, 14 of whom are children between 6 and 14 years old, were hit.
These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance.
Police confirmed the shooter, identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman, later died by suicide in the back of the church. Victims were rushed to hospitals as parents awaited sight of their kids, processing the horror of what happened.
This kind of act of evil should never happen, and it happens far too often.
It was that initial press conference about 11 o'clock this morning that confirmed everybody's worst fears. I mean, there's a lot of, again, that speculation and hearsay. And that was the point where it goes, wow, this actually happened and we're going through this together, guys.
I mean, it's such a dark day. And then you hear stories about, the chief was saying that staff members were acting as heroes, protecting those young children, and even older children were throwing themselves over younger children to save them from the shooter. And you try to imagine that scene of those teachers taking those kids from the church into the gym where they were not sure what was happening or when the situation was going to be resolved, and then the parents waiting outside. The whole thing, even though we've seen it play out across the country way too many times, to feel that this all just happened in South Minneapolis, in that neighborhood, at a back-to-school mass, here in our community, is just devastating. But again, we're happy to say that all of those children that were reported transported to Children's and HCMC are going to survive, but a long road ahead for them too, Chris. And I know we were getting inundated with messages as all of this was playing out. Are there a couple things that really stuck out to you as this story has unfolded today?
100%. It was that 10-year-old boy, that little Wes, that so bravely came out and spoke to reporters on his own accord with his family next to him, and told him what had happened, told him that his friend next to him jumped on him to save his life, essentially, his friend getting shot in the process. but it's also the juxtaposition of these things of innocence and peace, which is a place of worship and children and the beginning of school, mixed with, juxtaposed with horrific acts of violence and evil where that just doesn't belong.
Absolutely. Thanks so much. Well, our Gordon Severson has been on scene all day and listened in on the most recent press conference. He joins us now with the latest. Gordon?
Yeah, we learned from the chief here and church leaders, you know, the significance of this church service this morning where this all happened. This was a service that was meant to kind of kick off a new school year, to pray for a successful school year. And police tell us within just a few minutes of that service starting, that's when the shooter came and started opening fire. According to the police chief, the shooter was carrying a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. They fired dozens of shots into the church through the windows. Police say 19 people total were hit, including 2 kids ages 8 and 10 who died instantly in the pews. Chief O'Hara says investigators did find video that the shooter posted online that shares horrific details and the amount of planning that went into this attack. They are also investigating to learn more about the motive behind it.
Our county, our state, and all of our federal law enforcement partners have been here, and we are all working tirelessly to uncover the full scope of what happened, to try and identify a motive why it happened, and whether there are any other further details.
Now, this afternoon, the chief also provided an update regarding their investigation. He says right now, as we speak, police are conducting 4 search warrants. One of them is happening here at the church behind me. The other 3 are all happening at homes that are connected to the shooter. And he said this afternoon that they did find at least 1 firearm in one of those houses. Back to you.
All right, Gordon. Thank you. Well, also in this afternoon's update from officials, we heard for the first time from the Annunciation Catholic School principal, who spoke, as you might imagine, very emotionally about the importance of support and what a family they are at Annunciation, how important it is that they come together in the wake of this tragedy.
I think when we were watching that today, it was what echoed for both of us, the sentiment and the feelings and how deep that this is hitting everybody. Our crew has been out on the scene and they've been speaking with people there, and they heard today's press conference with the principal. Our Morgan Wolf joining us now live with that emotional story. Morgan?
Absolutely. Well, this school is not just a school simply in Minneapolis. It is really entrenched in this community. People love this church and this school, and they are heartbroken right now. You can even see people are coming by now and leaving flowers at the corner of 54th and Lindale. As I mentioned, it has just been an emotional day out here. We have video of families reuniting, neighbors hugging one another, saying that they're just trying to do what they can to help people. Everyone really in shock about this shooting. One woman told me that she doesn't know how she's going to be able now to send her kids to school after this. And as we have noted, we did hear from Annunciation's principal this afternoon, who says that this year's school phrase was a future filled with hope. Now he is asking people to keep the victims and their families in their prayers.
To any of our students and families and staff watching right now, I love you. You're so brave, and I'm so sorry this happened to us today.
And I just have to say, through all the conversations that I've had today, you can really hear the pain in people's voice. And I know that you heard it there in the principals. We'll have more from him coming up tonight at 6. Back to you.
Yeah, he did say too, Morgan, that this is a nightmare, but he called the teachers a dream team, the way they responded in the wake of this tragedy. And it just, I'm sure, a terrifying situation this morning. And said, we lost 2 angels today. And then quoted an African proverb, when you pray, move your feet, as a call to action. Really, really powerful statements from the principal. Morgan, thank you so much.
And another powerful statement this afternoon from Danielle Gunter, the mother of an 8th grade boy who was shot this morning. It is long, but we want to read it to you in its entirety because it is very powerful, as we said. Danielle wrote, quote, "Our son was shot at school today, inside a church, praying with his classmates. Our hearts are shattered, not only for him, but for everyone who was harmed. We grieve and we pray for the others who were shot, for the families and for those who lost loved ones, and for the first responders who raced into danger for others, for us. We thank them all. Our son shared with us that an MPD officer, quote, really helped him. He said the officer rendered aid, hugged him, reassured him, and prayed with him before getting into the ambulance. We ask for leaders to place armed security at schools to prevent another tragedy like this. There's no higher calling than keeping kids safe, and it starts with protecting them from evil in this world. We feel the pain, the anger, the confusion, and the searing reality that our lives will never be the same. Yet we still have our child. Unlike others, we are blessed to hold on to him. We will help him rebuild his life, his trust, and his confidence. We don't want others to ever feel the same, and we pray that everyone touched by this tragedy can find the strength to begin rebuilding too.
Well, a man who lives near the church is praising teachers at the school after witnessing the chaotic minutes immediately after the shooting this morning.
You could hear it from all different directions.
LaShawn Olson says he was on his way to work this morning and had to pull over briefly near the entrance of the church to make room for the police squad cars that were just rushing in just after the shooting. As he waited, he said he witnessed the heroism of a group of teachers who had just pulled a group of children out the front door.
It was horrific because I didn't know what was happening, but I saw this massive kids sit sort of huddled together, jammed in together and holding their heads down. And then to see these teachers and adults holding on and putting their heads down and looking out and being scared. It just made me realize that these people are putting their lives on the line. They'll literally give their lives for these kids. Stand by.
Absolutely, and we've heard some of these stories of survival and how they are touching incredibly young lives, and it's unbelievable, really. These stories of heroes, of older kids that are throwing themselves onto younger kids to try to save them. You never know what is going to happen in a situation like this.
Yeah, and Chris Arapsky had referenced this earlier. Our Lou Raguse spoke to a 10-year-old boy who was inside the church, seated right next to a child that was shot, and in fact protected by another child in that church. Lou, that's probably one of the most powerful things we've heard today.
I totally agree. This is a story of survival. It's also a story of heroism. When it was safe to do so, this family approached us so that their 5th grader could share how his life was saved.
It was really scary.
10-year-old Weston Halsney had just sat down at Annunciation Catholic School's Mass to mark the first week of school.
And then it was maybe 3 minutes in, the first shot fired.
The first shot of dozens, as Weston and his schoolmates scrambled to hide under the church pews.
Right beside me, I was 2 seats away from the stained glass windows. So they were the shots were right next to me.
That's scary.
Yeah.
You went under the pew after that happened?
Yeah. And
Is
then
that what everyone tried to do?
I think I got gunpowder on my neck.
Gunpowder on his neck and his life saved by a friend.
My friend Victor saved me though, because he laid on top of me, but he got hit. My friend got hit in the back.
Did he go to the hospital?
Yeah, he went to the hospital.
What went through your mind when you saw that?
I was super scared for him, but I think now he's okay.
From the church where the shooting took place, Weston and the student body evacuated to the gym.
We went to the gym, and then the doors locked just to make sure he didn't come.
By then, the shooter was already dead.
And then the police were really good because they showed up really quick.
Weston's grandpa says their family is doing as well as anyone can after what happened.
When it happens to your own children, then you're going to think very differently about this. And there's only one way to think about it. And there's nothing this precious little boy ever did to deserve this.
That much is obvious.
You get reunited with your parents?
Yeah, my mom was waiting outside of the church when it happened.
Yeah.
And then
what was it like seeing her?
I was super happy because I was scared that I wasn't gonna see her because I didn't know what was happening really. I was just in shock.
After telling his story, Weston had a message for all the victims who are hospitalized.
I hope you're okay, and I'm praying for you.
And we certainly share Weston's sentiment, prayers and well wishes to all of those who are hospitalized tonight. Yet Today, later this afternoon, I did see some middle-aged students from Annunciation show up right here at this police tape. They were asking the police if they could get back into the school to get their cell phones that got left behind during the mass shooting. And also, you saw the memorial that Morgan showed you, all the flowers. So many of those were brought here by high school age kids from the neighborhood or former students of Annunciation here who wanted to wish their best and their condolences to the families of those who died. Back to you.
Yeah, Lou, I mean, I keep getting text messages from people whose kids either went to Annunciation or their neighbors, and that it's a really tight-knit community. It's hitting a lot of people very hard that have connections to that parish and that school. Thanks for that interview. And that grandpa's, you just feel it in your bones when he says he never did anything to deserve what he lived through today.
It was very well put what he said.
All right, Lou, thanks so much.
Well, the victims in today's shooting are being treated at multiple area hospitals. It includes HCMC and Children's Minnesota. 10 people are being treated at HCMC, including 8 kids and 2 adults. Those kids' ages range from 6 to 14. That is information coming from HCMC. Doctors there spoke to the media earlier today saying situations like these are difficult, but especially today after another major response just yesterday.
Again, you know, we've had 2 mass casualty events happen in the last 24 hours. I mean, that does take a toll. But we also have to recognize that we are here as a critical resource for our community, and we have to take time to process, you know, these the care that we deliver in these situations, and we have to be able to move forward because we are obviously needed.
HCMC says it will release more information online. We have been checking in with them frequently for any updates throughout the day. We will bring you any updates just as soon as we get them. By the way, 7 other victims were taken to Children's Minnesota. In the last hour, we learned that of those 7, 4 have now been discharged. Children's released a statement saying, quote, "Our thoughts are with all the victims, their families, and our loved ones in our communities who are impacted by yet another senseless act of violence. We will not share more details to respect the privacy of our patients and their families."
They were happy to hear that some of those children have been released. We also want to report that mass shooting yesterday, the police chief said not related in any way to the shootings today, and also said they have made 2 arrests in that case, not of the shooter, they don't believe, but of 2 people connected with that shooting. So we'll keep you updated on that story as well. Well, tonight the heartbroken Tangletown community is struggling as neighbors wait for answers in this tragedy.
Our Jessica Hart has been in the neighborhood all day talking to people. She joins us now live with the latest. Jessica?
Hey, Arena, you know, we were talking with a volunteer maybe about an hour or so ago, and he was just here yesterday for the kids' first day of school, and he said the biggest concern parents had was a beehive out back. So to go from that being the biggest concern that any parent would have to what's happened today, he says it's just unimaginable, and it's just unthinkable to think how quickly things can change here. Now, you heard Weston talk about being taken to the gym. Many of the neighbors tell me the gym's in kind of the back of the school, and that's exactly where they held the kids until their parents could come and escort them out in small groups. And you can just see the looks on their faces, just the blank stares, the relief from parents, but also the devastation in their eyes of what they had just unfolded and what they had just witnessed. Now, several people who live nearby heard the gunshots. One woman said she was outside playing with her grandson and then ran inside, and when she knew he was okay, she started to hear sirens, and that's when she knew something terrible had happened. She made her way down here because her kids went to school, and she just wanted to see what she could do, if anything, to help people in this neighborhood. We actually caught up with one woman who spent her senior year of high school here. She came over here after hearing what had happened. She had a preschooler over in Edina whose school went into lockdown because of the situation here. And she tells me at first she didn't really think much of it. They go into lockdown, she said, quite often. But then about 40 minutes later, she realized that it was for a deadly mass shooting, and her thoughts completely changed. Here's what she had to say about the situation of what we're in right now and how she hopes people can come together.
I think it's time to figure out what to do. We have to stop. We need to figure out how to get everyone on board, because we can stop this, right? Like the people, if we can all, we just have to figure out what we all want, which is safe families. We all want safe kids.
You heard her right there. We all just want safe families. We all just want safe kids. And you're looking at kind of a lone bouquet of flowers here toward the entrance of the school. Officers did let one woman walk up there earlier today just to lay those down about 3 hours ago. Now, we had mentioned earlier that other people had come over here with bouquets, and we weren't sure exactly where they ended up, but you heard from Morgan and Lou that they're down at 54th and Lyndale on the south side there, just kind of a pile of them growing, just people wanting to find a way to figure out how they can pay their respects or just contribute to kind of the grieving that has happened here today. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Jessica. A reaction has been coming in from leaders across the country, including President Trump, whose statement you can see here. The president says he has been briefed on the situation. The White House continues to monitor what's happening. We do know that he also called our governor today and offered any federal help that might be needed. The president also ordered flags to be flown at half staff in honor of the victims today. This is a live look at the White House, and we should mention the FBI director also tweeted earlier today that this is being investigated as an act of domestic terrorism and a hate crime targeting Catholics. The president also asked all Americans to pray for those involved.
We are, of course, busy trying to piece together what we can about the shooter tonight. Police officially identified the shooter in the latest news conference as 23-year-old Robin Westman. Our investigative team has been actively working to get more information and learned that the shooter's mother was an employee at the school until she retired back in 2021. Let's get right to AJ Legault, who's been working all day with the team behind the scenes to get us some new information. AJ?
Yeah, hey Rena, we're continuing to pour through the manifesto or series of diaries that the killer had scheduled to post to YouTube shortly after the attack on Annunciation this morning. They're bizarre. They don't make a whole lot of sense, but as we've been discussing, the writings are a conglomeration of Russian or Cyrillic letters that correspond to the English spelling of words, and what we're seeing as we translate and decode is weeks of planning and recognizance. This was without a doubt a premeditated assault on little children based on these videos. Robin Westman writes about visiting the church, scouting entrances and exits, looking for armed guards. Now, Police Chief O'Hara told us this afternoon that the rifle, shotgun, and handgun that were used have been purchased recently. The writings reflect that, as Robin describes August 8th being their next paycheck, and that was the plan, was to then get an AR rifle along with multiple 60 and 30 round magazines. Discusses a red dot scope and a trip to the shooting range to practice. There's detailed discussions about trapping people inside by using lumber pushed through the door handles, and we know from police that that's exactly what happened. One video you're looking at now shows a hand-drawn sketch of the church. It has the caption that we've translated as saying Annunciation by memory. This drawing in the video, the hand holding it repeatedly stabs his knife into this notebook. So in addition to the scouting visit, our information, as you said, is that the shooter attended the school a number of years ago in 7th or 8th grade. We believe he may have left in 2017. And his mother was a long-time and loved employee there at the school.
Absolutely. Julie, you had said that people had contacted you. Your source is saying that this woman was beloved. Not that that's an unusual find. You mentioned that, of course, that those guns were all purchased recently and that the shooter was planning to purchase another one. We should note, and I'm sorry if you said it while you were talking there, but these were all purchased legally, correct?
Yeah, the police chief said that all of the weapons, a handgun, a shotgun, and a rifle, were purchased legally. They were purchased recently, and what we're seeing in the manifesto backs that claim up, that they may have been purchased. An AR rifle may have been purchased just within the last 2 weeks or so.
All right, AJ.
Thank you. We can tell you tonight, police searched 2 homes connected to the shooter, an apartment in Richfield and the shooter's dad's home in the Wyndham neighborhood.
Heidi Wigdahl joins us live outside the suspect's apartment building. Heidi, where are you guys located?
Yeah, Rena and Julie, right now we are at the corner of 75th Street and Lyndale Avenue South in Richfield, outside of Linwood Commons Apartments. We were asked to leave the property, but behind me, the shooter's apartment building is just a little bit further in from here. Police around 2 p.m. came out of the shooter's apartment building with a box full of evidence, including at least one firearm. I also spoke to a neighbor, Darren Harris. He said he didn't know the shooter, but they would see each other sometimes in passing. He said that he was at work when he saw the shooter's picture pop up on his phone.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it was him. So you had to keep doing a double take. Like, is this really him? Yeah, it was him. You know, so I was like, oh, that's messed up. You know, it's sad.
Meanwhile, police went through the shooter's family home on the 5700 block of 1st Avenue South in Minneapolis. Neighbors we spoke to say they didn't know the suspect well, but know the dad and stepmom and would see the shooter at neighborhood block parties. They say it's a tight-knit neighborhood, just a 3-minute drive away from Annunciation. Many of the people who live here either went to Annunciation or have kids at the school. We also spoke to a manager here at the apartment complex, and he said he did not know how long the shooter had been living here. Back to you.
I'm sure it's just so jarring for everyone in that neighborhood too, to see the crime tape up and then you see officers bringing out boxes of what could be evidence. It's just shaken a lot of people to their core. Heidi, thank you so much.
Well, today we spoke to the leader of the Community Safety Institute, a national group that has been training schools, churches, and law enforcement about active shooters since the 1990s. He says the fact that the shooter fired through windows instead of entering first likely ended up saving lives, but he says it also would have made it extremely difficult to prevent what unfolded.
Unfortunately, churches are the softest of targets, right? They are built to welcome people in, to have open doors, to let people come in and worship. And unfortunately, these offenders know and take advantage of that. Obviously, this offender knew what was going on. He knew what time Mass was. He was prepared to do exactly what he did. And it's very, very difficult to protect churches especially.
Well, some churches and religious schools have tried to add protection and security. Matthew says today also shows why it's important for parents to have those difficult discussions with their kids. And we will have more on that coming up tonight at 6.
Well, the Democratic National Committee ended its summer meetings early in Minneapolis today in light of the shooting. In a speech to party members this morning, DNC Chair and former Minnesota DFL Chair Ken Martin called this a tragic day for his home state. Many delegates in town from across the country expressed shock after spending the last few days exploring the city. Meanwhile, U.S. Senator Amy Klobuchar, who spoke to the DNC earlier this week, said one of her former staffers had 3 children in Annunciation this morning.
I just don't think you can look at this tragedy and say, oh, let's, just say, nah, too bad. We're going to move on. No one can do that. You have to actually step back and say, what is going on here? How can we make this better?
Meanwhile, Minnesota DFL Party Chair Richard Carlbaum released a statement saying this epidemic must stop. No child should have to live in fear of being at school, and no parent should have to worry about their child's safety in the classroom. All options must be on the table to end gun violence in our communities. And Minnesota Senate GOP Minority Leader Mark Johnson responded today saying there's no place for this kind of violence, and attacks on a sacred place and children are especially egregious. As a state, we stand together against violent acts and the wicked individuals who perpetrate them.
Well, there are several vigils planned in the coming hours to honor and remember the victims of today's shooting. Later this evening, the Annunciation Church is holding a public prayer vigil at 7 p.m. That's going to be held inside the Academy of Holy Angels High School gym in Richfield. At the same time, the Lutheran Church of Christ Redeemer encouraging the community to gather at its sanctuary in the Armitage neighborhood. And at 8, Protect Minnesota and Moms Demand Action will host a candlelight vigil at Minneapolis's Lyndhurst Park.
Well, our crews will remain out at these scenes since where we've been since this morning following this story.
When we rejoin you at 6, we will have the latest information, including more from the people closest to this tragedy. We'll see you then.
This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children.
It was really scary.
Our teachers were heroes. Adults were protecting children. Older children were protecting younger children.
My friend saved me, though, because he laid on top of me, but he got hit.
We lost 2 angels today. Please continue to pray for those still receiving care.
And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary.
This can't continue. I want to send my kids to school next week without the fear of this happening.
You have to step back and think, what can we do better?
There needs to be action.
We can't change the past, but we can do something about the future.
Roster cuts have come and gone. What were the biggest players released? What lessons can we learn? And who gets claimed? We're going to break it all down for you today on the Locked On NFL Scouting Podcast.
You are Locked On NFL Scouting with the Draft Dudes, your daily podcast for NFL and college football scouting. Part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
What's better than this? It's guys being dudes here on the Locked On NFL Scouting Podcast. We're the Draft Dudes. I'm Joe Marino from Locked On Bills. He's Kyle Krabs from Locked On Dolphins. And we are your NFL experts here with you daily to talk team building across the league on the Locked On NFL Scouting Podcast with the Draft Dudes, part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day. Want to issue a big thank you, shout out, and welcome to our everydayers. Those of you who never miss a single episode, we appreciate y'all being here very, very much. Today's episode is brought to you by FanDuel. Football season is around the corner. Visit the FanDuel app today and start planning your futures bets now.
Joe, Micah Parsons' watch continues. Don't know what resolutions we may or may not get there, but everybody's all abuzz this morning about Micah and the trade rumors. And we are not going to take the low-hanging fruit today. We're going to be working through the wire and looking at cuts across the league. Tough day yesterday for a lot of guys, right? Whereas a lot of guys who had what they call it, the Turk. You got the Turk got them up to the coach's office and let them know that they're being released. A lot of these guys will get a chance to get back on practice squads. Some guys will get claimed. We're going to explore that. Lots of lessons for player evals. Lots to get into here today on the show.
We start with what? The biggest cuts?
The biggest cuts, yes. Or releases. Waive, release.
I know.
Designation 6 in one hand, half dozen the other for this piece of our conversation.
I think the one cut that came through yesterday that made me go, really? Was the Chargers with Tony Jefferson. Like, after luring him out of retirement and him having a role on that defense, I know that they have Elijah Molden and Alohi Gilman and Derwin James, but it felt like that was such a positive thing that happened for them that I didn't see that one coming. I think that was the one. There's others, but that was the one that made me go, really? Yeah. And what's next for him? Obviously, I'm curious.
Yeah, there was a couple big ones for me, a couple of former first-round offensive linemen, Cole Strange and Kenyon Green.
Yeah.
I mean, Kenyon Green was a part of that swap with Houston that sent Chauncey to Houston. And Kenyon Green, you get back and everybody says, hey, it's Kenyon Green got a first-class ticket to Stoutland U. Watch them turn him around. And nope, didn't happen. Didn't make the team. Philly jumbled a bunch of guys. They brought in Kendall Lamb. They bring in Kenyon Green. And they're like, no, you know what? Why don't you just trade us back Fred Johnson and we'll call it a day. It's like, no, we're good. We'll stay with our comfort blanket and our binky that we know really well with our depth offensive line. Cole Strange, obviously the Mike Vrabel impression on New England, and we touched on that a little bit yesterday. Cole Strange was a polarizing draft pick when he was made in the first round of the 2022 NFL draft, but you get those guys with that kind of pedigree that shake loose, and I know Cole Strange had some injury stuff as well that kind of complicated his tenure. Those stand out to me in a big way.
No doubt about it, man. It's whenever you get some turnover with regimes, man, you never know who's going to stick around. And, the Patriots also released Layden Robinson. It was a 4th-round pick from last year. So that team that you kind of thought had some young answers in the pipeline doesn't prove to be the case. How about two veterans here that I look specifically at the teams that released them, and I think that's kind of a position where they needed help. And one of them is the Falcons with Morgan Fox. Like, I think they needed probably that skill set up front. And the other would be the Dolphins with Mike Hilton. I know that he was a late arrival.
Yeah.
And I know there's some young player that they're thinking about in that nickel spot. But I think people are generally curious about how the secondary is going to come together for Miami. Like, those are two veterans that I thought were in spots where they could help a team. And here they are on cutdown day, not part of the mix anymore.
Yeah, and it didn't take Mike Hilton long. He's reportedly visiting and working out with the Colts today.
Hilton and Kenny Moore on the same team?
Hilton and Kenny Moore on the same team.
Jeez.
That's and Colts, of course, Dolphins week 1 opponent.
Oh,
so there's a whole bunch of layers there. But I would say for Mike, the Kader Kohu injury that facilitated Mike Hilton's signing was one that Kohu could play inside and outside, and Jason Marshall, the 5th-round rookie who's going to step into the nickel role, was an outside corner at Florida. Never played nickel before, but he's a big physical corner, and they moved him inside. And I just think that lack of alignment variety for Mike Hilton kind of hurt him with what the Dolphins want to do with their interior core, with their safeties and that nickel defender. That I felt like that was a pretty big blockade for if you had to invert and they do exotic coverage rotations and you're walked up over too strong, but then they're going to have you flip and run and run the pole in Tampa 2 or be a deep half player. That's not really that. Like, Mike's really good in run support as a nickel, playing intermediate zones in the overhang area of the field. And I think it was just a little bit of a conflict there for what they wanted to do for a full menu versus where Mike, I think, is best served to play.
Also, there's a lot of things that Mickey Loomis needs to figure out with his life. One of them is drafting defensive ends. Kyle, let's go on a journey. Haloi Kikaha, 44th pick in the draft in 2015.
Okay.
We go Marcus Davenport, 14th pick in the draft. We give up 2 first-round picks.
2 first-round picks to go get him.
Yep. I think we're done. Peyton Turner, first-round pick in 2021. And then the latest being Isaiah Foskey, a second-round pick, number 40 overall in 2023 that has now been released. Mickey, you're not allowed to draft defensive ends anymore. And the one guy that he drafted that worked was Trey Hendrickson. And he blew up his last season, and that's the one player they didn't retain. Come on,
and I wish I remember who it was, but somebody yesterday said they had somebody tell them a story where Loomis came in over the top and picked Foskey over Brian Branch.
Oh no!
That was their original plan with that pick, and they were like, no, Isaiah Foskey.
Well, that's Loomis. Lean into the trenches, which not a bad idea, but you got to get the right players.
Right.
That's gross, dude. That's a gross resume.
Some big name wide receivers, big name considering for roster cuts, right? Like you have Mecole Hardman, Deontay Johnson, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Robert Woods in Pittsburgh. That team needs wide receiver help, and we didn't make the team. That's a bit of a flag.
Right.
Hunter Renfrow in Carolina.
Yeah, Hunter Renfrow. I guess they're not going to trade Thielen then, right?
If the offer's right? If the price is right, I think you could maybe still justify it.
I think it's exactly the type of player that Carolina should be willing to trade. But
I think so too. And I know Thielen was an important piece for Bryce figuring some stuff out last year, so I'm sympathetic to that. But you're playing a long game and a short game here at the same time. And your long game is getting Liggett and Coker and McMillan, getting those guys really vibing with Bryce Young. I would want them to have the time on task.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm excited for our next segment because what Kyle and I are going to do is focus in on some of the players that were released and discuss lessons that can be learned through the scouting process and some higher picks that got released and some cautionary tales. We'll break that down for you here next, folks. Be sure to stick with us. This episode is presented by Yahoo Fantasy. The NFL season is right around the corner, and you can feel the buzz. Fantasy football season is here. Everyone's researching, drafting, and building their championship squads. If you haven't joined a league yet, now's the time, and it's all happening on Yahoo Fantasy. This year I'm playing on Yahoo Fantasy, and you should too, whether it's your first ever league or a veteran creating your millionth league. With season kickoff on September 4th, now is the time to start playing Yahoo Fantasy Football, which offers so many fun ways to compete. If you're looking for more ways to play, try the brand new Yahoo Fantasy Guillotine League mode, where the lowest scoring team gets eliminated weekly until there's one team left standing. You want to play instantly with friends? Well, try the new Draft with Friends mode. You prefer the classics? Get your crew together and go head-to-head in a private league. No crew, no problem. Join a public league, which is the easiest way to play. The NFL season kicks off on September 4th, so don't wait. Start your league now. Draft now at yahoofantasy.com/LockedOnNFL. That's yahoofantasy.com/LockedOnNFL. Folks, we have an important request for you. Locked On wants to hear from you. We put together a survey to learn more about our listeners and make your favorite podcasts even better. This is your chance to tell us what you like, what you don't, and answer questions about our advertising. Go to lockedonpodcast.com/survey to get started. Everyone who completes a survey will enter for a chance to win one of 10 $100 Amazon gift cards. Again, that's lockedonpodcast.com/survey. If you're on YouTube, there's a QR code on the screen, and also there's a link in today's show notes. So thank you. We appreciate you helping us out.
Joe, you know who didn't get cut yesterday?
53 players on every team, except for the Lions. They cut more than that.
Any of the New England Patriots wide receivers.
Keeping 8, right? So are the Chiefs. So are the Chiefs. 8 receivers, man.
So I guess, what are we just waiting for the dust to settle here, and then we'll shuffle some more guys around? Or I saw the graphic that they put out, and I'm just counting, and I'm like, they just kept going. I'm like, they didn't get rid of any of them. It's impressive. So no chance for Javon Baker to be a part of the evaluations lessons we learned.
Not yet.
Conversation.
Not yet.
Not yet. Who you got?
I want to start with Kyle Trask. Where else can we possibly start? A guy that had really goofy hype. I mean, he had a good season. There's no question about it, right? But you're talking about translating this guy to being an NFL starter. There was mock drafts all over the place to put this guy in the first round. Yeah. So much so that it inspired me to write an article, Kyle Krabs, for our previous mutual employer. No, it's time, brother. It's time. Yeah. It's time. I wrote an article specifically saying Kyle Trask is not a first-round caliber quarterback prospect, and I nailed the article. Unfortunately, our previous employer can't get their finances right, so there's no website to go back and reference that because it was taken down. But I wish I could share the article. But point being, there was things about Kyle Trask that just there were limiting factors, right? You got to have some physical upside if you're going to be the type of quarterback that's going to come into the league and be a guy. And I do wonder if the Bucs ownership, which I feel like influenced that move, if they didn't kind of say, hey, we want Kyle Trask, kind of a local product, all that type of stuff, like where does he ultimately go in the draft? But point being, some people thought that he was drafted to be Tom Brady's successor. And here he is. He got beat out by Teddy Bridgewater, who got signed to the team last week. So you got to have some physical upside or some level of a superpower to warrant a high pick as a quarterback. And Kyle Trask wasn't that. And I know he took a lot of exception with what I wrote, but here we are.
And it was what he lost. Was it three QB2 battles in Tampa during his time with the team?
Right.
So I think it's a great call out for kind of the profile of the player and the traits element of it, whether it's intangible, whether it's tangible, whether it's physical. It's kind of felt like he felt like a very obvious kind of early day 3 type quarterback that maybe you would draft with the expectation he's going to go on to be a career backup type player, right? You want to keep it in the SEC with quarterbacks and talk about Hendon Hooker and this damn Tennessee offense? You're going to start to have a serious conversation about every evaluation opportunity for the passing game players that come out of here between that and Jalen Hyatt. Didn't know how to run routes, right? Like, it's an impossible system to have any level of confidence in. And Hendon Hooker, I'm going to talk about Teddy Bridgewater, right? Teddy was in Detroit. He is waived after being a third-round draft choice, and he had physical tools where there was some athleticism there. There was the big-time arm that exists there.
Smooth mechanics.
But everything is deep, single-read, option choice routes with supreme spacing that you're just not going to replicate from a timing perspective in the NFL.
All right. So, I mean, I don't love where Jalen Wright's headed. I'm concerned about Dylan Sampson. That was their back this year.
Yep.
We have receivers. We'll see what happens with Deontay Thornton. I mean, Jalen Hyatt doesn't look like that's working out. Let me ask you this. Like, what is fundamentally different about that Tennessee offense compared to the Ole Miss offense with Lane Kiffin, where we see some players come in? I mean, we don't know that much about Jackson Dart, but he's looked more competent than Hendon Hooker has. Like, how do